Good morning, everybody. Director from Bruno. It's 8:05 when it starts. Now exactly 7:49, so starting in 60 minutes for the moment. I'll go regarding the participants out there. But before 8 o'clock, we'll need that competition area created. Once again, good morning. Reminding you, starting at 8:05 with the EDP round of 16 on the ladies division. So that's followed by remaining hits on the ladies round of 16. Call to finish the round. Also scheduled for today, men's round of 16. And the ladies quarterfinals, women's quarterfinals on the standby for today as well. There will be running hits within 30 minutes. And on this first year of the morning, feel free to pedal out. On the remaining hits, we'll come and ask you when you pedal out from hits to do it on the north side. But for Ellie and you want on the stage, pedal out where you feel you're more comfortable. But for remaining hits, we'll come and ask all competitors when you pedal out, please do it on the north side.
Gracias. Morning once again from Portugal. It's the Challenger Series back on the Atlantic shores. The EDP Ericeira Pro. And we're getting close to the pointy end of competition, reaching a climax at the end of the week here in Ericeira. At the moment, there's still so much up for grabs. We're watching morning faces with a little extra spring in their step. We've been a touch frustrated by lack of vision, essentially. We haven't been able to see much over the last couple of days. We're feeling pretty positive this morning about being able to get underway again here and firing things up. So many scenarios and repercussions for our surfers here in Portugal unfolding throughout the week here. And to break it all down, joining me to chat through the big talking points, Ben Mundy, Chris Binns. Bon dia.
Bom dia, Paul. Yep. Bom dia.
How are we feeling, fellas?
Good. I'll tell you what makes my heart sing. That little aerial drone shot there, just showing the Ribeira de Ilhas, little sort of waves hugging the reef, and some clear skies, Paul. It looked quite nice and foggy-free.
Looks like some of that low cloud's fogged off, Binsy.
Yeah, perhaps Mondy's spray last night.
Yeah. Yeah, it really
venting on the fog.
It was really getting to me.
So we haven't run as many heats as we would have liked over the last couple of days. There's been waves. We're pretty confident we're still going to have some waves, but we've been talking about our surfers and essentially how they've been able to sort of just keep a lid on things and essentially just wait until we can see. But the reason why we're here is for qualification scenarios, right? That's what the Challenger Series is all about. And let's have a look at some of them. So this is what we're looking at.
Yeah, so we saw yesterday Samuel Pupo qualify for the CT. Joined Ian Gaveo, had already done that prior to this event. And then you can see there, Alejo Muniz, Miguel Pupo, the two Brazilian veterans. If they can get to the semi-finals in this event, they also make the CT for next year. So that's 2 heats away, basically. And there's Grosjean. Edgard actually qualifies with an event win. He's been pretty dangerous all heat. He's looking really solid. So there's a chance for him as well. A lot of Brazilians clogging up that top echelon of the Challenger Series rankings.
There is. And we talk a lot about those big names, but surfers like Grosjean, loads of talent and just a really well-suited surfer for whatever can happen at this wave. Flipping over to the women's side of things, well, we've actually had a heat that's started around about lunchtime yesterday, and it's one of the longest heats in history. It's still going on. We're hoping to get it underway this morning, Chris.
Yeah, it's a 20-hour heat, and they're in the water for the 3rd time right now, ready to kick off. I believe we're going to reset this heat, start it from scratch, as there had been 12 minutes surfed, and it was a bunch of 3s, 4s, and 5s. Bella Kenworthy, she's coming up shortly. If she makes the quarterfinals, she's qualified. Sally Fitzgibbons qualifies if she makes the semis. Shows you how strong her results have been all through the year. She's made the quarterfinals in all 5 events. And Isabella Nichols qualifies if she makes the final. Yeah,
so Bella Kenworthy, next heat. If she gets through that, she's on the CT. So that'll be the first woman surfer qualified via the Challenger Series. So that'll be a potentially huge moment for Bella. And she's coming up in hopefully in a couple of, a few heats, really.
Yeah, another one of those surfers from that new generation with the full progressive tricks, the big airs, an impressive surfer. Obviously got the win over in South Africa, built up her platform for qualification this year. But yeah, much fewer spots available on the women's side of the tour. So some nervy moments, but it'd be so good to get it done here in Portugal, not have to go to Brazil needing a result.
Oh, absolutely huge. Yeah, I mean, Bella would have went into the year with this one single goal, and that is to make the CT, and here she is 6 months later, 30 minutes away from it. So, yeah, and to do it before Brazil without the pressure and start building for next year would be, yeah, it's a massive head start, effectively.
Well, we're hoping to get underway this morning. We think we might be. Let's go and get the official word. Travis Logie is with Chico Alves.
Good morning, boys. Yeah, I've got with me Travis. Fog is gone. We are finally on, right?
We are finally on. Man, the fog is a temperamental beast, but every time the judges tell me they're good, we're going to fire this puppy up and give it another go. Right now, it's actually cleared up quite a lot in the last half an hour. The flag's got a little offshore breeze going for now, so we'll see how far we get. But right now, the waves are great, which is the main thing, so we're off and running.
And you said to me you've come here since the 90s and you've never seen a week this foggy. So quite a challenging week, right?
Yeah, super challenging with the fog. I mean, the good thing is we've had such a good wave forecast, so when we have been able to run, it's been unbelievable. This place is so blessed with waves, so we'll take it. Yeah, it's just been interesting to have so many days in a row to having to deal with this. I've never seen that before, and you were saying you've lived here all your life, you haven't seen this either, so it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, we just heard the horn. We are on, so let's go. Back to you, boys.
Thanks, Chico. Let's go.
Let's go. Yeah, it's good news. That horn has blasted. We are going on. Yolanda Hopkins, Ellie Harrison. Finally, as you say, third time lucky. Let's hope we get some waves.
42-minute
stays
heat.
away. And yeah, we are
Let's dive
on.
into our Surfline forecast and see what we're looking at. A couple more days left in our window. We can run through to the 6th. This is what's in store.
Yeah, so we've, as Travis said, we're pretty good, really, on the swell. It's not absolutely macking, but there's a pretty consistent period of swell throughout the course of the day. And then it builds potentially on Sunday with a new sort of fresh bit of energy. But crucially, the direction's good on this swell. It's really important.
Bit on either Savo.
Yeah, a bit of wind, but you know what? We've learned to love the wind because that means the more wind, the less fog. So yeah, we have to recalibrate what we want from this week. But we've got swell, and that fog should stay away. We should be in for a pretty cracking weekend, I reckon.
All right, we're underway here. And it will be Yolanda Hopkins and Ellie Harrison once again. Very close to each other on the rankings. That's actually changed as of this round. Yolanda moving up, making a move. And she'll have to go all the way for a win here to even have a chance to qualify. And even then, she'll be just inside that top 10 in terms of where the numbers are now. But it's all about, at the moment, just taking this one heat. And we talked about these two surfers and what they can do yesterday. Quite similar, Chris, in their approaches, which is all about the power, which we love to watch.
Yeah, very low-slung approaches. They attack the lip, big calves out on the open face. Yeah, quite similar. So, yeah, I don't think either of them would be complaining about resetting and starting again from scratch. This is the opening score for Yolanda Hopkins. It's going to come in around about a 3, so medium-sized wave, getting some work done. First points on the board, so nice just to take the temperature of what's going on out there. Yeah, good call to reset the heat. There was a couple of 5s for Yolanda. Ellie had a 3 and a 4. Neither of them would have been particularly attached to those scores. I think you'd rather just get the full 30 minutes and start again.
Yeah, and Ellie Harrison as well, starting off her campaign this morning with 2 turns there. Quite aggressive, as she's mentioned, hitting the lip. Potentially a 3rd one. Looks like she's going to get the better of that exchange. So the surfer from down there on 13th Beach in Victoria is off to a good start, you'd think. Barwon Heads surfer, really hotbed of Australian surfing down there on that coast. And it's about 5 o'clock in the Arvo, Friday Arvo in Barwon Heads. So they'll all be watching this and supporting Ellie as she tries to scalp that rankings and have an outside shot potentially in Brazil for qualifying in the CT.
Yeah, Ellie's best result this year was a 5th at the Bolito Pro a couple of events ago. And that's been her big point earner for the year, releasing the tail on that turn. So she's definitely going to get the better of this exchange. Running through to the beach and plenty of rhythm to that wave. So it's going to be a decent score for the Victorian. Also commentated the Ripkel Pro Urban Surf at the start of the year. Ellie came 2nd, made the final. We ran a QS 3000 in an afternoon.
Yes, well.
16-minute heat. Unbelievable. No fog.
Forecast was good.
Forecast very consistent from start to finish. Lefts and rights. Interesting concept. Actually ran up to the quarters for the women on the left and the men on the right. And then from the quarters onwards, combined everyone on the right. So that was just the broadcast on the right, so that we didn't have to, jump around. Obviously, there were cameras on the left keeping track of everything, but yeah, got a QS event done in half a day.
How do the Victorians self-identify? What are their characteristics as a state? Are all Aussies just the same?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
Unity.
There's individual characteristics. No, can't really tell much in terms of the accent, the regional differences.
Yeah,
I would struggle to pick someone who grew up in Melbourne as opposed to Sydney. But the Victorians are, they're known for their love of sport. That's one of their sort of guiding principles, the AFL. Big sporting community.
As opposed to other parts of Australia, they're just more into culture.
Yeah, so... Correct. Yeah, exactly.
Melburnians would identify as more cultural as well. I mean, there's big rivalry between Sydney and Melbourne, obviously. Funny you mentioned the AFL, because No Victorian teams in the grand final this year. It's awkward. And then there's Melbourne team in the NRL grand final this weekend.
They famously couldn't decide between Sydney and Melbourne to be capitals, so built one right in the middle, equidistant between the two. Yeah, in terms of surfing, I mean, most of the concentrated or all the profile comes from sort of Bells Beach, Torquay region. Ali's only 20 minutes up the coast from there. That's where probably all the industry is, where Quicksilver and Rip Curl sort of founded and where a lot of the surfers sort of live. So
I think there'd be a few people from the Mornington Peninsula and Phillip Island who argue with you there.
Yeah, well,
Nicky Van Dyke and
they're the other
characters.
hot centres. And then down on that Warrnambool coast, you've got this big wave, sort of raw ocean, big wave sort of place, quite a raw and sort of gnarly place to grow up and ride.
It's a nice drive,
waves.
isn't it, down there?
Beautiful drive down there. It's a beautiful part of the world and coastline. Yeah, the Victorians, but we haven't had a Victorian on the CT for such a long time. They've been sort of underrepresented, given the waves they've got, given the industry support. So that's why people like Ellie coming through. It's great to see someone represent Victoria on the biggest stage.
India Robinson.
Yes, true. She did compete on and off.
Benzie's good in the morning, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's sharp.
It's been a while since you've had a male on tour. Troy Brooks, of course. He's living in Queensland these days, as a lot of Victorians seem to do.
Hopkins, here she goes, up and swinging. Chops that one down. Just a little sluggish relatively on the face. Just waiting for this thing to stand up a bit. She'll just kind of snip around, but never really able to square up and give it the treatment. Opening exchange went the way of the Australian, Ellie Harrison. She's got a 4.83 with that first wave. She rode a 3.33 for Hopkins. Yolanda not wasting much time sitting around. She'll just want to keep surfing there. She's all action. Yolanda likes to get up early, likes to get early starts in heats. At the moment, after basically surfing this heat for nearly a day, she just wants to win it.
Yeah, absolutely. It means a lot to Yo, being a homegrown event, a young Portuguese surfer from down the south coast. She grew up. She actually had a quite sort of severe sort of bronchial problems as a kid. She's had to take a lot of medication and things, which caused all sorts of issues. It made her actually struggle to do exercise, and by her own accounts, helped. You made life difficult. She's overcome a lot, and it was through surfing that she found a passion and a way forward through life. And right now, she's up against it.
Ellie Harrison here on the white water and then out and snapping off the top again. Nice spark to that turn from her. She's got a section down the line which tickles her fancy, and she hits it, gets some nice release from the tail as well. So a bit more dynamic in terms of what she's doing at the moment. The board's doing a bit more than what we've seen from Yolanda Hopkins. There's a bit more lip there as well, which I think will be reflected in the scoreline.
Another interesting fact about Victoria, they've just had one of their best springs in a long time. And,
in terms of
waves, and a lot of the surfers, Aussie surfers, went down to the Bells region to put in some reps before this event got underway.
Yeah, Ellie would have been scoring that there. She's had a 4.8 for a first wave, and she backs it up there. Nice little bit of flare at the end, a bit of layback. So sort of each wave, Harrison just getting a bit better waves throwing a bit more opportunity. And so far, she's just got the edge on Hopkins. It's in the lip. That's a nice turn. A little bit hung up, and then a nice finish, which has been a trademark in both her waves. She has finished strong. So should be pretty happy with the start. We saw Jay Bottle-Thompson down there on the beach. He looked pretty sort of content with what her charge is getting up to. So far, it's going to plan. She's building that house, trying to improve each individual score. Back out there. Conditions are looking pretty clear at the moment. Still very little wind. And just enough swell to pull through the reef. The tide's looking good today as well. We've got sort of low tide, I think, Paul, around 9 or 10 in the morning, and most of the afternoon. Here goes Yo. So this is a wave we saw. She bides her time. You're right when you were saying she was S-turning, but never gripping the wave or never getting a lip to hit. She's really strong on her finish as well. She likes big, meaty sections and using her power, but that wave it was just a bit lateral, a bit flat, and that's why she's only got a couple of threes to her name.
Yeah, hasn't fired up in this one as yet. Just hasn't really caught the waves to be able to do that. Yeah, we're still going out with the tide, actually. Around about 10 o'clock. It's still a pretty big tide, so we've got another hour or so, nearly 2 hours of the outgoing tide, and it will get pretty shallow out there over the reef. Pretty uneven one as well. dealing with the rocks has been something that surfers have got to do pretty much at any stage of the tide, really, high tide. Get that inside section, and surfers who decide to take it on, they're taking risks. We're watching Noah Clapp getting ready for her heat. The American, she's taken on Nadia Ericeira. Major implications for Nadia there. The Goofy, 5th place on the Challenger Series coming into this event. She'll want to keep going. Both of those two surf well in the early rounds, and they'll be keeping a close eye on things here. Something that surfers like to do is watch the waves, and we're able to do that, which is cool, because we've had some real trouble with fog over the last day or two. Meanwhile, Set standing up, and it will be Ellie who has second priority, and she'll go here and then opening up, staying pretty light on her feet. A couple of carves into the pocket from her, and really just trying to stay sort of neutral in terms of positioning on the wave and try and get this runner section through here, which isn't really there. That's part of the reason maybe why Yolanda wasn't super interested in that with Pryor, because Yolanda's had a couple of ways like that, hasn't she? It just kind of fizzled out. I think she's looking for something with more on the end section. Yeah, it was a good decision from Yolanda. I mean, it looked like a nice, one of the bigger waves that we've seen in the morning. So your urge is to go it. She's waited, though, out the back of this next one, hoping it's going to pay with this wave out the back. Late takeoff. Here goes Hopkins. Yeah, this is the one she was after. So here she goes off the bottom, then into the lip, and then straight into another bottom turn, hard off the rail, and just driving that board down. She's got the bit between the teeth here, and she'll give it another crack. So much more the sort of surfing she likes to do, hard off the bottom all the way up to the top of the wave, that amplitude that we talk about. That's something she really likes to do whenever possible. And on that occasion, a couple of cracks on the lip. Yeah, and it was that decision she made not to go that way that her opponent Harrison caught that made the difference there. She was patient, she waited for it, and when she's starting to get vertical, as soon as there's a bit more size in the waves as well, her style does come into play. So yeah, 3 good connections with the wave, a bigger wave, and effectively for Yo, she'll think, right, that's my start, I'm on.
I think she played the waiting game perfectly with the priority. Not 100% sure she'll be exactly stoked on how perfectly she connected with each of those turns, but it's a good wave. It's run down the point, allowed her to tee off a couple of times, and that's going to be a decent score. This is what we saw Ellie Harrison do. This was on the first wave of the set, the one that Yolanda let her have, and we can see why Yo decided not to go on this one. It didn't really stand up, didn't amount to much, and didn't allow Ellie that opportunity to really open up the shoulders and tee off. So 17 minutes to go. This looks like live action from Ellie Harrison. This one might bite the bottom and run a little bit. Gets vertical. That was a nice connection. So we'll need to see what she did up the top of it to work out where that score is going to sit. We can see she's finished a long way down the point. She's in amongst the almost dry rocks on the end section. So the previous wave for Ellie's not going to go into her top 2. But we've got numbers to come for both Yolanda Hopkins and Ellie Harrison that may well do so on the back of this last exchange.
Yeah, you see there, Ellie, again, when those cutbacks are coming into play too often, it's a situation where they don't get a whole lot of points in between turns. She always has been doing kind of that sort of similar turn at the end section the last few waves. But again, that wave just not standing up straight. We managed to tag it at the end, but you think all those sort of fat sections is going to hold against that. Aussies don't mind it. Yeah, they don't mind it at all. Not the most sort of unbiased of judges, but given some support down here early on the beach.
Perfectly neutral.
Yeah, it's so important to have that, to know that there's so many people down there on the beach supporting you, and some big numbers dropping, Paul. Yeah, Hopkins, we talked about that use of priority, nailed it, didn't she? 6-5 in from our panel for Yolanda Hopkins. So that's quite the Aussies down there. Yeah, after the start of the heat, where it was almost a reverse of the V1 that we ran yesterday, when it was Yolanda was getting the slightly better waves. Ellie with a good bit of momentum, particularly that first exchange, but now Yolanda really back in this heat here and putting a little bit of pressure. We're waiting for a number to come in for Ellie Harrison. She's got the 5-1-7, so she's kind of building up her momentum. Let's see where this one goes, but at the moment we're very evenly poised here, and we're always identifying this matchup as two kind of similar styles. There are obviously differences between them, but
This one delivering so far. We just want to keep these sets coming through. We want to see it pulse.
Yeah, in an ideal world, you know, each set would provide 2 waves, you know, equal opportunity for both surfers. That seems to be, there's always one wave in each set that tends to be the best one. But with plenty of time, if they're coming often enough, they can sort of just go set for set and, you know, deal with it that way. There's plenty of inside waves as well if you do get caught. The remnants of a, you know, this sort of west-northwest swell still filling in. Looks like Yolanda might be using her priority here, though.
Here goes Hopkins, driving off the bottom and a little sticky on the opening section, and then she'll kind of snatch at a lip, really. So just a quick wave. Not a lot of surfing done on it. She'll get back on the board and try and get herself back in the lineup and find something and just keep applying the pressure, really.
Yeah, I think this may have been an error, really. We just talked about waiting for those sets. Yolanda, I mean, it's a lovely finish, and it might get her the lead, but she just, you know, sat out there, waited for priority, got the biggest wave of the heat and got a big number. I think she probably just needed to try and do that again. Instead, she's went sort of mid-size one, in between set almost. Finished it off nicely, but did, in the process, give her opponent the priority. So we'll see if that's an error or not. I just think that it's unlike her in that situation to try and, yeah, just get those in-between ones when, you know, there are those sets out there. You just got to be a bit more patient.
Just over 13 minutes to go in this one. We're waiting for that last number of Yolanda. Hopkins, 3-3 is her first wave ridden. That's the backup at the moment. Let's see if she'll improve on that. A 3-5 will put her in first, but really should be thinking not about that number at all, and about trying to get another set wave. Just do multiple hits, go all the way down the reef, really open up with the board and take on the lip if possible. Throw some spray. Show us the power, both of these two surfers at the moment. Just wanting a little bit more from the ocean. We've seen some glimpses of good energy coming through, but now it's all about the patient game. 12.5 on the clock. Hopkins will just about get a first with a 3-7-3. So that's our situation here as we have kicked off. Well, we've resumed the round of 16 with this third heat of it, frustrated by the fog holds. But we're back on here today in the Challengers Series, high stakes. For surfers looking to try and qualify for the CT. More live action from the EDP Ericeira Pro when we return. Welcome back to Portugal. And we're watching heat number 3 of the round of 16. Hopkins, an Olympian from this country, taking on the young Aussie Ellie Harrison at the moment. Priority is with blue. That's Ellie. She needs a number. Not a huge one. 5.07 the requirement at the moment. Hopkins still sitting on a relatively modest score of a 3.73 in her backup. Her high score is a 6.5, and it's the best of the action that we've seen this morning. And after dealing with a long pause, a couple of holds yesterday, waiting out the afternoon, really coming back in the evening, trying to finish this heat. We've been able to get things going today, but right now we're watching that lines fill in, and we've still got plenty of swell out in the water. Here we go with Ellie Harrison, looking for a number, and she'll go driving off the rail. And then nice snap with a bit of spark from her. So a bit of quick stuff there in the transition. And a good turn to finish as well. So surfing with the speed. Let's see where this goes with the panel, but we like that.
Yeah, that was really a lot more intent. And yeah, that board speed was crucial. She's being forced in some of her other waves to load sort of downtime, a lot of cutbacks. In this case, she seemed to just get a run up. Little first turn back to the source, but here she starts picking up there. It's a nice little turn off the top, and then the finishing's been really solid. Kind of a trademark Harrison sort of layback, almost a mini layback, and chasing a 5.07. So it's going to be right there in the mix, you'd imagine. And it's going to be a bit of a, I think this heat's going to be ding-dong battle, up, back and forth the whole way to the end.
It'll be interesting to see the comparison between these two scores. We saw Yolanda get that 6.5 where she went straight at the lip on her first turn and then backed it up with a couple more. Ellie, the 2 calves before she got the verticality on the end section for mine. Ellie's was a pretty fluently and well-surfed wave. Maybe Yolanda's was a little bit bigger. It shouldn't come into play, but definitely seems to. And 8.5 minutes to go. This is locked up. I mean, we've already had 12 minutes before this, so we're well over the half-hour mark that these two have put in the water. Plus, they paddled out yesterday for a restart that never happened. So, yeah, this heat has gone on and on and on. We've even had an interview with Yolanda midway through the heat. So all sorts of interesting scenarios coming in. Also coming in last wave for Ellie Harrison, a 6.07, so that's put her back into the lead. So yeah, little by little, these two are just building on their totals and hot potatoing the lead back and forth. Right now, it's Ellie Harrison with a 6.07 and a 5.17 in first. Yolanda Hopkins has priority. She wants to cash it in and basically pick up a 5 to put herself back into first.
Yeah, there's nothing between these two surfers. They're like one place apart on the Challenger Series rankings. There's a 1 point apart in this heat. So yeah, they're just really, really similar surfers, similar styles. They're getting similar waves, and it's really hard to differentiate between the two at the moment. Harrison just with the edge.
Got a glimpse of Nada Ericeira making her way down the beach. Got a heat against Noah Clapp. That's coming in about 7 minutes time. Here's Hopkins. Bit of pressure on the rail of the board and then into the lip. Bit of spice there. So again, it's just the 2 turns though. So a shorter wave from Yo. Unable to open up on a section that runs through that inside to the middle part of the reef. So just turns done out the back. She would have wanted a bit more, I feel.
Guys, a lot of zip to that turn and then strong up into that section. 2 turns should replace her 3.73 possibly.
Yeah, I mean, needing a 4.74. I just think she could have pushed that second turn. She, it was one section. She knew there wasn't going to be any other wave opportunity after that. Chasing a relatively high number. I think she could have gone for a bit more, gone for broke there a little bit, thrown a bit more risk.
All right, here goes Ellie. What she got here. Quick snap off the top with maintaining speed to get here. And she'll hit it again. And then a foamy section. So we've got a bit of a crumbly lip line this morning. Surfers got a couple of different approaches to that, how exactly they deal with it. But the good news is pretty consistent with the waves coming through. How do we like this from Ellie?
Yeah, again, I mean, it's a really different approach. She's fanging down the line a bit more. This last little turn is really snappy and whippy. So she's been getting those sort of 5s with waves like that. Yeah, both surfers kind of really just ignoring priority to a degree, just sort of catching every wave that sort of looks half decent. Not, they would have done their research, it would have been in the lineup, and sort of just preferring to just really throw the dice every time one comes through rather than wait it out. And so far, Harrison just getting the edge as it stands before that wave. Not sure if that will improve her overall total, but Yolanda Hopkins needing to score as well. That 2-turn combo, she did it a 4.74 for that wave. The judges taking their time with it as well, I might add. So she'll be out the back. We'll need that score potentially before she takes off on the next wave.
Just over 5 on the clock here. Let's see how this heat's gone down. Here's the recap.
Yeah, we just talked about how close these two are, and a match stick between them. Yo started off pretty good. She would have been like this wave. It's a bit longer. nice finish. Not really connecting as cleanly as she can do, or she probably would like, but still getting the good waves. But Harrison, a little bit smoother, just a little bit crisper in some of her turns. I think probably she's got the heat lead pretty much on the basis of the finishing. All the 3 waves, or most of the waves, have finished this sort of signature turn coming up. That one there, just a little bit of release, a bit of layback, and so far she's just got the edge. I think these waves is where Yo's has made a couple of mistakes, going little waves that aren't running down the line, Binzi, but just more, you know, 2-turn combos where Harrison's just been getting more opportunity.
Yeah, I think such a slow, long, drawn-out heat. Obviously, it's been going for the best part of the last day. You then get in the water and you can, you know, over-amp a little bit and just start taking off on everything. We've seen Yolanda's got 6 waves, Ellie's got 7. And there's a few of those, the 3s and the 4s, where maybe you could have just let that one go and held on your priority a little bit longer. We're waiting for these last scores to come in. As it stands right now, Ellie Harrison's in the lead with an 11.24 total. Yolanda's needing a 4.74, but they've both got scores to come in that could be significant, and there's a few more sets brewing out the back.
Here we go. Hopkins into this, driving off the bottom, tags it, and keeps the speed up throughout. Carvin wrapping back to the soup and still swinging. A little bit of a wobble on the wave. She does all right to deal with it, and she'll get a finish as well. So that's much better from her, an emphatic finish. Her number in prior to that wasn't enough to quite get the scores, but she still looking for that 4.74. Very good chance of getting that right there.
Yeah, the difference in this wave was the intent. There was a lot of aggression from as soon as she got up this first turn, set the tone for it, hits the lip, and then she just starts tearing in, really. A bit more sort of bite on her turns, a bit more carve, and then got the finish here with a clean exit. So you think that 4.74 will be in danger. Got the priority, used it well. Just looked a bit more fired up there, Yolanda, I thought. And a bit of clutch surfing, really impressive.
I really enjoy the bottom turn. She comes hard off it, eyes, you know, necks craned back, just eyeing off the lip, and then, you know, manages to get really vertical and slap it, and then fluently flowing out of that one. And it got the reaction from the crowd. Those moments of drama, the judges enjoy, everyone enjoys. But we are still waiting on the previous wave of Ellie Harrison to come in. So anything over a 5.17 will make that 4.74 requirement of Yolanda's a little bit tougher. Ellie has priority, 2 minutes to go. Let's hope these scores come through quickly so the surfers know.
We're getting the ding-dong, aren't we? 6 wave each is so evenly poised. This one, really entertaining. Very close indeed. Number's going to come through from Yolanda. It's going to be a good one. She's going to go 6.4. For Yolanda. Hopkins goes to first. There's some decent numbers on the board right now. Ellie Harrison's number, the requirement 6.83. Didn't see that on her last wave, but she does have priority, and she does have 90 seconds. She's probably going to need a wave here.
Yeah, she does, and needs some big numbers. She's running out of time now. I'll tell you what, in terms of timing, Yolanda Hopkins pretty happy with that. Just, you know, 2 minutes to go, big number, put your opponent under pressure. She's going to have to start scrapping rather than waiting now. But she is having a look at this one, so she's going to go. This will be a last wave of the heat potentially, and you can see by the body language and the fact that she just flopped out of that one that that's not going to work out, and that's going to play right into Yolanda's hands. She'll be all over it now. And I think that might be the last throw of the dice for Ellie Harrison, with 50 seconds on the clock, and with Yolanda now having a heat lead and priority.
Yeah, so that previous score came in for Ellie. It was a 3.23, so the situation still stands at Ellie Harrison chasing a 6.83, the best wave of the heat, the requirement.
Yeah, just interesting to see on Yolanda's face there. This has been a battle of attrition. I think it's taken a lot out of both of these. Yolanda's in a good position. She comes into cover, but you can almost see that sort of weariness on her face as well. This one has been very intense and closely fought. Yolanda Hopkins will stay real close now to Ellie Harrison with prio and a solid lead. And we'll count down here. And Ellie didn't really do much wrong throughout that heat, but it's just that quality wave that fell to Yolanda towards the end. A little opportunity out the back here. Will it get here in time? Even if it does, Ellie takes it. Yolanda can just drop in.
She can't. Not once the hooter's gone.
After the horn, though.
Ooh.
So, all right. let's see. I think anyway, Ellie was up after. So they're both up after the horn. And that was a really entertaining one in terms of sort of surfing that we were kind of expecting them to do. And that was delivered as well. So tense moments for coaches. And it will be Yolanda Hopkins as Johnny stoked. And that's his charge, Yolanda, who will be through and making it to quarters at home here in Portugal. And so we're all wrapped up with that heat, which did take a little while. It was one that was frustrated by fog throughout yesterday. And these two, well, particularly Yolanda, feel pleased to get it underway and obviously have got the win. Ellie Harrison will think about heading over to Brazil, Saquarema, last challenger event of the season. So yeah, Yolanda Hopkins will keep the Portuguese crowd fired up here this morning. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. More live action from the round of 16 featuring Noah Clapp and Nadia Aristabe, 5th on the Challenger Series rankings. Stay tuned.
Sorry about that. So go to our
The EDP Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella Galicia is brought to you by EDP, official energy partner of the WSL in Portugal. By Millennium Bank, official bank of the WSL in Portugal. By Hertz, official rental car of the WSL in Portugal. By You and the Sea, your hotel in Ericeira by the sea. And by Mayo, official technology partner of the WSL in Portugal.
Welcome back to Ericeira. We are storming through this now. We've got a bit of a roll on. The fog has cleared. The best surfers in the world are in town, and we have got another massive heat coming up. My name's Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth by Chris Beams. We've got Noah Clapp from Malibu and Nadia Aristabe, the bass surfer. Big heat for Nadia here, Chris. She's ranked number 5 on the Challenger Series rankings, and she really needs a big result here to, to get on the CT. Basically, it's huge for her.
Yep, she sure does. We've had 4 events so far, 4 different winners. So the field is widely spread, but pretty much tells you need to win an event if you are going to make it onto the championship tour for 2025 on the ladies' side. So, yeah, you just mentioned Noah Clapp. She surfs for Germany, lives in Malibu. Do you know any more about that situation?
It's got German heritage. Yeah, I don't know. And, to be honest, I don't, is my answer. I ain't going to fib. Noah came in. She's a bit of a surprise packet, really. She's down on the rankings, but that first heat she surfed here, she really put on notice just how good a surfer she is. Really aggressive and really smooth. And she's looking for sponsorship, and she's doing a good job of it. But speaking to someone who was doing a good job out there in the water, we've got Yolanda Hopkins down on the beach with Chico Alves.
Yeah, boys, good morning. I'm down here at the beach with Yolanda. Yolanda, a pair of 6s. Looks like a good combined total to start off the day.
Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, I was just telling you how actually difficult the ocean is today. Yesterday was actually quite consistent, and today it seems like kind of slow. As soon as the heat after us started, it was just like pumping sets. I knew Ellie was going to be like a really hard competitor, even since like a while ago. And yeah, I was just trying to keep my calm. I knew I had to get like a couple of the bigger waves to actually get some scores. And actually, the ocean, the weather was in my side today, and I managed to get the 2 biggest waves of the heat. And yeah, I just had a couple of nice turns and managed to get a couple sixes.
How do you reset after a long wait yesterday, waiting for your heat? Just because you were here all day, was it tiring? Were you afraid of being just a bit more tired than usual coming for this one really early in the morning?
Not really. I don't know if people know me. I know I don't get that tired that easily. Yeah, since like actually I think if I competed yesterday afternoon, it'd have been like more mentally tiring, because today it was like a full reset. I went to sleep, it's a brand new day, it's like a full new heat. So no, I wasn't really like thinking about it. It's just kind of reset my mindset like I was yesterday before the start of my heat, and yeah, just carry on from that.
Yeah, you're looking amazing. Good luck for the next round, Yolanda. It's always great to see you really early in the morning here in the beach, so great to have you here.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Back to you,
Thanks,
boys.
Chico. Thanks to that. Yeah, she doesn't get tired. That one, she's already got up at 5, done a 10-mile run, crunched out some burpees, surfed the heat, and she's not even getting started. So, yeah, Yolanda, all positive vibes into the quarterfinals. As we see, a couple of waves were ridden during that heat interview. Ericeira and Clapp. Here's the one from Noah.
Yep, on her backhand, and a bit like Tara Watanabe earlier on this week. Malibu experience coming into play with a, running right. And Clapp, that one got the better of the race. Nadia Ericeira on her backhand. As we keep saying, desperate to get a big result and see if she can't just cling on to that 5th place in the Challenger Series rankings race.
Yeah, absolutely huge for Nadia. She's really powerful surfer. She takes her time, never rushed. And as you say, she's been so consistent, throughout the course of the event. The whole event's made the quarterfinals or above in each one, but hasn't got up to that semi-final, finals, where all the difference are. So she's come across, often the heat winners have taken her out in each individual competition. Yeah, she's there. She's in 5th place. She will know, though, that Erin Brooks, the surfer above her, was knocked out of the event in the 1st round. So there is some room for manoeuvre there. And she needs to get through a couple of heats at least to hold on to her 5th place spot and then go into Brazil with a real chance of that CT. But it's a lot of pressure, and Noah Clapp has put on the pressure early with a 5.33. Yeah, the Malibu style there. I think her and Tara are traveling together and hanging out. So they're, they've got a pretty good little vibe going on. And growing up in Malibu, well, it's got to be good for your style, right? It's got to be take off a few of the rough edges.
Oh, absolutely. You've got, the longboarders to see how they go about it. You've got the local surf community, and you've got to deal with crowds. So all of a sudden, a surfer wave like this with no one else.
I was going to say, yeah, just become a competitive surfer just to get away from the crowds, basically. So you can go out there and, have a bit of space. But, yeah, she's really surprised back at this event. Been really confident, really bubbly, great interviews. And right now, she's got a 5.33 and the lead. Meanwhile, some of our roving reporter, Chico Alves, he's got a bit more action for us. What's going on, Chico?
Yeah, boys, I've got a legend with me, Ericeira. You've competed here. You know this wave really well. A lot of good and bad moments over the course of the last 15 or 20 years in your career. And you've got an important moment in the water now, Nadia Ericeira, right? She's really close to qualify. How's she feeling today?
She's feeling good, like she's having a really nice week, and I came here just to support her and her coach as well, Guille, that they're doing an amazing job during the whole year, and I just wanted to be here. It would be amazing to have her in the city, and yeah, it's a good excuse to come here to Portugal to visit all my friends and support Nadia.
And you had the chance to have a couple of surfs around the comp area. I know you've been trying to sneak around and get a few.
Yeah, I've been catching a couple of waves. Yeah, the fog was good for free surfing, so we make the most of it.
Not 15 foot like you like?
No. But it's been good. It's been really good, and yeah, having a good serve, good excuse after to go dinner, and nice food as well. So it's been beautiful for the moment. Yeah.
Just a week full of excuses, right? So thanks so much for being here, for supporting Nadia, and hopefully she makes it.
Hopefully, yeah. Let's go.
Let's go, boys. Back to you.
Thanks, Chico. Yeah, Ericeira, what a legend,
isn't he? Oh.
Not a bad man to have in your corner. Not as a not an official coach, just as a support crew. But he's a really big supporter of all the back surfers, and always shows up. Always got that smile on his dial, and always ready to go surfing at the drop of a hat.
Yeah,
and,
you know, if the cave was start to turn around the corner,
incredible. He'd be out there. Noah Clapp driving down the line, and she's just going the first turn a little bit sort of scraggly. Next one's nice. Clicks in the pocket. A third one is good, so she's getting a roll on and finishes it off on the inside, and she liked it. After that first turn was a little bit wobbly, she started to find her feet and started getting more reps in. And so Clapp, just despite her inexperience, despite her lower ranking, she's started this heat really well.
Yeah, she sure has. She's been on the better waves, and she has made the most of it. So the 5.33, her opener, has she matched it?
I think she has. I think those 4 turns are going to be pretty solid. Got a sort of interesting hand placement. Nadia does as well. I like the sort of little USP, just a little bit different. She's pretty recognisable style. And that backhand attack honed at Malibu coming into very helpful right now at Ribera. And she kicks out. So
the USP.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Unique selling point.
Absolutely.
Bit of marketing coming into how you appraise surfing.
Yeah.
Is that? Okay.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, everyone's got to have their USP, mate. What would be yours, Chris?
About my surfing?
Yeah. No, just in general. Just life. Trying to think about it.
Yeah, there's probably a lot to think about in that one.
Well,
I know with my surfing, it's my weird back knee and my DJ hands up in the air.
Right, yeah. Everyone's got their thing, mate. That's what I like about, surfing. A lot of these young surfers get coached from an early age, and sometimes those things can get coached out of you, but I like keeping the little idiosyncrasies. But I'll tell you what, it's a big number coming in for Noah, a 6.67, as we just see.
Something else that's coming in.
Fog is coming in. We don't want that. It's just going to be around for a while. This is not going anywhere. It just depends on how much we can deal with it in the morning. Hopefully the afternoon does improve. But you can see on your screen, they'll be keeping you close look. As long as the judges can see, when you're out there surfing, it's fine. Like, we had a surf yesterday, and when the fog was pretty deep, you can, it doesn't actually affect the surfing or the surfers. It's just the ability that the judges can't see it is, the main issue. And they'll just be keeping a close eye on that. Right now, that we are still going on, 7 minutes on the clock, and Noah, a 6.67 and a 5.33, so strong numbers. Here goes Ericeira trying to fight back. Here's that turn. Second turn is important, a little bit slow, but wheels up again, gets vertical. Similar to a first wave in that it just didn't get locked. Geez, the Barrett's, Aritz and the Bass crew, though, they liked it. I think they just like seeing her get a bit of form and a bit of confidence. Her vertical surfing is probably her real trademark. Once she gets an open face, she's got a really big extension on her backhand.
All right, let's see how she goes about it. Really opening the shoulders, wrenching the head around, eyeing off the lip, and doing it very nicely. Pretty rhythmical from start to finish. If you compare it to Noah's 5 and 6, probably a little bit closer to the 5 than the 6, you'd think.
Yeah, 3-turn combos. It was really well put together.
Chasing it a little bit though, never like completely out in clean water.
She threw a lot of spray though, which is part of her trademark as well. So yeah,
you'd be handy with that as your USP to your surfing. What do you do? Oh, not much, but I throw heaps of spray.
A lot of spray.
Okay, legend.
She really does. She's really got that sort of tall, sort of physical power and build. She knows surfs a lot of right-hand points where she grew up out there in the Basque Country. So one of the strengths. And
soup out there right now.
She's got a 5.17 for that last wave. You're pretty much bang on the score there. Binzi and Ericeira back in the mix, now netting a 6.83 to move up into second.
So plenty of talk about Yolanda Hopkins and Ali Harrison and how they surfed the 20-hour heat. You've also got a feel for Noah Clapp and Nadia Ericeira, who were waiting in the wings ready to go the whole time. So, you know, they wouldn't have been getting in the water, coming out, drying off, having to do all that kind of biz, but just sitting there with their ashies on ready to go. And yeah, so they will have done some mental gymnastics over the past 20 hours as well.
Yeah, especially for Nadia. I mean, it's a big heat for Noah, but not a whole lot riding on it in terms of qualification places. But for Nadia, this is, you know, the potentially biggest heat of her, let's call it a career. I mean, it's absolutely massive. I don't want to overstate it, but she's in 5th. She's at home. She needs a result. So, I mean, every single heat from our end is really important. Yeah, and as you say, she had a lot of time to think about it. Just couldn't get, you know, it wasn't a set schedule for it. Had to wait for the calls every hour, kind of on edge. So.
And also, when we do say not a lot riding on it qualification-wise, you win this one, you win Rio, you're in the mix.
Yeah.
And of course,
if you win 2 events in a row, yeah, of course you're in the mix.
Yeah, and all of these surfers come into every event thinking that they're going to win. So if you're to say, hey, there's not much on the line here for you, they're like, what do you mean?
They all say that, though, don't they? Do they really believe it?
Well,
do they all believe it? No, they can. Ericeira, yeah, you're right. No, absolutely. You've come this far. I mean, you've got through the American qualifying system for Noah. So, I mean, you know, it's not easy to be one of the 5 surfers on that, you know, the best young qualifiers in America. So she's obviously got incredible pedigree. She's obviously got real talent. And yeah, you're right. She, you know, she'll believe she can win. And she's only 3 heats out now. Here she is, though. But while we've got a bit of fog and a little bit of a slow in conditions, we're going to have a short commercial break and come back with more live action from the EDP Ericeira Pro right after this. Welcome back to Ericeira. We are at the EDP Ericeira Pro, a massive heat here in terms of qualification. Noah Clapp surfing under German flag, but from Malibu, and Nadia Ericeira, the Basque surfer, fighting for her qualification dreams, currently on 5th place in the Challenger Series. Had a few waves ridden in that potential little break we had. Nadia with priority. She's now needing a 6.83, though Noah has got another wave in. So while we had the break, we'll catch up on it. But I can tell you that she got a 6.73. So some big numbers from Clapp. Really, really putting the pump. And here it is. It's a nice clean wave. She drives around the corner, set up turn. There's a big one, more vertical. And there's a third. A lot of spray on that last one. And given how young she is and experienced, she's surfing absolutely nervously and putting real pressure on her more fancied opponent.
Yeah, well, a little less pressure and a little more freedom just to go out and surf and let the wave dictate everything you're up to. Bit of a set coming in through the gloom right now. Ericeira has priority. She's looking for a huge score, an excellent 8.23, her requirement. So basically, she wants to at least get rid of her 5 and tighten the gap between her and Noah Clapp. And under second priority, that was Noah going. We've missed the start of it. And we're going to miss she misses the end of it as she goes down. So a bit of a wobbly wheel on that one. Here goes Nadia Ericeira. She's liked the looks of this one. Don't know if it was that great of a wave. Perhaps a little bit of impatience. She'll scramble now to go and try and recover first priority. So this might be a little minute of not much eventuating in the end. Bit of action, but no significance.
Two mistakes from both surfers there. We're just talking about how they've been surfing, pretty nervously, and then they both made an error. Nadia get back out, chasing some big numbers. She's going to effectively need two solid numbers rather than that one massive 8.23. You'd think. 10 minutes on the clock. Well, while they're doing that, but I think we've got a Chico in the mist down there on the rock platform. Chico, what's going on down there, mate? What's happening?
Mate, I tell you what, we are here on the beach. It's 1 hour away from fully low tide. And here we can see how kind of like this whole point break is kind of built. We can see there's like big rocks all around the place. And then there's like this kind of like soft and really long part of the rock here. And usually on this side, we can see the break from here and we can walk just across this part of the bay, and you can walk literally all the way to the peak, and you paddle like probably like 15 seconds and you're there. Yeah. So you avoid walking through the whole shelf.
Yeah, and what are those rocks? What type of, like, geology-wise, Chico? What are they?
I think they're volcanic for sure. Yeah. I've been in all over the places, but yeah, this feels like volcanic, and it's really warm actually. So yeah, okay. It's volcanic for sure.
And if you wander around those rock pools, what do you find? Fins, octopus? Is there all sorts of bits and pieces?
Mainly what you're going to find here is octopus, maybe a couple of fins, but Ribeira is not known for being that shallow, so not many fins here, more octopus.
Okay, mate. All right. Well, good update from the low tide there. There's a Chico from above, and it's a beautiful part of the world. Incredible coastline. You can walk along that whole stretch. It's a World Surfing Reserve. This whole section.
It's a lot friendlier than the beach scenes at a few of the other point breaks around here that have the urchins and the barnacles and the mussels and all the rest. And
yeah, you'll see just around to the north at near Postino, like that's where all the learners go around for their lessons, and they actually surf over those reefs. You learn, you literally learn to ride on waves. But it's pretty forgiving, as we see Clark. Well, Chico was talking. Sorry, Ericeira. This is the one she's trying to get back in the game. Oh, there's a big turn. She's going to try and finish it down the line if she can. She's looking for some open face and gets it up and finishes it. So we'll see what did out the back. But this turn looked pretty sick. There it is. That's what Ericeira does. She puts it up there. She does those big coat hangers. And Ericeira trying to get back in the game. Needed an 8.23. Probably not going to go up to that score, but she's definitely feeling a bit more. Definitely give herself a shot to get back in this heat.
Yeah, as I said, she wants to get rid of that 5.17. You'd imagine she's done that. And the important thing there is that will then drag down that requirement she needs to catch Noah Clapp. So currently it's an 8.23. Anything over a 5.17 for that last wave. And let's be honest, most of the points coming from that one big turn in the middle. And she'll have a lot less of a target. And it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen. So there'll be a tightening up on the leaderboard. There it is, a 6-point ride for Nadia Ericeira. She now requires a 7.4. So still a big score, but a whole lot more attainable than the 8 she needed previously with 7 minutes to run.
She was a little bit unlucky there. She did that big backhand hook, which got a lot of the points. And if she just had a nice clean section to finish off, if she just rode out and came around and slammed the door, she would have got probably another point. Unfortunately, it just ran off a bit faster, and she did the last turn, but it wasn't the exclamation point that she wanted. But still, as you say, Chris, she's back in the heat. A 7.4 is gettable for a surfer of her talent. She'll be feeling just a little bit better. She won't be feeling comfortable because she's sort of well behind on the scoreboard, but she's given herself a shot at least.
Yep, she sure has 6.5 minutes to run. So you can see from this drone angle, when you're a little bit closer, it is a lot clearer. I know that the pulled back shot might be looking a little bit murky, but hopefully the judges have still got pretty good vision. Obviously, the surfers wear brightly coloured jerseys for a reason. So.
Yeah, they've got good vision. They're right down on the point. They've also got the replays covering from all angles. So at the moment, you know, they'll just be making sure that they can give absolutely, you know, equal opportunity to both surfers and make sure the judging is clean. I tell you what, speaking clean, Noah Clapp out there with a couple of high sixes and with priority. So she surfed such a well compiled heat. She's really put it together incredibly well, has Noah. And I only have the recap here, and this is how she went about it. She started off strong, just doing a nice backhand hook there, and then another. And from the get-go, she was just confident. She wasn't, you know, wasn't missing any sections. The wave selection was good, and from the very start, this young surfer from Malibu really has shown that she's got what it takes to be super dangerous in this event.
Yeah, she's looking great on her backhand. A little bit like the last heat with Yolanda and Ellie, but at the moment the leaderboard's reversed. It's kind of Nadia and Yolanda who were looking a bit more powerful, a bit more aggressive, whereas Ellie Harrison and Noah Clapp a little bit more stylish and flowing down the line with the rhythm. And right now that's working in Noah Clapp's favour. She's got priority. There's under 5 minutes to run. Handy lead, but she'd love to upgrade one of those sixes and make things a little bit tougher for the Basque surfer Nadia Ericeira.
Yeah, Ericeira under the pump here. We've already lost the current number 4 on the rankings. Number 5 on the rankings, Ericeira here in trouble. So there will be surfers, you know, down the list from 5 till 10. You know, Yolanda Hopkins is one down there, a bit lower than that, but Vahina Fierro, all those ones just lying, lurking beneath. We'll be watching this pretty closely. Ericeira, they don't count her out. She's still got a shot. She's looking at this one. She might even go it. Clapp's going to let her have that one. And so Ericeira says, right, I'll have a go. First turn is a no-goer, so that wave, yeah, just not offering any opportunities. That's why Clapp made the wise decision to let it go. And now Ericeira will go back out. She's in a position now where she's going to have to manufacture something. She's going to have to potentially go unset waves or go waves that Noah doesn't want, which is hardly an ideal position. But she's still in there, or a 2-wave set would be ideal for the Basque surfer. Here goes Noah though. No, she's just going to go. So here goes Ericeira. She's pulled the trigger again. Looks like a smaller wave, but she's going down the line.
Well, that's not going to be a 7.4. I think she needs to be a little bit more patient. Obviously, she needs that score, but you're not going to get a 7.4 on anything like that.
Yeah, Ritz there. Goni Zubazarata as well in the corner. Nadia, so much support from the legends of European surfing. They were all looking nervous. They were looking worried. They know their charge is in a really sticky spot right now. Looks like this is a bigger wave, and Clapp just lets that one go. She's being patient. She's playing the good game. And so far it's working. And I think with this one, she might start to have a look. And she doesn't. So again, it's good surfing. It's good competitive surfing. She's not getting sucked in. She's not getting sold any lemons by Ericeira. She's maintaining her control of the heat and of priority. And now Nadia's going, right, I've got to do something. I've got to shake this up. And she's trying to move up the point, try and drag her opponent away from the established lineup. But I tell you what, it's not going to be easy. Clapp is not going to let her out of her sights. There's no reason to. She's going to keep on her, play the game. It's a situation where she's got priority. She can choose what she wants to do. And this is a pretty horrible feeling when you're the surfer in second. You need a score. You've got your your opponent just breathing down your neck.
Yeah.
There's only so much you can do. You know, her options are limited by the very nature of the priority system. And this could be potentially a pretty hard loss to take. She's still got another chance. Brazil is there for her. But she knows this was a pretty big opportunity, and you can see the boys are pretty chirpy before the heat. And now
Goni's normally never not shy of a word either, and yeah,
they're worried.
Quiet
they're
times
nervous.
in the Basque camp.
yet. They might be thinking about what they're going to, you know, say to Nadia if she doesn't get out of this one. Have to drag her up. Have to, you know, wash this one off. Losses happen. You obviously always lose more than you win as a professional surfer. This one will be particularly hard to take, but she's still got an opportunity in Brazil if it does happen. Meanwhile, she's going to try and force Noah into this one, and she has. So clap. She might have paddled for that one. That might have been a priority changeover.
Right. Well, one last little glimmer of hope for Nadia Ericeira. She sold Noah Clapp a bit of a dud. She didn't even end up taking off on it, and now priority has flipped to the surfer in blue. 30 seconds, the issue for the Basque woman, however. She needs a wave, and she needs it now.
Yeah, there's Andy Crier, another one of Europe's great surfers, all backing Nadia, but he's looking, scanning the horizon, trying to will something in, but it looks like with 12 seconds on the clock, Noah's going to try and get her own space now. 5 seconds remaining. It looks like that's all over for Nadia, so that's a big, big upset. Noah Clapp continues her giant killing run. There's the hooter. Ericeira now will have to put all her eggs in the Saquarema basket in Brazil. So a big, big upset. But I tell you what, really, really impressive from this young surfer here. She held priority well. She surfed incredibly well. She didn't make any mistakes. And now she's in the quarterfinals. So, yeah, fair play. You can't do much more than that. Noah Clapp with a 13.4 heat total. And Nadia Ericeira, the number 5 surfer ranked on the Challenger Series, just 11.17. So as surfers come in, we're going to go to a short commercial break, bring Paul Evans back into the booth, and have a commercial break right after this. Welcome back to the shores of Portugal. We are rifling through the round of 16 of the women here at the EDP Ericeira Pro, presented by Estrella Galicia. Kira Pickerton in the water with Sol Aguirre, Ben Mundy in the booth with Paul Evans. And that was a bit of a blowover. Paul, I know you're a big Nadia Ericeira surf fan. And you must be feeling the disappointment there, mate. Unlucky for Nadia.
Imagine how agonising the next few days and that travel time over to Brazil. I think that'll feel like it will take an eternity just to get there and get that first heat over there. Let's stay with the action here in Portugal for the moment. And a speedy wave for Pinkerton, who's just trying to get behind here. And she's so good in waves of quality is Kira. And she'll get out for a finish onto the face and the little twofer combo. So that would have felt good just to crack that a couple of times. We know how good she is, particularly in tubes and heavy waves. Right now this morning, having to deal with a swell that's maybe pulsed up a slight bit overnight, but there are some kind of holes in it as well. I saw Yolanda, and she was just saying the free surf, it was absolutely pumping this morning. She said there was so many good waves coming through, and for her heat, the whole thing just went soft, and she had to make that adjustment, sort of realised it maybe 10 minutes in. And I think that's going to be pretty key throughout whatever happens in terms of waves and weather, fog, that kind of stuff, is making those adjustments mid-heat, Ben.
Yeah, for sure. We know about that. It's always a process of being adaptable and flexible. Tides change, fogs come in, fogs go out, and the sets are varying frequency. So that's what you got to do to get through. But I tell you someone who did that in that last heat was Noah Clapp, and she's down on the beach with Chris Binns.
Yeah, not really Chris Binns, it's Chico by Chico, but yeah, I've got Noah Clapp with me. Noah, a bit of a role here. You always seem to find those ones that really allow you to put good numbers on the board.
Yeah, no, it's been super fun. Today the conditions are really fun, so I just had to get on the right wave and then just do my surfing and get the score.
What's the board selection for a day like today? We've seen bigger days here in Ribeira. Can get a bit soft when it's smaller. Did you just change equipment, or is the same one all over the week?
No, honestly, I just ride the same board almost every condition, and it works for me. It's a epoxy spine tech, and I rid it when it was bigger and got good scores as well. So, yeah, it works.
It works. You're looking amazing. Good luck for the next round, and it's always great to have you here in Ribeira de Ilhas.
Thank you so much, and I just want to say thank you to my family and everyone who supports me, any friends, anyone watching. Os quiero mucho y besos.
Os quiero mucho, and back to you, boys.
Thanks, Chico.
Thank you.
Yeah, Noah there, just pretty stoked. Not, if it ain't break, don't fix it. Paul's got a board, it works.
Don't ever think it. Same board, doesn't matter.
Exactly, I like that. You don't want to get, caught up in riddles, changing equipment, overthinking it. Oh, there's a nice bit of sportsmanship. Nadia, you can see that she's disappointed, but still taking the time out for a smile. It's a good sign, actually, sign of maturity. And Nadia will be going to Brazil.
Yeah, I think also just getting away from rankings, there's sort of the manner of the defeat is significant as well. If waves don't come through, I think by now, particularly with Nadia with their experience, she'll just be philosophical about that. Sometimes it's just not with you. If you're getting really good waves and falling off, then that's another story.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, she didn't make a whole lot of errors. Clapp was just in rhythm and got the better waves. You're probably right. Meanwhile, Pinkerton, who started off with a 6-point ride, is up and riding again. Nice little click off the top, and opposite of this one looks like behind her is Sol. So she's driving down the line. Oh, there's a nice little layback snap in the pocket. And just waiting for a finish if she can. A little swooping carve with the arms out, flicks out. So that's Sol's first wave. So she'll be happy to get the ball rolling, get the wax in the feet, and start to build a score and get through this very important heat. We talked about it yesterday, Paul, just being kind of a clutch round, isn't it? It's almost a pivotal point, and Sol with a nice start.
Yeah, time to bust through, isn't it? And turn this into a big result here. The Peruvian, I feel like with her surfing, she's always got something slightly catches you by surprise. Something a little bit different about her rhythm, the way she approaches her maneuvers, and it always looks sparky and creative. Here's the view from above. So just kind of pulling back, a couple of little half turns out the back, and then giving it a swing for a finish. Contrast that, just a lot more power and authority. See how much the board does off that initial bottom turn, and a really nice slicing carve, and then straight into that pocket. There's not a lot of it there. And she is really precise and accurate with her surfing. Even that turn as a setup, she's just squeezing every little bit, but a little pocket there that Kira's able to find and just crack it. Again, really nice surfing from her. So even just a short section, but she does have a decent score in of that 6, and that's going to give her a little bit of a platform.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that was just probably too small a wave really to go up into anywhere near the high range and waves. That was probably she needed to work on. But the actual surfing on it was really strong. You said, with a lot of spray, a lot of power, and Pinkerton getting off to a really sort of nice, competent start. And Sol, well, she was right in the mix too. So we'll see how we get there. Interesting, those different shots. The drone shot shows just how clear that it kind of gives you the surfer's view almost. There's that they can see just nice and cleanly. The front of you, the fog does play a little bit part, but it's a wide one. And here goes Sol under priority. Gets a little miniature sort of foam climb, a bit more open face here. Hits the lip there with a better turn, a bit of spray. And there's a third, it's a little bit sticky. She's going to aim for a finish, so there's a nice finish. So there's 2 waves ridden in a few minutes. She'll be happy about that, especially when it's caught under priority. Always gives you a bit more of a spring in your step, Paul. You feel like you've got one over your opponent there. And it was a wide wave, but I think she surfed it pretty good.
It's such a really good wave. There's sort of a contrast on this wave. I think the first time she sort of missed it completely. Don't really know what she's doing there. That was weird. And then this one, much better. See, bang, straight up and hard with spray. And then still sort of wheelie, really, to finish. Again, I'm not exactly sure about that last turn. So, yeah, we saw bits of real quality and then some other stuff not so good on that same wave. How does this go in terms of the score?
You're right about that first turn, because you either climb the foam and hit the foam hard and do that vertical turn, or you hit the open face, and she kind of did it right in between, like a bit of both almost. And because she sort of hedged the bets, it wasn't very clean. The second turn, though, was big, so that's where all the money's going to be. That was a really, really big turn.
Yeah, and I think coaches, when they do the debrief, we see them writing things down, they do talk about opportunities that were there in the heat and what you could have done. I just think that score could have gone right up there if she'd surfed like the second turn from the beginning. Meanwhile, live action, Kira.
Yeah, Pinkerton waiting for an open face. There's that sort of slash in the pocket and a finish, and maybe a little 2 for 1. So nice surfing from Pinkerton. Experienced competitor now. I mean, she's not that old, obviously, but she just has done a lot of wraps on these two, a lot of qualifying series. Been over to Portugal loads, Paul. We've been lucky enough to see her surf, you know, over the last sort of 5 years. So a lot of experience, and it kind of showed on this wave, I think.
Yeah. There's that snap that she's got, and you know she's going to be throwing spray. And that's partly just because the timing's so good. It doesn't need to do loads with the body to make it look good. Keeping the turns impactful. As you watch the view from above, you just see tucks that back knee in. That allows her to get a little tweak out the tail and release that board, turn it around the other way. As ever, with an eye on the rocks as you get your finish and turn in. Pretty close to them. We're pretty much bang on low tide at the moment. Meanwhile, more live action from Sol.
That first turn was great, and then a check turn, and there's another slash. And now she's hoping for a little finish on the rocks. Gets it in a little bit late. She likes it. I think that, again, was based on those first couple of swings that were really clean. The end of the wave, just a little bit less so. But she likes it. 3.67 for her first. So she's still got a few scores to come in, the Peruvian. And it's a really good battle between these two. Both sort of trading set waves. Both got nice, clean, powerful styles. And at the moment, it's really, really tight. And it's going to go to the wire, you'd imagine, as long as these two keep swinging away. And it's still coming here. Paul, this first one was probably the money.
Really crisp. I mean, really nice section that she's got. And that combo, again, just keeping the speed up and then mixing it, chopping down, using the rail. And then the finish isn't the greatest. But I think the damage was done out the back. Good stuff from her. And getting a good read on this wave. Sort of realising the kind of conditions and where exactly the sections are. That's key to it here at Ribeira. It does feel like you don't need to hammer that end section to get a score. Obviously, you can't if that's not what the wave's offering. But it's really good to see a surfer out the back on the peak, paddle in, and first turn, take a bit of a risk. I think judges will reward that.
Yeah, judges love that. They really do love those bigger turns on that first section. They don't always pop up. And so you've really got to make the most of it when they do. And well, Sol did that just then. There was a nice clean section. She went for it, had a bit of risk. Meanwhile, Pinkerton going again. The sets just pouring through. So much opportunity. Here goes Pinkerton. Got a nice looking face. There's a little down carve. And that means she can hit the lip on the second turn. Now she waits. We'll cut back to the foam. You can see body language not so hot there. Little check turn, and she was never really feeling it after that initial turn. So a nice wave. I think she left some points on that, and that's not going to be a counter.
Yeah, it doesn't need to get rattled here, Kira. You could see she was a little annoyed with herself on the end. That doesn't need to be. She's got time here. She's got really good rhythm in terms of wave catching. You see it loading up. And then that driving turn, holding the rail in the water. Good combo into the lip with the re-entry. And then setting up for the finish. Almost like she was having a look at the drone there. Seeing if she could douse it with some spray, and just got maybe a little caught in two minds on that finishing section. Maybe it's something to do with the rocks. Either way, good work done out the back. And she definitely doesn't need to overthink any possible missed opportunities in terms of this wave of the fall at the end. They just kind of skids out and loses it, but plenty of time in this, and there's plenty of waves coming through.
Yeah, and meanwhile her opponent, little layback sort of drag on that first turn, waiting for some clean face. Here she goes, opens up, another little layback-ish. Not a lot of spray or conviction though, really. This wave just not really delivering the last little finish. Still got some numbers to come in. Kira Pinkerton sitting down there on 14th on the Challenger Series ranking, so she, you know, will need a massive result here, probably a final. She's had a few round of 16 results. This has been probably part of the problem with Kira this year, is she's never managed to get through this round. I will come back to that as we see Salt having another crack at it. Just after, again, a nice start, it's petered out this one, Paul.
Yeah, relentless though, and you like to see it's like a wave machine at the moment. It's just wave after wave coming through, and they're just going at it. And I just think the way this wave is, and sort of quite a bit of uncertainty with it, I don't mind that at all. Just keep catching waves, keep surfing. I think we've seen surfers that have been really patient and wait for something, you know, that they really think might offer them a big number. They've been sort of on the wrong side of fortune, really, with just the way sets have gone and maybe some lulls, and you finish up the heat still waiting for that bit of magic to come. So I like the approach of just staying really, really busy. Just two of you in the water as well, so why not keep swinging?
Yeah, I was going to say that. Obviously, we go from the 4-person heats. Hold that thought as Kira comes around the edge, and there's a big turn. As we said, she hasn't been able to get through this round. Can this wave make the difference? She's waiting, biding her time again. Real cut back, not much energy in that one. Now she's waiting for the finish. Another little tap. And she's saying she likes that or she doesn't like it, a bit hard to read. She's got some big numbers though. A 6.47 for that last wave and a 6. And this is a solid wave.
Yeah, love the entry into it. Super late, air drops down, straight up, bang. And a lot of surfers would have fallen on that turn. She's good enough to make sure she'll get it done. It just cleans things up with some good work on the rail. I just feel like she's got a bit of extra zip and a bit more authority as well than Salt. Obviously, they're riding different ways, but you can't help make the comparison. And I just feel like the American Kira Pinkerton is getting way more drive and speed and all of those key ingredients really just give you that visual impression without even going too much into the maneuvers themselves. Just overall, the control on the board and just the sort of authority she's got, really impressive. And again, on the inside, I'm not sure if what she was asking for in terms of the panel. Was that happy or sad?
Yeah, it's really hard. I think she's happy because of that first turn was pretty critical, I think, and the second one was a nice carve. So Pinkerton trying to improve on a 6 point, well, a flat 6. So we'll see if she does that. Sol's last wave coming in at 6.3. So it's really, 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 really tight at the moment. These two just going for it. Endless waves coming through. Loads of opportunity, and both surfers going to town. Just got one more score to come in for both. So, yeah, really, really tight. And, yeah, Kira just needs this little boost to get through this round of 16. And then once you're in the quarterfinals, well, you can start to see a pathway to, you know, a pretty incredible week.
Yeah, definitely. Particularly on a wave like this, using her variety as well from what we've seen. So far, so good from Kira.
Yeah, yeah, she's looking good. And while she's out there, next heat's warming up, looking at the lineup, seeing what's going on. We're going to go a short commercial break and come back with more live action from the EDP Ericeira Pro right after this. Okay, here we go. Live action. We are back in Ericeira, and this is Kira Pinkerton looking for a breakthrough performance to get through the round of 16. There's a big carve. She's getting confident. A late one, a nice flyway kick out. We just saw some servers looking at the next heat. What a heat we've got coming up, Paul. Vaheen Fierro and Bella Kenworthy. If Bella Kenworthy wins the next heat, she's through onto the CT. She's achieved her dreams. But Vaheen Fierro sitting number 7. If she wins, she can get up into that, almost up into that all-important top 5. There's so much riding on it.
Yeah, massive heat. Absolutely super high stakes. Really like vision we got of that quick turn there from Sol. We talked about what she's got with that X factor, the fact that she will surprise you almost kind of midway through rides as well. She'll suddenly pull out a turn. Looked like that's what she was doing there.
Yeah, she's explosive and unpredictable, sort of mixed nicely with a right smooth style. So it's an interesting juxtaposition. And it's this first turn. She comes off the bottom pretty square. Oh, and there's a nice wrap. So she can feel it, but unfortunately just a one turn, so it doesn't not going to go into a thing.
Yeah, we thought that was the end of a wave. We just picked that up and we thought that's a great finish, but it was just the one manoeuvre. They liked it. This was Kira, and she stood up here, and you can see she's already eyeing up this wall just to carve it all the way back. Very composed, got that really still head, the upper body pretty still, and that allows her just to kind of spot these transitions and just drive through them. That's why she's in the lead here. But Sol with that 6-3 in, she's really put herself in contention in terms of matching Kira's low score, but Kira with the 7 in. And I think that little extra quality so far, we've seen that throughout this one, really. Kira throwing away a 6 at the beginning of the heat that she got from her first wave. So just sort of up in the ante each time. And I think, like we talked about the fact that they're going a lot of ways, I think that's one of the reasons why we're seeing these scores go up progressively through the heat, because they get much better read on it. Not loads of free surf opportunity. It was super crowded out there this morning. It wasn't that easy to see either. So not able to get loads of warm-up reps. And you've got to do it during your heat.
Yeah, and there's Vaheen. So big heat for her. She's ready. She's such a calm, cool customer. But you know it means a lot. You can actually see a bit of the nerves there. It's unlike Vaheen. She knows how much is on the line. And she paddles out there to go against Bella Kenworthy. Kira Pinkerton, though, some of those numbers, Paul, she's, you know, a 6.47 and 7 in a scoring range, but she's thrown away a 5, 6, 7 and a 6. Sort of shows just how sort of comfortable and consistent she's been throughout the course of the whole 20 minutes so far.
Yeah, she's been really good, hasn't she? Absolutely. And another surfer, really, think about the sort of style she's got, technique, really matches this wave. The downtime between the turns, I know we've been talking about it a bit, do tend to focus in on it, but it's actually pretty significant here, where exactly you set yourself up for each section. If you get it right, you actually get the flow and the rhythm with the wave. It just gives a really good overall impression of the ride. And so far in this one, she's been able to do that. I feel like Sol, she's been a little more disjointed, hasn't she? Even when she's found some good sections, you'll see a really speedy, committed turn, and then you'll see maybe she might just slightly miss something, or maybe just struggle to get the speed instantly out of the turn. I think Kira, the way she's finishing off all the way back on the whitewater bend, you get that full swing and that run up to the next section.
Yeah, she's really reading it better, getting the better waves, and as you say, just linking them from start to finish, where Sol's been more, you know, flashes of brilliance, flashes of really incredible surfing, but hasn't been able to back it up from turn to turn, not even from wave to wave. And that's why right now she's sitting in second, needs a 7.17 to advance, so a strong number. Does have priority, does have 8 minutes to go, but she's going to need a pretty special wave on this next one. Pinkerton just been chipping away, and good, you know, good read of the conditions. Doesn't seem to show any nerves. We talked about how she's had a year where she's been finding it difficult to get through this all-important round of 16, and that's where you start getting serious points. You'll get points in this round, sure, but it's not going to, you know, drastically change your rankings. A quarterfinal or a semi-final will do that. She's 7.5 minutes away from it right now.
Yeah, so those two very close together out there in the lineup. Bit of a margin on the points, though. It is the American with that advantage bent. There's very slack winds at the moment. That flag dangling. A bit of fog. I tell you what, adds to the atmosphere, doesn't it? Yeah,
it does make an eerie sort of vibe to it. You know, with all so much on the line. You know, Portugal, famous for its sun. I mean, it gets some incredible 400 days of sun a year. But just in this last couple of days, for the first time since forever, Travis was saying he's been coming here since the 90s, first initially competing on tour, and then now, and then later as working with WSL. And yeah, he's never seen 3 or 4 days like it in terms of consistent fog. And same with Chico Alves. So it's a new kind of experience for us. But as ever, you're only as good as the waves you're riding, Paul. That's as in life. And you know, we've got plenty of that. And there's some ones approaching here. It looks like Sol with priority. The drone view shows the sort of clearness that the surface view they've got. They've got no worries seeing these conditions. And that wave just a little bit wide. So even now, probably this low tide bottoming out, Paul, it's still possible for sets to sneak through, keep yourself out of position, break a bit wide. And knowing that they come probably every 3 minutes or 4 minutes or so.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, this next one is going to be the crucial one for Sol, isn't it? This use of the priority now and just finding someone of real quality, trying to attack that 7 is key for her. Yeah, you expect that getting 2 set waves in the next 5.5 minutes without priority could prove difficult. And as you say, it's all about this next decision. 5 minutes on the clock, you'd expect to see at least set, maybe 1, maybe 2. So there's Tana Hinkle's father helping out Sol Guerre. He's trying to get her positions on the beach. He's looking a bit nervous. Her brain's trust as well. They're just like both got plenty to say about it. I'm looking forward to that debrief. But right now, he can't really do much. She can't. She's in the right position. She can't adjust up. You know, waving that board ain't going to help anyone right now. She just has to hope that a set comes through and she lets rip. There's no, you know, it's not rocket science. She needs a big number. She needs a good wave. Yeah, she does need a wave, and she did have a pretty good one before that one where we talked about the sort of mixed fortunes on it. I feel like there was maybe a couple of points on that wave that she didn't quite get at, and she just needs to find something like that, another one of those, and basically just surf it better. Yeah, we might see that wave in the recap as we go through the course of the event so far and how we've got to this position. And Aguirre, as we said, Paul, she's just shown flashes, but hasn't been able to sort of link it all together on each wave. Yeah, I mean, you talk about people being inconsistent throughout a season, but not normally inconsistent on a ride. But like, this felt like that's what she's shown us a little bit today. She's done really good turns and then kind of bogged, and then done a good one again. And it's been a little bit like that for her. You contrast that with the smooth carving, and I think authority really, so I'll sum it up in all sorts of ways, just physically on the wave. See the variety she's got. It looks like she's got so much in her repertoire. She can do 4 or 5 different turns from a sort of similar approach. So every time she goes into the lip, that keeps it exciting and dynamic. And it's also really, really smooth from Kira. And that board just driving through. It's really good to see the rail being held in the water all the way down to the flats at the bottom of the wave. And then it gives her that ramp back in to just keep on cracking and swinging. But I think she's surfed really well in pretty tough conditions, really. I mean, there's some sections out there, but we don't have real obvious places to do big maneuvers. And to be able to do that, to surf a kind of flat, open point wave, very impressive. Yeah, and she was doing those really sort of sharp carbs, as you say, with not a whole lot of room to work with, and then suddenly redirects and goes up into the pocket. So, yeah, really technical surfing, given that she doesn't have a whole lot of room to work with. And she just keeps chipping away. I think the priority not having her is helping her. She just keeps going. She's loving this. She is like, that's a big first turn. Another little sharp hack and a third. You know, it's a wave like this, Sol would be pretty much hoping she might be able to get the score on. Meanwhile, Pinkerton just keeps racking them up. That's her 8th wave she's ridden, so she's been busy, obviously identified. There's a lot of waves out there, and she's not going to let any of them just go. And not having priority, sometimes you can just give you a bit of freedom, maybe, to express yourself. Yeah, she's ripping at the moment. She's surfing really well. That's the 8th wave for her. And another nice one. So it's a smaller insider. Sol can't get near it. And she just has to watch, and she's watching spray. And she's been doing this all heat. And there on those first 3 turns, you see each one just slightly different in terms of sort of the radius of the turn and the line. Able to mix things up, just stay surfing, stay in motion. Why not? It looks good throughout. We talk about the spray, which is sort of key to it, just the overall speed as well. But you can see how sort of flat and slopey that face is, which to me makes this kind of surfing even more impressive, Ben. Yeah, it really does. You can see that. She just drifts the fins a bit there. Now she's getting a little bit more aggressive, a bit more risky.
given that she's in the front. And then nice little cut down. So, yeah, she's just been really, really consistent. Hasn't mixed it up too much. Everything's been working for her. And another solid number there should come in. As we said, she's thrown away 5s, you know, and a 6s, which is pretty rare. We haven't seen a whole lot of that throughout the course of the whole event. So she surfed a great heat. Still got 90 seconds to go, though. And for all her great work and a great surfing, you know, Sol's still out there with priority, and another number coming in. And as we said, this was under priority, so this is a 7.83 for that last wave of Kira's, and you know, potentially that could have been Sol's if things had worked out differently. So it just goes to show this decision making and then capitalising on it. Her best wave of the day for Kira. Massive heat total now, 14.83. So she's really, really wrapped. You can see she's just relaxed. She's just been enjoying herself. Smile on a dial.
Yeah, if I were Kira Pinkerton right now, I would want her next heat to come up now, basically, just sort of stay in the water and stay surfing, because she's locked in.
Against Bella Kenworthy.
She's in rhythm at the moment. She's locked into this wave at the moment. You can just tell everything about what she's doing out here, whether it's like that late drop straight into the lip, whether it's the ability just to find these sections. She is on at the moment. It's been really impressive to see. That wave didn't look amazing. We thought, yeah, why not take it? She almost gets excellent on it. And she surfed up the potential there. She'll have another go.
Yeah, going to get on these insiders. Here she goes. Oh, you can see she's so confident now. She's really going loose. That's going to be last wave. So this is a wave for Sol. She needs an 8.53. So it's the last wave, probably of the whole event, to be honest. There's a lovely turn. Again, just shows that flashes of brilliance, and there's the trust. They know she's out. So Pinkerton's had a commanding heat lead and surfed well, massive numbers, throwing away some good numbers. And into the quarterfinals. I think her first quarterfinal event finish minimum of a year, so it's huge for her.
Yeah, I'll be taking my time here. That board looks great. Look after it. It's shallow in there. We're bang on low tide right now. No need to rush this in. Just make sure you keep that surfboard away from harm, because she looks in such good scintillating form. Everything's clicking for Kira Pinkerton at the moment.
Yeah, that Mayhem is looking sharp. She's looking great. Big heat win there for Kira Pinkerton. Big numbers, great performance, and she's going to go into this quarterfinal with a whole lot of confidence. But it's going to be after we see the next heat, and it's Vahine Fierro versus Bella Kenworthy. This is a massive heat. Bella Kenworthy can qualify. She's got a dad, Jason, down on the beach. Got the family, got her 3 siblings. So cheers. But we're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with that incredible heat of Vahine Fierro and Bella Kenworthy right after this.
Welcome back to Portugal Challenger Series in town. EDP Ericeira Pro having a look at a big heat. 2 heavy hitters going well in the rankings this year. Having a look at Vahine Fierro, representing France, out of French Polynesia, taking on Bella Kenworthy of the USA. Bella second on the rankings, and a win here will mean a quarter-final and will mean championship tour for Bella next year. Exciting times. Vane Fierro won the CT as a wild card, and another surfer who's so impressive, her career on the up and up. Speaking of people in fine form, good morning, Chico Alves. Welcome in.
Good morning, Paul.
How's everything? You feel good?
I feel really good, and I've been looking for this heat for a while now. I think this got to be the best, one of the best heats of the round. Two big names, and what a matchup to start off this heat.
What about what about the difference in their surfing styles, and how's this going to go down in terms of their approaches to this wave and the conditions we got this morning?
Well, Vane has that like really dancing approach to the wave. She really danced throughout the whole wave, and she always connects the dots with ease, just like without putting too much effort, right? At least it looks like, but she's of course putting effort. She's a fearless competitor. And Bella, on the other hand, different approach, shorter lines, surfs a bit quicker in my opinion, but yeah, it's just different styles, and I think that's the beauty of our sport. It's just those small details that can really align with the way you surf.
So really big moment here for each of these two, really, because Vane's well inside the top 10. And a chance here, if she could go deep, deep into this one, chance to really get in that conversation. We've just seen Nadia Ericeira, 5th in the world. She's out, so she's been eliminated. So a little bit of space potentially opening up for surfers that can maximize that opportunity. It's all about finding two rides in the next, well, now 26 minutes. We had a good last heat, actually. It was kind of pulsing out there, plenty of waves coming through. Bella Kenworthy, one of the rising stars of global surfing, really. It's a name we've known about for a couple of years. She's really turned it into results this year. And obviously getting the win over there in South Africa has just built her up to being second in the world right now. And there's still 2 events to go. Well, 1.5 really, as we resume this one and head to Brazil, but a chance to get qualification wrapped up in Portugal, which is huge.
Yes, it is, and what a place to qualify. Beautiful coastline. A bit foggy this week, but yeah, what a wave to make that happen. I just feel Ribeira has something special around the place.
Let's go and hear from Kira Pinkerton. She ripped her last heat. She's with Chris Binns.
Right, Kira, last time we did one of these was at Krui in Indonesia. Slightly contrasting conditions out there. The one consistent thing, though, you're ripping.
Thank you. Yeah, a little contrast from that event is I'm actually a lot more serious about my surfing now.
Tell us about, like, you guys have been on hold and, you know, waiting and all the rest, but plenty of waves in that heat just then.
Yeah, that was really fun. I knew it was going to be a good heat, and it was definitely nerve-wracking. I just wanted to put some waves together, and this wave's really hard to read. But fortunately today it's kind of breaking in the same spot, and yeah, just trying to find ones that connect with a first turn and a closeout turn.
The downtime, the days off, the on-hold periods, are you a comp bank surfer, or do you like to sneak away up the coast and get waves of your own?
Yeah, I don't think it matters too much to surf the comp bank because I end up not even catching waves, so I don't feel like I'm surfing. So I've been kind of going around different places. This is definitely the hardest wave for me. So just watching it and trying to understand how people are getting scores has kind of been, I feel like, the best benefit for me out here.
I feel like you grew up a bit of a comp rat, World Juniors and all that kind of stuff, and then the last couple of years you've just got back to pure surfing. Has that been a deliberate choice?
Yeah, I think I kind of fell out of love with surfing. I just feel like a lot of pressure, and then was kind of over it and didn't know if I really wanted to do it. And then the last 2 years I was like, kind of spoiled I even get to do this. I should not let this opportunity run away from me, and I'm kind of trying to make it happen now.
The boys in the booth are raving about your board. You're from San Clemente. I'm guessing it's a mayhem. Tell us a little bit more about your magic carpet.
Yeah, this is a copy of a board. I asked Matt to just try out a new stub driver, or stub something.
Sub driver 2.0 from here.
Yeah, this. Oh my God, I didn't even know I'm on this board. Yeah, I'm on a totally different board than I thought.
Well, it's working. And the sunglasses, is that a bit of a flex that, you know, no one else can see anything and you're out here just throwing away 6s and 7s?
Yeah, these are like the perfect shades for just acting like I'm pretty core. No, I'm just kidding. No, yeah, they're good glasses. Thanks, Dragon.
Big fanning speed dealers. All right, well, you're surfing like Mick out there, so keep it going. Well done, Kira Pinkerton.
Thank you.
Back up to you guys in the box.
Yeah, great interview. And Kira Piggerton should be delighted with her performance. She's reinvigorated, rejuvenated, and surfing so well out here. Look at these conditions, glassy on the face. And we saw a quick wave there during that interview. Bella Kenworthy rode one all the way down the point. Meanwhile, we're still waiting for Vahine to fire up here. She's going to be a bit more selective in the early part of this. All right, this is what happened, Chico.
Yeah, she got a good one. Nice carve there to open up this wave. Gets up there again. I like the momentum throughout the whole wave. She was connecting the dots really well. 3 big turns out the back. Another bit of a snap. So a really well surfed wave. Really solid out the back and a nice finish. So I think this is going to be a really good number to start this heat off, just because of that first turn. She really engaged the rail and pushed the board all the way around and made it look really, really good out the back, Paul.
So not wanting to wait too long and getting a wave ridden and just ripping it really the whole way down the length of the wave. Doesn't need a big finish because the carving was so on point. And this is what you were talking about, just applying that pressure and then getting the release as well. See the steeper section? She's standing in the critical part of the wave. When you do that, you get rewarded and the number drops in for her. And it will be continued good news for what's been a brilliant year. She's gone excellent with her first wave. 8.33 for Bella Kenworthy. Straight into it again, live action. There's that first turn, gives it even more that time. And again, release out of the top with the tail. And she'll just keep applying pressure throughout here. Gets a little speed for a finish on the inside. She'll just skid out the fins as well. So what a way to start. Here you go. 8.33, excellent. And then before you've even really sat back on your board in the lineup, she's gone again and she's tore into that one. It was maybe a smaller wave, but surfing really well.
Yeah, really well surfed. A bit of a smaller wave as we see live action now with Vahine. Trying to answer back with a bit of a snap there. Looks like a hard wave to surf. But Vahine is doing the best she can to get around that section and do a couple more turns, but no. And a bit of a fall. So Vahine is so good on the back end, and I know once she has the opportunity, she will play away some big maneuvers. But on the other hand, we have a Bella Kenworthy really on fire on this one. As we saw, she's got that whip off the top, really pushes really hard every time she gets up there. But I like the calm she has on the bottom turn. So it's quite a contrast when she's just waiting for the wave to build up, or she's attacking the lip, and it looks really stylish and really compact. So on the other hand, we have Bella Kenworthy on fire with turns like this. Just gouges there, pushes the board all the way around, releases the fins, showing a lot of variety on this one. And although it's a smaller wave, she finished it off really well here with a bit of a fin drift at the end. So I really enjoy this wave from Bella and you, Paul.
Yeah, she's just relentless, isn't she? The way she's competing at the moment. And again, she'll go live action. Kenworthy, we're still waiting for her second wave. This is a third.
Wow.
And there's that wrapping turn off the top. And then a little downtime as she waits kind of patiently. The wave doesn't really want to cooperate for her. It was a bit of a tough one, that one. But a clear strategy in terms of just what she's doing with catching waves, being ultra busy. Really just trying to bring the pressure here. She'll put up a massive combination when the second score goes in. I don't think this one will offer her much in terms of points, but previous to this, the 5.83, so already 14.16, so really big numbers. And Vahine Fierro's only really got one wave, but she's now chasing a really big number. And you talk about pressure and maybe situations that I'm sure be pretty aware of. The quarters is the qualification done, and that can go a couple of ways, how you react. She's come out here just surfing like she doesn't have a care in the world.
Yeah, she's you can tell she has all the confidence right now. She might add the score, the 8.33, so it gives you a lot of confidence when you're pedaling back out and you just hear 8.33 in the first few minutes of the heat.
All right, just over 18 minutes to go in this. Bella Kenworthy off to a very good start. Chris Binns is roaming out and about. What do you got, Binnsy?
Yep, got the best looking man in international surfing. This is Philippe Malveau, who is working with Bella Kenworthy at this event. Tell us about what you're telling her to do out there.
it's the first time for me with Bella, so I'm trying to understand how she thinks and how she serves. But I've been watching a lot of clip of her, and you know, Ericeira is just about the wave choice, and the strategy is we are focused on the wave choice, which one of the sets, and how to surf it. So that was the main point about adding my coaching tips on Jason one.
Yeah, so tell us, Bella works with her dad Jason at every event, but a second set of eyes here just to bring in some new information.
Yeah, I'm a local. I mean, I'm not a local, I'm French, but I've been here for the last 15 years, and I've been judging here and I'm coaching here then. So I'm a good friend of Jason, and he asked me if I could help with my sea knowledge of wave choice and stuff like that.
And she's doing incredibly well, can sew up qualification for the championship tour right here. Do you think the world's ready to see Bella Kenworthy take to the championship tour?
I think the first wave she just did, an 8.33, I think she is ready, and we are waiting for Bella.
And this could be the heat. Any nerves in the camp, or is it just strictly business?
I don't know. I'm always nervous right now because she's out there, and I want to keep my my vibration to her, all my energy, even if I can't do anything from here. But I don't know. Let's see what the ocean will deliver, and I hope.
Right. We're halfway through this heat, halfway there. Best of luck.
Thank you.
All right, back up to you guys in the box.
Philip Malvo there, working with Bella Kenworthy, sending good vibes to her. She's definitely getting good vibes at the moment. Got the 8.33, the 5.83. Really good numbers indeed, and just putting pressure straight from the get-go. And Vane Fierro will just be wondering what exactly is going on in this heat. She's paddled out, she's kind of ready to go. She's got a reasonable wave, and all of a sudden, Chico, she's facing a steep uphill battle.
Yeah, we saw that Bella just started off too strong. Like when you're up against someone that starts off the heat with an 8.33, you kind of expect to be fighting for big numbers. And if you take that score away, though, they both had scores on the same range, 5.83 and the 4.5. So she really got a really good one, as we see. She's paddling now Vaine on a good looking wave.
Yeah, here goes Vaine, and wants to try and get an answer. And it'll just literally be a takeoff, and you saw the grimace there. She kicked out, so not a great choice from her to take that wave. I don't really know what she was thinking there. Unable to get anything going. It's been a real contrast. The reason why Bella Kenworthy's in the situation of being able to qualify here by making it out of this heat is basically because of her performances earlier in the season, namely Belito. She went all the way for the win in South Africa and was really good value over there. In conditions which, a little bit of everything, you have to be pretty light on your feet out there, some heavier sections, some shorter waves. You don't always get those long running rides that you kind of might associate with South Africa, but she was so good going into the lip, just explosive, versatile. You mentioned what she's got in terms of that X factor as well, Chico, and we saw all of that, and getting a win so early in your career, it's massive.
Yeah, it's massive, and as you said, shorter waves, and she really has something different every time she does a turn, and she was doing just that, and that's why she got the win. So Bella on a really good position to making the tour, and I think she's a great addition.
Great moments for Bella Kenworthy over in South Africa right now. Portugal, she's going all right too. She's got 1 foot, maybe 1.5 in the quarterfinals at the moment, and that will mean the championship tour for her. I mean, you'd probably say as number 2 in the world, whatever really happened here, she'd be on the CT one way or another next year, but able to get it done before finals day here will be huge for her. All right, trying to say something about that though, and still with 14 minutes on the clock for Vane Fierro, who, let's also remind ourselves, she's had a pretty good year too. She's won on the championship tour at home in Tahiti. There's Thomas Malem, who's coaching her, I think giving her a bit of direction. I think he's saying get wider. I think that's positional stuff from him. Not sure how aware she is of that at the moment, but hasn't got much going in this heat. We know she can put a heat together though. We're going to get a quick commercial break at the moment. Bella Kenworthy is heading to the championship tour. Find out if she can qualify in the next 13 minutes or so when we come back from break. Welcome back to Portugal on the prowl. Bella Kenworthy is pacing her way out to the lineup. She's just ridden a wave here. She's already got great numbers in. Excellent. That's what her first ride was rewarded with, the 833. And with a serious spring in her step, she approaches the top of the reef here at Ribeira, where she'll watch Vane Fierro, who again is very much out of sorts here. Another wave where she paddles in and then just not even really able to have one section to do a turn. It's just a kick out straight from the bottom turn. She will hang on to priority just because of Bella is still down the point somewhat. So that's positive for Vahine, but she's had a nightmare here so far, Chico. This is the replay of Bella during the break.
Yeah, Bella doing the break here. Winds up off the bottom. Nice section here. Nice gouging carve. That first turn, it's the money turn. I think if she can finish it off, she will improve. Nice flick off the top there, and another one. I think she will improve, Paul. That first turn, look at this. Look how technical, how tight in the pocket. Really torques the upper body, shifts the weight from back foot, front foot, and front foot, back foot again. Like, really technical surfing by Bella there. She's really quick in transition, right?
Super quick, super incisive, powerful too. It looks great. 6 in from the panel for that. Does improve, applying even more pressure. Vahine looking for 9.83 at the moment. 10 minutes on the clock. She is capable of big numbers, but she's not had anything like that sort of energy so far. Bella will have prio here, and so she'll go. And here she goes again. Everything's going her way at the moment. She got that priority from Vahine, just surrendering it super meekly and able to use it there and just take away any opportunity that Vahine might be able to find. It's one of those heats where it's just all coming together for Bella.
Yeah, like Vahine is making a couple of priority mistakes, and yeah, Bella is just capitalizing on it. And that was a bit of a block. If it was a smart block, I would probably say no, just because that wave didn't add potential for more than a 4-point ride. But yeah, but Bella is doing what she can to just not let Vahine surf, and that's what the chess game is about. But if I'm her coach, I would say probably on that one, just leave it, stick with priority, because she would gain at least 3 or 4 minutes in a really, really good position to not let Vahine get a big number. And now Vahine has 8 minutes to catch the next good one that comes. She's got some work to do. I tell you what, needing a 9.83 in Ribeiradilhas isn't an easy task.
Couple of sevens is what she could also focus in, and she does have time for that. Here she goes. Can she do with this? Into it. Good looking wave. Much better from her. Good speed down the line. There's a nice turn. She'll drift that one. And it's smooth, but never really physically committing, particularly even to that maneuver. And she looks very much out of sorts here, just looks a little bit sluggish. Not really finding rhythm so far. She will get a score. It will help her for sure, because she was sitting on a 0.5 before that, but nowhere near the number that she needs.
Yeah, I like the carve, down carve, waits for it. And this was the turn that was a bit more critical. Section was a bit more steep as well, so I think that was the turn, but I don't think she will be able to match the 6-point ride of Bella, so I think she's going to be in a tough spot anyway. She needs a bit more. She needs something around the 6-7 range, and I think that's going to come in as her probably best wave because of that critical section. But in the terms of the scenario we have on this heat, she needs a bit more. So Bella just started off that strong.
Yeah, Vane Fierro with it all to do here. And coming into this one inside the top 10, obviously we're breaking down these qualification scenarios for Bella, but Vahine, you know what, she's very much in the conversation. She's already won the CT. We know she's got the quality. We know all about what she can do in waves of consequence. She's that good, but she's got to get on tour first, and in order to do that, just 5 places available. And inside the top 10 is pretty good. You need to get inside the top 5, and that means basically finaling here. She needs to go all the way in this event. She's just under 7 minutes at the moment to do something about that. And competitive surfing, how many times have we seen surfers get out of deep holes? She's going to have to try and find something here. She doesn't have priority at the moment as well. The numbers in for her for 6-7. So, yeah, it's a marginal improvement in terms of a top score, but nothing like that 9.66 she now needs. And with 6.5, you know, we talked about a couple of sevens that'll do it. At some point, it will come down to probably just that one wave, and she feels a long way away from that sort of number. What does a 9.66 look like on your backhand here at Ribeira in these kind of conditions?
Well, you just need to get one of those long ones that really stand up all the way through. And with her backside, she can do that, of course, but she needs a really special wave. And a special wave like that in Ribeira, we can see once in a while, but it's not every that we see 9-point rides being ridden. As you see Bella live on a good-looking wave.
Yeah, driving down the line, she sees something she likes it. Someone's piqued her interest. And she used priority on this wave and didn't use it particularly well because not a lot really on offer there. But a wobble to that one. So just a slight chance now for Vahine. And the fact that she's got priority, she's got sets coming through. 5.5 on the clock. That number, 9.66. A small throwaway will come in for Bella Kenworthy, who is heading at the moment to the Championship Tour. Meanwhile, Fierro, good-looking section out the back and doesn't go it. It looked like that wave promised a lot, but for one reason or another, maybe she thought this one looked better. Here she goes, Vahine Fierro again here, having a good look around. She's up on her feet and driving off the bottom first turn with some power and some spray, and then that's really nice. That's much more like it from her, but it's just that one turn. And she needs to do several of those in a row and get super critical, and unable to do that there. It's going to be another small number for her squad. Looks like they're feeling the pressure here. Her mum's there, her boyfriend, that's her coach, and they're all watching on. There's not much you can do from the beach, really. What happened here?
Well, she got a good snap. I think this is going to be her best wave. Really critical there. That turn looked really good. So I think it's going to help her cause, of course, this was the biggest section she had. The all heat was a bigger wave, and she releases the fins there. So I think judges will have a close look on this one, because this can help her cause and can help her get a bit closer to Bella's combined total. But yeah, she needs a longer wave, a wave that allows her to fit in at least 3 or 4 turns. But yeah, we see more lines approaching, so this one looks like it has some consistency in the ocean. A bit of a look there, decides not to go, and Bella doing a good job on it's kind of like playing the game of this heat and controlling it. She's doing an amazing job on that as well.
Yeah, I mean, the 8.33 to open up, really, she had control right from the very get-go in this. Since then, she's never really looked back. Wasted little time, really, and posted another good number, then improving on that as well, around about the midway point. So that's where we are in this with 3.5 on the clock. These two, of course, met in that final that Bella won over in Bolito in South Africa on the Challenger Series early this year. That's the reason, part of the reason why Vahine is in the top 10, coming into this one 8th. She did get that second place finish over there in South Africa. So anytime you're making a final on the Challenger Series, you're really setting yourself up to be in that conversation for sure for qualification, but it does require other results as well, particularly at the moment with just the rest of this event and then heading to Brazil, and then we'll wrap up for the season. She's got about 3 minutes here to keep the campaign alive. Vahine Fierro having a look, quite rightly identifying a softer way. That's not going to do much. This one outside priorities with Bella Kenworthy, and she will look to use it here. There goes Bella leading this heat and surfing her way towards the Championship Tour with a massive cushion. The requirement is still an excellent one for Vahine. Bella will keep pushing here. There's that turn that served her really well, particularly on that opening ride. So the 6-1, it's an improvement for Vahine, but she needs a lot more where that came from.
Yeah, she improved 6.10, so that's needing a 8.24. It's better than needing a 9.73. So we see a bit of stressful moments there for Bella Kenworthy family, just because it's such an important moment in her career. I think if she makes it, she can be qualified, right?
Yep,
so,
absolutely. Yeah, that's it. She gets quarterfinal. She's on tour next year. It'll happen here very soon. Under 2 minutes to go. Vahine Fierro with priority, looking for an 8.24. Let's not count her out, though. Here's a look at the last wave of Bella.
Yeah, this looked like a good one from the back. Looked like that double up really well. she gets a bit of a carve here, down carve. I like how she always slides the fins at the end of the carve. She not only does the carve, but she puts a bit more into those turns at the end there, and she always pushes it a bit more to look more powerful and more critical. So she always has that little extra touch at that back foot at the end of those carves, and it looks really, really good every time she does it. So that's why she got a 8-3-3 for that first one. That first one looked amazing, the way she connected the 3 carves out the back. And the wave also was quite good.
Final minute here, Yvain Fierro. Assuming she gets away, what are you doing? What does she need to do?
Well, Vaine is in a tough spot right now. There's 50 seconds, so she can't really decide.
What sort of wave is she looking for? What does she want to do on that wave?
Anything that breaks now. Like with 40 seconds, I think she really needs a wave to break.
First turn, go as hard as you can.
Yeah, just belt it really hard and try to make that happen. I feel like she's got the talent. And if she can apply a bit pressure on those first few turns, she can make it, as we see Bella on the inside.
Yeah, she'll keep surfing here. Bella Kenworthy, final 20 seconds. There's that rail turn. It's dynamic. Pushing hard with the back foot, opening up the body. And just applying pressure to the rail, sending spray into the sky here, snapping out the tail. Rhythmic surfing from the young American Bella Kenworthy. And she'll finish off on the inside. And as we'll count down, it will be a significant countdown for her because she is on the championship tour. She's made quarterfinals here, which is the result, which means mathematically she can finish no lower than 5th on the Challenger Series, which means she's heading to the CT, and another new chapter is being written right here. Chico, we talked about on the women's side of the new energy. And that's where a lot of the excitement has been in professional surfing, and she's very much a part of that new generation.
And what a good add to the tour. Can't wait to see her do some damage. And it's always refreshing when we have new names, and that's the way it goes. And that's why we call it generations.
Yeah, and just sort of summing up really her dominance, even on that last wave she got from under priority. She'll even add and improve her score. So just surfing, if she's feeling any pressure, she's not showing it at all, or maybe that's how she responds, by bringing out her absolute best. But what a way to do it, from basically relentless from the very opening ride, going excellent immediately, to just surfing from under priority with freedom, and even adding points to her massive total, 14.63, big numbers. Vaine Fierro never got going in that one at all, did she? And just looks like low on energy in terms of maybe not her own, but just sort of the energy she was getting from the ocean here. Just couldn't find good sections. Saw her a few times paddling the wave, stand up and just kick out straight away. Not what you want to be doing. Bella Kenworthy will just take her time on the rock dance here, because it can be very tricky indeed. We're just a couple of minutes past the low tide here. That's why there's so much exposed rocks. And Bella Kenworthy will take her time to come in, and then I think it'll all start to sink in as well. The fact that she's heading to the championship tour, and a dream for a young surfer. You're watching your heroes and you're thinking what could be. Maybe surfing in regional, local events, dreaming of one day putting on a CT jersey as a full-time member of that tour and going for world titles. And Bella Kenworthy's heading that way. We're going to get a quick commercial break here. More amazing talent taken to the water. We're going to see Tessa Thiessen taking on Bella Nichols. Major implications for qualification right there. We'll bring Monday in for the call. More live action from Portugal right after this.
The EDP Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella Galicia is brought to you by EDP, official energy partner of the WSL in Portugal. By Millennium Bank, official bank of the WSL in Portugal. By Hertz, official rental car of the WSL in Portugal. By You and the Sea, your hotel in Ericeira by the sea. And by Mayo, official technology partner of the WSL in Portugal.
Welcome back, live action. There's a CT surfer for 2025, Bella Kenworthy. Incredible performance from Bella. What a bright young future that has. Got all the family down here. Got Jace, a dad, a mum. She's got the 4 kids, the 4 Kenworthys, there they all are. So what an incredible achievement from that young lady. And she's not done yet. She's got the CT, but she's also going to go on to the rest of this particular competition, maybe win. So we're going to go down and have a great interview, we'd imagine, get the all the ins and outs once she sort of regathers the thoughts and sort of has a think about what she's achieved. But we move on, and I'll tell you what, we've got that's the number 2 ranked surfer who's now in the CT, Isabella Nichols, ranked number 3. So she's also on her way to CT qualification. Here she goes. So the Aussie, former and current CT surfer, really experienced, and that's just on a good way, a bit frothy, but she's just finishing off. So great surfing from Bella. Meanwhile, Tessa Tyson, goofy footer. Wow, massive amounts of spray. Oh, and a second massive turn, and then a nice third. So those first 2 calves were just really powerful, so much spray. Unfortunately, the rest of it didn't sort of pan out. It didn't matter. Those first 2 turns, they got her a 7.17, Chico Alves, and well deserved, I would say.
Yeah, well deserved. 2 massive turns. She got one of those that the pace of the wave is perfect for your backside. And Tessa, great way to put a bit pressure on Isabella Nichols, Ben.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw early on today, Nadia Aristabe was in 5th on the rankings, and needing a couple of heat scores to get up to her dream. And then young Noah Clapp just put pressure on from the start, got a couple of high 7s, and Aristabe was never really able to get out of it. So Nichols, a bit more experience though, a bit more pedigree. She won't be rattled in the least. She backs up with a 5.83. So Tyson though, but that's exactly what she's going to need to do, Tessa Tyson. She's Chico. She's going to beat Bella. She's going to have to go pretty vertical. Here goes Bella trying to fight back. First turn. Yeah. Rail carve. Second turn is a swoop. Wow. Oh, that's a nice click off the lip. And then she's got a section to hit, and that's a 3-turn combo. You can tell she liked it. I think she could have gone a little bit more aggressive even on that last turn, but she done 3 good turns. That orange rail DHD looking pretty nice and sweet. I think it's a Juliet. A lot of the guys are on the model that Darren has made. Sunshine Coast surfer Isabella Nichols, and she was looking pretty good. We talked about not being rattled, not being feeling the pressure. Well, she fought back pretty quick there.
Yeah, she did. I think that's going to be up there with Tessa's wave, just because of the shape of this one. I really enjoy the first carve. Really tight arc there, winds up off the bottom, bang, releases the fins, waits for it, and bangs it again. And a lot of commitment there. I like the body expression after that one, just because the way she connected 3 turns was perfect.
Yeah, it was an 8-point ride, so a huge number. It just kept giving her, and this last little ramp, or sort of section there, I mean, that's a great turn, gets the fins out. And this, it just pops up here, just a perfect little platform right there, that little bit of foam that she can hit, and does it with speed and style. I reckon she could have gone a little bit more aggressive on that, but she didn't need to. She's got a massive number, 8-point ride. Tessa now trying to fight back. First turn's nice, the spray, there's the second. She's getting so much spray, and there's a third, so wants to go for a 4, so there's 4 big turns, and a 5th if she can hang on. She can't, but I think that wave kept giving. She never really found a mojo though. Never really found that, like unlike that first wave, she really connected that first turn. Just seemed to get a little bit sort of caught up on those 4, but still great surfing from Tyson. And both surfers going wave for wave, score for score. And Isabella Nichols with the best wave of the heat so far, a massive 8.00.
Yeah, as you said, Tessa, on this last one, the wave wasn't really steep, Ben. She had to cut it a few times to the back. Didn't really allow her to get vertical, so she's just snapping all the way through the inside, and here she gets vertical, but she can't make it awkwardly. A bit of a awkward fall there, but yeah, I don't think it's going to be a massive number. The 717 was way better than this one. She started off with a big turn, and she backed it up with another one on the pocket. So just being clear with the message, big turns on big sections. And as we see, a good looking wave, Ben.
Yeah, nice wave from Bella. Here she goes, nice clean face, there's no wind. There's a first snap, and drives down the line. Little foam climb just to get a potential end section. Another foam climb, not a lot of open face on this wave. She's not done. She's travelled some miles on this wave, and there's a nice little turn. So just backing up her wave over the rocks. She's feeling it. Had to work hard for that end section. Sort of driving down the line the whole way, so she couldn't really do any sort of major turns. We've got a nice finish. Trying to improve on a 5.83. Tessa Tyson also improving her score. It's going to be a mid-range 5.5 for Tessa. But right now, we have the newly qualified CT surfer for 2025, Bella Kenworthy, with Chris Binns.
Thank you very much, lads. What an honour. Bella Kenworthy, the latest member of the Championship Tour. Congratulations.
Thank you. So excited.
Tell us about that heat. Was it hard to keep your emotions in check? Did you know the scenario?
Yeah, I heard the scenario like on the broadcast yesterday. It definitely made me a little bit more stressed for that heat, but yeah, luckily I got a couple waves.
Didn't help that we went on hold for about 12 hours, so you got even more time to think about it. Your surfing didn't seem to look phased at all. You're ripping out there.
Oh, thank you. I got lucky. A couple of fun ones came to me.
You make your own luck. Don't give us that.
Yeah, it was fun.
You're 17. You're on the Championship Tour. Another great teenager has been an idol of yours for a long time, Carissa Moore. Has it sunk in yet that you'll be following in her footsteps?
Yeah, I've looked up to her my whole life, so it's definitely really exciting to be, like, yeah.
And going to the Championship Tour next year, what are you most excited about?
Yeah, I'm just excited to surf some really fun waves and push my surfing.
You grew up as one of the pink helmet skateboarders way back in the day. I think it was 10 years ago or something. Sierra Kerr was one of them. Is she going to be joining you in the future?
Yeah, I'm sure she will be. Yeah, that'll be really exciting.
What else do we need to know about Bella Kenworthy that the world's going to get to know next year?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm really bad at interviews, so I definitely struggle, but I don't know.
Anyone in particular you're keen to surf against next year?
Honestly, just everyone. I've looked up to all the girls that are on tour, so yeah, I'm just really excited.
As you should be. You're absolutely ripping. You've made it through to next year's tour, which is the whole point of doing the Challenger Series, right? Is there a huge feeling of accomplishment that comes with this?
Yeah, it's definitely a huge feeling of accomplishment. I didn't necessarily go into the beginning of this year with the main goal of qualifying. I just wanted to work on my surfing and see where it went, and luckily I got a couple fun results, and yeah.
There's obviously a huge army of friends and family who've supported you on your journey. Any words to all of them?
Yeah, I want to thank my whole family. They're all here supporting me. My dad, who's taught me to surf my whole life. Brett and CI, they've supported me for so long. Felipe coaching me at this event really helped me. Chris, everyone that's supported me, and all my sponsors.
Well, it'd be no better way to go out and celebrate with another win. So good luck tracking this one down.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Bella Kenworthy. Back up to you guys in the box.
Okay, thanks Chris and thanks Bella. Yeah, she's just taking it all in. There's probably a lot to download, really, hasn't she? It's there's a plenty. It's such a incredible achievement, and yeah, to try and articulate that's very difficult when she's so young. But I think she's one of those sort of people that just let the surfing do the talking. As we see Tyson on a backside attack, there's a nice little zap. A third one, not getting much variety at the moment, but there's a fourth one. Can she finish it? And she does. Well, that's a replay of the way we saw. So that was actually a 6.40 for those 4 turns. So really strong numbers. Now just needing a 6.67. So Tessa really fighting back hard, getting good waves and mixing it with Isabella Nichols, one of the great surfers And you can see that heat totals on your left-hand side of your screen. It's 13.83 to 13.57, so it's so close. As we see Tyson going again, this time with priority. Just wipes the water from her eyes. There's a big turn. The third one is going to be big and just gets a little bit hung up and can't get through. That wave's not going to count. Needing a 6.67. I'm not sure if the potential's there on that wave. Was it, Chico, do you think? Do you reckon there was a 6.67 on there somewhere?
Yeah, probably. We couldn't really see the rest of the wave, but I think she just mistimed a bit the end section there. Maybe float over that section and more down the line was on offer. But yeah, a finishing turn, a big finishing turn might help a bit on that one.
Yeah.
I think she just mistimed the second turn as we see the replay. She gets a bit of a cutback here. Yeah, she just does a snap and gets a bit late into this one, and yeah, after that was just really hard to get in control of the wave again, as we see here. Almost pokes the nose on that one. So yeah, just a hard wave for Tessa.
4.73 for Tessa, so that doesn't improve her score. Now she's out there 15 minutes at the halfway stage here in Ericeira. Incredible waves, incredible times. Ericeira delivering again. You want to take the Ericeira Monday challenge, do you, Chico? Do you want to take it on?
Let's do it.
Okay, I'm going to give you 3 objects, and you're going to have to plan your day. I'm going to give you a cold esky, cool box.
Cool box, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to give you a Hertz rental car.
Okay.
I'm going to give you a surfer from the Challenger Series. What are you going to do? What's your plan for the day? What are you going to use? What are you going to do with the cool box?
Yeah.
Have a think about it. Have a think about it.
Sorry. Yeah, just grab the car, put the cool box with a couple of rings, and go for a surf with Joaquin Chaves.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Yeah. Sounds like a great day out. Yeah. Thanks for the call.
He's on the Challenger, right?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, awesome. Okay, Isabella Nichols fires off from the front of bite. Check turn. There's a bigger carve. She's looking solid on her feet. Misses that section, but she's got more to go.
Wow.
A nice swooping cutback and then a finish. Isabella Nichols showing her class. I think she needs to make to the final just to qualify for sure. I will double check that, but she's getting closer and closer through here at round of 16. She's been to the quarterfinals. Three heat wins away from a win. She's already won on tour this year on the Challenger Series, so she's already shown she can go all the way. And Nichols just showing her consistency, showing wave knowledge. You know, that's that CT level. Meanwhile, Tyson, that's a nice backhand spray. Another one there, and a big finish here could make life interesting. Oh, and she does get a big finish in, and she loves it. So that is good surfing. We are heating up here, guys. This is a ding-dong battle, backhand, forehand. Tyson really having a crack at this, really making the CT server. Chico Alves, what did you like about this?
I loved it. Really big carve there. Winds up again, waits for the wave to build up, and look at this. She blows the fins out. Really, really critical on a steep section, and I think that's going to be a massive number. Look at this. Bango. Really, the timing was impeccable. The recovery as well. Oh, look at the style, just the air flick. Everything was on point. So, yeah, I think it was a good response to this amazing wave by Isabella. Nice. Gouging carve off the back. Gets a bit behind it. No problem. I'm back again on track. Nice snap, and she was able to finish it off. So, just seamless surfing by Isabella Nichols, right?
Yeah, really.
It's like amazing waves that just run all the way through.
Really contrast in style. So Isabella getting the long, drawn-out waves and sort of doing the swooping carves and the forehand wraps, and then you got Tyson just going vertical with a 3-turn combo. So very different waves in terms of stylistic approach. Both looking great. And that's a nice shroud right in the pocket. That was the only misstep, but then she finished it well. There's another one. She's just managing to redirect boards really tight and finish it off. So strong surfing. She's got an 8, she's got a 5.83. She's going to improve on that 5.83, I think. There's also some big numbers potentially going to drop for the surfer from France, Tessa Tyson. So 12 minutes on the clock. It is going to come in. We've got some big numbers raining on the scoreboard. An 8.27 for Bella. So Nichols goes up into the excellent range on 2 of her waves. And now needing a 9-point ride, Tessa Tyson, for her last wave. It will be her best wave, you think, potentially. So great surfing from these girls. Shikari just really not holding back, which is what you want to do in round of 16. It's go time now, right? So here's Nichols' wave. Just 2 big turns. Oh, that was just, sorry, that my mistake. That was 2 turns, but again, she can see the style. She's really feeling the groove. Just a 4.53 for those 2 wraps, and that won't affect her score. We're still waiting on this number from Tessa that could make life interesting. 11 minutes on the clock. Tessa Tyson chasing the score. Isabella Nichols out in front. We're going to go to a short commercial break and see which one of these 2 can get through to the quarterfinals of the EDP Ericeira Pro after this. Welcome back here to live action. 9.5 minutes on the clock. Isabella Nichols with a couple of 8-point rides. Incredible surfing from the Australian. Tessa Tyson's last wave came in at a 6.07. So maybe thought it might have been a little bit higher than that. The judges not so much. So she still needs that big number 9. She's surfing great. She's got to go up into the super excellent range. It's really hard whenever your opponent's sort of locking in 8s. As we see Tyson, this was caught during the break, Chico.
Yeah, this was the 607. Nice snap there. Waits for it. A bit of a horizontal turn there. Not really vertical, but this one a bit better. Gouging snap. Gets up there again. And as you said, she's surfing really, really good. She has a combined total of 14.17. But Isabella, she's just plugging away excellent numbers. And it's really hard to match when someone is on that type of form and catching the quality of waves that Bella is catching.
Yeah, so my mistake. So that last wave was a 6. The one before for the 3-turn combo was a 7. So 2 7s for Tessa. So, I mean, if she is to go down in this heat, you can just think that her performances have been incredible. She hasn't made any mistakes. She surfed incredibly well. Just came up against the surfer absolutely on fire. And yeah, Tessa's 14-point heat total would have probably beat sort of 90% of the other opponents in round 16. But you have to beat the surfer in your heat. At the moment, she just hasn't quite been able to get up to that excellent range that Bella Nichols has. And now needing a 9.10. Just seeing that fog just starting to drift back in. It's there's no rhyme nor reason to it. It's impossible to predict. So far, we've had a pretty good run. Once you're down on the beach, it's pretty clear and fine. There's Tia Zabrowski. So this is a young surfer who's been setting the world on light. There's a mum. She was a former professional snowboarder. So she's got some elite level coaching. Her dad was also a pro snowboarders, competed in the Olympics, so she's got some pedigree. And she's been absolutely on fire. Won the last 3 qualifying series events in Europe. Won all the heats here, and really convincing heat wins, I might add, as well, and just 13 years of age. So she's up against Luana Silva, CT surfer, who was sitting on the 6th in the ranking. So big heats. Every heat's absolutely stacked, and that's going to be a really interesting clash between 2 really powerful natural footers. As we see, just a bit of a contrast again, the fog coming in. It's hard to see it. I mean, the surfers have got great vision, but for the judges, it's all important. They're the ones that have to keep a real close eye on it. Trav said, any opportunity we get to run, we just got to go now. We're running out of time, especially if there's more fog coming along. So we'll see how that pans out. Right now, though, while there's a bit of a break in proceedings, look at the heat recap, which has been dominated by Bella Nichols, but only because Tessa Tyson made her really up a game with surfing like this, Chico.
Yeah, amazing surfing by Tessa. She's doing such a good job on staying with this one. She's surfing good, in my opinion, really good. But Bella, she just caught amazing waves, and with the talent she has and the technique and everything, it's hard to match. Isabella Nichols is known for surfing amazingly good, especially in point break. So catching waves like this is going to be really hard to match Isabella's just fluid style, technique, and precision on these waves. So Isabella having a bit of an amazing heat, in my opinion, and with 2 excellent numbers, might be feeling really good out there.
Yeah, she really is feeling it. The body language is great. The scores are even better. A couple of 8-point rides, leaving Tessa Tyson chasing massive numbers, also having priority. So she's also got this spot where she's got to wait. Looks like the 2 having a bit of a chat out there at the moment. I don't know, just reassessing. Bella with priority. Is she going to stick on Tessa or just try and keep her location or keep her spot in the lineup? She's really experienced competitor. She won't let anything go by or any opportunities slip between her grasp. Having won at Manly earlier on in the year, trying to get another massive result here. Quarter final finish won't get her a CT qualification, but I'll tell you what, it gets her a step closer, and she'll be really happy with the way things going. And she's going to go again here, uses a priority, Isabella Nichols, and then just kicks out. So maybe more of a blocking opportunity more than anything else, or a potential mistake from Isabella, but that wave, despite having priority for quite some time, didn't really capitalise.
Yeah, I agree, Ben. I think it was just a bit of a block, and she knows there's not much time left, and to get a 9-1-0 isn't that easy. So a bit of a block there, just playing the game. And it's great to see someone like with excellent numbers just going for a bit of a block. It means they're really in tune with what they're doing, and the end goal. Make the hit.
Playing a bit of defense basically, isn't it?
Yeah.
And just getting in their opponent's grill. Meanwhile, we'll see if it pays off. Here goes Tyson. A little bit of a funny turn, and there he goes. So Tyson not able to capitalise on that priority. Gets a wave. She knows she needs a big number. And goes back out. She's just hoping that a big set will come in with 3.5 minutes left on the clock. And that incredible heat coming out the last heat of round of 16. Tia Sabrowski and Luana Silva. So great matchup. Really excited about that. Such great surfers. Luana Silva has won the event here before and made the final last year. So she's just a really consistent performer at Ribera. So she'll be confident. But she'll also know that she's up against one of the new shining lights of the sport. So yeah, it's going to be close. Right now though, bit of a, anticlimactic finish to this one, Chico. I think Isabella Nichols has been a bit too good, a bit too strong, and that means there's not a whole lot of drama in terms of the end of the heat. But it's it's been great to watch.
Oh, and a bit of a mistake there. Tessa Tyson had priority, a bit of a paddle, and she can catch that wave. But with 2 minutes to go, I just feel like this is one of those heats that if Tessa loses, I wouldn't be that rattled just because she served that good and she's just put on such a good performance for the conditions we have on end.
Yeah, exactly. That heat total is, you know, if you're going out and getting 2 sevens each heat, you're going to win more than off the not. Here she goes, though. This might be a last throw at the dice. A little turn, and then it just gets a little bit chubby on the inside. There's that backhand spray. She's been doing all that. And then another one.
What?
So great surfing from Tessa, and a third one or fourth one. She likes it, but you just don't think it's going to go up the 9-point ride that she needs. But she's fought hard. She's done a great job in terms of posting some big numbers. I don't think she'll get another opportunity now, unfortunately, for the French surfer. And that will leave Isabella Nichols just a couple of heats away from getting herself back on the 2025 Championship Tour. Having a crack at pipe, where she's done well before. And yeah, really sort of committed surfing. I mean, it was good surfing. It was good classic Tyson, but just not enough.
Yeah, I don't think that's a 9-1-0, but look at this. Nice snap there. I like this turn. Bang. Vertical, gets the fins out, and she was able to fit one more. So if she will improve on the score line, well, I don't know. I felt like the other sevens were probably a bit better and a bit more on the timing of the wave. So with 40 seconds, I think Bella is going to take this one home.
Yeah, Isabella Nichols, CT surfer, continues a great run of form throughout the whole entire Challenger Series. It's been consistent. It's won an event. And yeah, she's looking really, really good. One of the event favourites, rightfully so. And she is progressing on to the quarterfinals in 25 seconds. She'll be really happy. Looking forward to seeing what she says in the interview, just about where she's at mentally and physically. They both look pretty strong from this perspective. And 10 seconds on the clock. A bit of a low-key finish to it. Some incredible waves ridden, some great surfing. And Isabella Nichols gets a big hug from Tessa there at the end. Good sportsmanship. And Nichols just getting closer and closer to that dream, that goal. 16.27 heat total. So big numbers. And Nichols will come in. Will come in and get a bit of the brains trust. She will have a look where she's at. Find it. So the girls paddling in. Job well done from Isabella Nichols. We've got a big heat coming up. We've got Ty Zabrowski and Luana Silva. We're going to go to a short commercial break. Come back with more live action from the EDP Ericeira Pro right after this. Welcome back to the beautiful coastline of Portugal. My name's Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth by Chris Benz. We've got some big names in the water. We've got Tia Zabrowski, the French star at the Tahitian Charger, just 13 years of age and really showing that she could be one of the sort of future game changers of our sport called surfing. But she's up against Luana Silva, ranked number 6 on the Challenger Series, so just one spot out. We just saw Nadia Aristabe, the world's Challenger Series ranked 5, lose her heat earlier on, so there's some potential here for Luana Silva to make some jumps. Chris Benz, pretty intriguing matchup.
Yeah, well, we saw Samuel Pupo get cut at Margaret River and re-qualify here at Ribeira de las. And Luana Silva, she also got cut at Margaret River off the Championship Tour this year, so she would love to do the same right here. And Tia Zabrowski, we were debating the other day best 13-year-old surfers in the world. I was just having a chat with Bella Kenworthy's dad, Jason, on the beach. He's a legendary surf photographer from way back in the day. He was responsible for pulling together the Nike surfing team and steered the ship on Leave a Message, which was the seminal women's surfing video of the mid-noughties. And he said, hey, let's not leave Carissa Moore off that list. And of course not. So,
yeah, she was pretty good, pretty young. She managed to get a couple of wins in Hawaii, didn't she, on the qualifying series, quite young. And yeah, it's strange. Often those, especially in women's sport, they just tend to mature a bit earlier, and they often come on the scene just a bit younger. Not just in surfing, but a lot of sports. So you see them just sort of progress through it a bit quicker. But geez, I think it's been a long time since we've seen someone of the calibre of Zabrowski coming through at this young age. Just the technique so fully formed. She's got a lot of power in the surfing, and she just seems like, yeah, she's come in box fresh and incredible surfer, an incredible future. Don't want to get too far out of ourselves, but it's just hard not to get pretty excited when she's putting up these massive scores.
Yeah, sure. And if you look at, say, women's gymnastics, that's been the domain of the young teenager for a long time, and surfing is getting more and more gymnastic as we progress with aerials and, contortion acts in all kinds of waves. There's Tia Zabrowski, not quite enough contortion to flick back up out of that one. But yeah, and it's not a new story. I think Tyler Wright holds the record for the youngest Championship Tour victory. She was 14 when she won, was it the Beach League Classic? Yeah. As a wild card. Caroline Marks was 16 when she qualified for the Championship Tour. It's hard to imagine, but Caroline Marks, who's got a world title and an Olympic gold medal, is just 21 these days.
I know, incredible. See Tia there, just getting a couple of zips and zaps. Did identify that section for a bit of a layback car, but did make a mistake there. So first wave for Zabrowski. It's going to be into the scoring that she probably needs to beat a surfer of the calibre of Silva. Just goes for it. Bit of contortion gymnastics kind of effect there, Benzie, but it just didn't quite make it. And here goes Luana Silva. So the Brazilian surfer, but has grown up in Hawaii, surfs a lot at Sunset Beach, and just gets a 2-turn combo in. Been sort of yo-yoing between the CT and the Challenger Series. Grew up on the North Shore, went to Sunset Elementary School, so that good mix of Hawaiian kind of surfing heritage and the Brazilian surf culture. It's a pretty good mix, isn't it?
Yeah, great mates with Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. They were sort of travel buddies on the Championship Tour. And Luana is working with Leandro Dora at this event as well. So plenty of Championship Tour DNA in her whole program. Talking about Leave a Message, if you're a fan of women's surfing and you haven't seen it, go dig it up somewhere deep in the internet. That was the team movie that Nike first put out when they made their big push into surfing around about 2010. And the team was unbelievable. Carissa Moore, Coco Ho, Malia Manuel, Lakey Peterson was involved. It was Laura Enova. It was an incredible collection of talent, and really that generation's defining moment. Almost a little momentum generation for the female squad.
And back then it was an all-female surf movie was an unusual thing, and Jace Kenworthy assembled that incredible crew.
And the movie still stands up. I did an interview with Carissa in the Maldives a month or so ago, and she said every now and then she goes and has a little watch of it, and she's still very proud of what she and the squad did together. On that note, I know that the Red Bull female brigade of Katie Simmers, Caroline Marks, Molly Picklum, and a couple others are in the Mets at the moment, filming with Nate Lawrence and Scotty Hammond.
Wow.
So who knows what's to come from that, but watch this space. It could be an updated version of Leave a Message.
Okay, and here
Maybe
goes.
send a text these days.
Yeah.
Send a DM.
Yeah. Well, I know there'll be some deep barrels and some incredible turns going down. There's three pushing each other, feeding off each other's energy. Next generation, new world champion in Katie Simmers. I mean, you know, she just turned 18, hadn't she, when she won this year at WSL finals there in Trestles. So it's incredible to think where, you know, she's nowhere even halfway through, a tiny way through her trajectory in her career. What she can achieve in the sport is you know, potentially mind-bending. Just a little bit hard on the ice here. This fog is just hanging around again. Judges can see the drone shot gives a bit better clearance of what's going on. Surf has got great view out there. When you're out there, you can see the waves, you can see the lineup. It's absolutely fine. Just makes it a little bit difficult from the pulled back look with the cameras on the beach. Visibility seems to be closing in a little bit. As we see, Surf is just trying to get their marks. It's been 10 minutes on the clock. Luana Silva got a 5.5, the only real score of note. So a bit of a sluggish start to this. We've had so many great waves. The heat before was absolutely action-packed. Massive numbers dropping from Bella Nichols. And really good performance too from Tessa Tyson. There was no shortage of waves. As we see a late drop there from Silva. So Lulu, nice turn is good. There's a wrapping carve. And now she's eyeing off the section on the inside. There's a nice little shroud. And a finish. And just kicks out before those rocks start coming her way. Meanwhile, there's Zabrowski. Nice wrap first turn. A little quick snap. And then there's a layback. She doesn't mess up that one. So she identified that sort of section on the last wave, but didn't manage to execute it. On that wave, she did it, and she did it right over her opponent. So really, really strong surfing from both girls. Committed, sharp, and mistake-free. And speaking of super sharp and mistake-free, Joanna Garnell is down on the beach with Isabella Nichols.
Yeah, guys, absolutely. What a great heat. And to do it with a pair of 8s, that has to build up some confidence going into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's been a long time since I've had a heat score like that, so it feels really nice to put a couple big scores on the board. And I knew I was going to need to because Tess has been on fire. Like, she's had some really good results. She killed it in Bolito. She's one of my best friends, and it was always going to be a hard one, but it just started firing out there when we paddled out, and I got a bit overwhelmed at the end there because there were so many waves coming through. I didn't know what one to catch. So, yeah, I'm just happy to get through that, improve on the overall tally, and, yeah, hopefully we keep going.
And Sally mentioned yesterday that it's a bit of a treasure hunt to look for the waves. Do you feel the same way?
100%. They look like they're going to be good, and then sometimes they're not, and vice versa. Like, they might not look too good, and then you look at it walling up on the inside and you just kick yourself. You're like, why did I not go that? But I think out here it's a matter of just like swinging and going, and obviously it needs to have a little bit of that kind of nice look when you're taking off, but a lot of the time you don't know whether it's going to like hug the bank or like push wide, and especially like with here the tides are so big, so the difference between like an hour's worth of tide, it changes the whole playing field. So through your heat, it could go through like 3 transitions, and you just have to adapt a lot. And luckily today, the swell is really coming from this direction and hitting that little inside bowl, and it's been super fun.
And now a couple more heats to requalification. What's going on in your head?
Yeah, for me, that one was a real big one in my head, and I worked it up a lot, especially since we had like 3 days in between the last heat and this one, and I had a lot of time to think about it, which sometimes is a good thing, sometimes not so good, but yeah, I mean, I'm just really happy to get through that one and improve on my 9th place now. And yeah, just hopefully the waves hang around for this afternoon.
Hopefully they do. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Cheers. Thank you.
Thanks, Joanna, and thanks, Isabella. Yeah, she's been hyping up. You talked about that weight. She's weighed a lot. She put a lot of pressure on herself, and she delivered. And by the looks of, and the cheers from the beach, I think Luana Silva may have delivered on that last wave. While we were talking to Bella, Silva was shralping. I might get Chris Binns to talk me through it.
Yeah, let's have a look at this one. So scores still to come. Luana's holding on to a pair of 5s at the moment. Has she got rid of one of those? This was a clean wall. It stood up, it bowled, it bent back at her and really allowed her to unleash, just fluently working her way down the line. A strong string of turns and got the finish, so she'll be very happy with that. Tia Zabrowski is also dropping a big number, and that's going to be for this wave. Little dynamo tearing into section after section, and another one of these waves. So we're at a good period of the tide right now, and there it is, an 8-point ride for Tia Zabrowski. And before the interview, this was Luana Silva. This might be her 5.77 possibly. And
yes, it was. You're right, mate.
It's on the cookout there right now. Just listening to Bella in that interview, you know, the good thing about, we've had 3 days off, and normally that means there's no waves and you can get in your own head and you're stuck inside and you're trying to kill time, but there's been waves all over the place, and as surfers we all know there's nothing better than going for a surf to clear your head, and I think all of the ladies still remaining in this event. One thing they won't have been short of on the last few days is surf time. There we see it, Tia Zabrowski, a perfect 8. So
yeah,
the judges
mate.
They're in perfect harmony this morning, in sync, after, you know, trying to figure out what's going on. Maybe the fog, they have to look especially hard to focus on their scores.
Yeah. She's got an 8. There's Tomas Fernandez, so he's a local here, and he's just in Tia's corner just for this particular event, giving her some advice to go with the dad's guidance. And an 8-point ride there for Tia. Out the back, here she goes again, Zabrowski. There's that first click off the top, and there's another. Oh, she does so much spray. She's so calm and committed. I'll tell you what, you know about these, you know, when you see these surfers come through that at a new level, the fact that she can get 8s, 7s and 8s on any wave, she doesn't need a good wave. Like, I mean, it always helps she's getting quality waves, but Binzi, she's just got so much spark and so powerful, and she links it all together. It's crazy how good this girl is.
Yeah, she's, you want to say one to watch for, but watch her now. She is tearing, so she's got an 8. She's obviously going to
And she's done this a few times before in the previous heats, like 2 waves back to back, and, you know, got a couple of 7s and 8s, so she can flip a heat in literally minutes. Yeah. So, I mean, we are waiting for that really good number from Silva as well, so it's going to be, you know, it's going to be really tight. These girls both going for it. Silva knows now that, you know, she's in a battle and she's got a great young surf, and she's got, you know, she's going to get a good score herself.
Something I've really liked about Tia Zabrowski surfing, occasionally you see a younger or a physically smaller surfer and they surf small, and you know, even though technically it's all there, that size difference shows. Tia Zabrowski surfs big. Like, she hammers every section, throws buckets of water.
And she throws risk at it too, doesn't she?
Yeah, yeah, she doesn't hold back one little bit. So, yeah, it's really exciting.
Yeah, I think there'd be some surfers watching her going, wow, right, okay, something's got to change, something's got to give here, because she's still just surfing at such a high level at such a young age. We'll see the scores coming in. A 7-point ride for Luana Silva's last good wave, that one, that long wave where she finished off, mainly on the 2 really good snaps down the end of the line, sort of generated those scores, and we've still got another wave from Zabrowska to come in. So really great surfing at the moment, as we see Silva. But we've got more live action. We're going to go to a short commercial break, come back with the final 13 minutes of the matchup between Silva and Zabrowski right after this. Welcome back to the EDP Ericeira Pro, presented by Estrella Galicia. We're 11 minutes down to go in this heat with Taya Zabrowski versus Luana Silva. And with that last wave, a 5-point score coming in for Zabrowski. The 13-year-old has just edged ahead of her CT surfing star Silva, and now Luana Silva needing a 6.01 to move into into the all-important first place. And it looks like she's paddling here. So Silva, bigger wave, and she just gets a first little swoop, and then another. This wave not standing up like she would have liked, and so she kicks out of that. That score is not going to go into a range. I mean, you got to put yourself in Luana's shoes, Chris. Like, does it make life any different when you're up against one of these sort of young phenoms? You know, you're only 13. Do you treat her differently? It must be, you know, it's a pretty unique experience even for Luana as well.
Yeah, the Challenger Series, there's always a couple of spoilers in the draw. You know, on the men's side, obviously, Kanoe Igarashi, Leo Fioravanti, they're not here to try and gain Challenger Series points. They're here just to surf, show up on not quite their hometown, but they both spent a lot of time in this part of the world. Tia Zabrowski, young superstar on the move. You know, she's a bit of a wild card as well. And yeah, I'm not sure whether, I don't think any of the women who've surfed around Tia Zabrowski would take her for granted, or think that it's almost a sign of respect that they would treat her equally to all of the other surfers.
Yep, and we've got Joanna Garnell. I think she's roving with a microphone. Who have you got down there, Joanna?
Yeah, boys, that's right. I found Mateusz Hurdy here on the beach, a big supporter of Luana, who's in the water right now. How's she doing?
She's doing well. It's a tough heat. I never heard of this Tia girl before. She rips, really young, and yeah, they both have a similar approach, and yeah, it's a really fun heat to watch, and really rooting for Luana.
What do you think she needs to improve?
She's been doing really well. Actually, she just needed one more good wave, because she had a 7 and I guess a 5.77. So if she catches one of those, you know, sets, she's probably gonna get the score that she needs. I think she has way more experience than Tia, and well, this could help her, you know.
Let's hope experience pays off.
Yeah, for sure.
Good luck.
Bye,
Okay, yeah, thanks, Mateusz. And supporting Luana. Yeah, he's pretty confident. She just needs a wave, he says. Pretty, you know, pretty basics. It's not too much, only needing a 6-point ride. So, well within her capabilities, obviously. And she's in that 6th spot. So, like Bella said, you know, she would have been thinking about this heat for a long time. She had a few days to think about it. So important at this stage. Silva, she knows that there's a bit of, you know, 2 spots above her, both Erin Brooks and Aristabe knocked out relatively early, so this is the time to capitalise. But
yeah, and also those women who are sort of in the cluster that she is. Vahine Fierro, we just saw her knocked out. Bronte McCauley gone. Alyssa Spencer gone. Sophia Medina gone. So, you know, this is a big opportunity for Luana Silva, but again, you can't sort of stew on that too much. You just have to go out. There's plenty of waves. You need to make sure that you're on the good ones and you tear them apart. A guy who's been doing that all week, Jorgen Kuzene in the red jersey on screen. He'll be coming up against Alejo Muniz, who we've seen Ian Gouveia qualify for the championship tour, and then, you know, a little 5 or 6 year absence before he's requalified. Alejo Muniz, I think it's 8 years since he was last on the championship tour. He's had a horror run of injuries. Surgeries on both knees, I think, and now he is in a really good position to try and put himself back at the highest tier.
yeah, he's 2 heats away from qualification. He's just got to get to the semi-finals. If he makes the semis, he's a lock. I mean, there's a very good chance he will still qualify, depending on Brazil. But yeah, he can do it here with 2 heat wins. So he's an hour away from getting back on the dream. And yeah, I mean, look, everyone's got their stories. Everyone works hard for their goals. But tell you what, you have to travel pretty far and wide to find a guy that's worked harder and been through more to get back on the CT than Alejo.
I think Alejo may have grown up in Argentina. I know his brother surfed for Argentina for a while, so way down south in Brazil.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting story right there as well.
Yeah, Alejo, as you said, you know, He's just always been there or thereabouts, hammering around, never given up on his dreams. Always had that style. Those the injuries sort of mainly took him out when he was actually on the CT. You know, I remember in Hawaii, a particularly bad one in France. He did his knee during a heat, which put him out for 9 months. So, you know, they're no longer a part of his surfing. He got over it. He recovered well. He trains really hard. He's really, you know, a determined and focused competitor. So yeah, he's up there. He won't have it all his own way though. As you said, Jorgen Kuzne, another guy, has actually had a few injury concerns. He's had ongoing back problems. Has had a really tough year. And just finding his rhythm down here in Portugal for the first time on the Challenger Series. So yeah, he'll be super dangerous. Great matchups as we see round 16 of men's coming through straight after this heat with Zabrowski and Silva.
It's surprising to hear that Jorgen's had injury issues, because his rig is spectacular and he is not afraid of getting around without a shirt off. I mean, I don't think I would either.
Mate? Yeah, tops off. It's just the body. Yeah, he trains really hard. Always has done. And
his
really
six-pack
committed.
has a six-pack.
Yeah, his six-pack's on. This is the heat recap though. Silva started off strong, but it was a real sort of short phase in the middle of the heat where Zabrowski came back. She was good hit, didn't she, Benji? Already, this is the first wave, just really up into it. That style was looking good commitment. But Zabrowski's just got a bit of the X factor at the moment.
Yeah, it's a tight one, a 5 and an 8, beating a 5 and a 7. And yeah, basically Luana needing a 6 to break the deadlock. Exactly 5 minutes to go. It's pretty murky out there right now. What I can tell you is that when you're on the beach, it's a little bit sharper visually than what we're seeing from the pulled back camera angles. Yeah, so hopefully this fog stays away. It really feels like we're in a cloud. I've just walked outside and I'm sticky. It's 100% humidity.
Yeah, she's 110. And you saw Tia's dad there. He's nervous. He's just watching this. It's such a small score relatively for Luana to get up into that first place. It's been a real lull too. We had been just a non-stop run of waves throughout most of the morning. This is probably the first considerable lull we've had as both girls waiting for that final wave. It could be an exchange, one more set that determines the outcome of this round of 16, the last round of 16 of the women's.
You can see just how oily it is. We've got slack water, we're mid-tide, there's barely a breath of wind. Like back home where I'm from in WA, this fog would have been blown to France 10 minutes after it turned up 3 days ago.
Yeah,
it's crazy that's just sat on us.
Rio Doctor would have touched that up, wouldn't it? But yeah, here it's rare not to get wind. I mean, it's great for the actual surface conditions, isn't it? But yeah, it does mean the fog is more likely to come. As we see, not sure if that's a paddle. They're getting close. Oh, Silva's got doesn't have priority. Oh, Dad's staying there. They're so nervous. Eyes on the prize. He's waiting now, and there's a big bomb at the back. He's identified it. He might see if his daughter wants to go. They're really close, knit, tight, packed in with each other. Silva without priority, needing a 6. Zabrowski holding on to a very slender lead. And they're just playing a bit of cat and mouse at the moment, Binzi. Just trying to get that one up on each other. And it's really tight. They're be careful with the interference, I'd imagine.
He's letting off some steam, isn't he?
Yeah, he's feeling it. It's really hard.
Malvo just in the background, handsomely watching on.
There we go. What's that? I don't know. What do you reckon that signal is there, Chris?
I think it's go sit wide of her. Use your priority to drop in if need be.
Yeah, get away, get some space.
Yeah, just make sure you don't drop in after the final hooter is gone and if Luana is on a wave. We see that far too often at this level.
I never understand that rule.
I feel like once every 6 months there's one of those interferences and everyone acts like they've never heard of it before.
No, but every time I see it, I can never get my head around it. Anyway, let's not hope it comes to that. Let's hope we both serves get opportunities.
It's a rule. Like,
yeah,
you do this, you participate in this sport professionally, learn the rules. I don't know, it doesn't seem like that much of a stretch. Everyone's got a coach. They should know the rules too.
Yeah, okay. I know. Okay, stickler. Steve Stickler here in the corner.
Yeah, well, rules are put in place for everyone's benefit, you know.
Never heard the expression, rules are meant to be broken. Vinci, never come across that one before?
Oh, I have, but not if you're trying to win at sport.
Okay, yeah, no, I got you, mate. I got you. All right, we were talking about a potential series that hasn't actually happened yet.
I mean, I dropped in on you yesterday. I wasn't afraid of breaking the rules then, was I?
Well, that was a definite interference.
Wasn't exactly sheep stations on the line.
But it's 90 seconds now, so Tia has just got out of her way. She's got priority. She's in a really good position here. You know, she's only 13. That's why she's, you know, getting, you know, all that so much advice from her dad in the water. She's relatively inexperienced. She has played it pretty good though. Got the 2 waves and now holding position, not getting too rattled. Silva, meanwhile, is paddling around, getting a little bit edgy, as you would. It's a massive heat for her as well, sitting 6th on the rankings. But Zabrowski holding a nerve at this stage.
Dad's not holding his nerve.
Dad's not holding his nerve. He's like, he wants her to stay away from her. And he's just happy now. He's gonna get aged. Oh yeah, just get the grom. And yeah, all the Zabrowskis coming down to support their big sis. She's the eldest of the clan. And now she's doing that. Get away from her, go wider. Okay, so now she listens. 30 seconds on the clock. And it is getting tense on the beach. It's getting tense in the water. And he's saying go, but he's given it. She has given it to Silva. So we'll set this way. He's only needed a 6. There's the first turn. There's a carve.
Well, Dad's happy. He doesn't think this wave's offering up much potential, and he might be right.
Well, she fought hard, Luana, but Dad doesn't think it's a 6. But Zabrowski thinks she's done enough. We haven't got the scores yet. Crikey, he's pretty passionate about it. He's pretty keen, and he's got a daughter who has played a really smart heat. I mean, she surfed incredibly as well, but she's also, you know, played it smart toward the end, made some good decisions under pressure. And Tia Zabrowski, who hasn't lost the heat in about 4 months. But Luana Silva, you can see the disappointment. She's going to wait till Brazil. She now has 1 Challenger Series left. This is a wave she needed a 6. It's kind of after his first turn.
Oh, it was a good first turn.
It was pretty apparent the wave wasn't going to deliver. So she hasn't been able to capitalise on a lot of those surfers who've been knocked out. And she's come up against a new phenomenon. She knows she didn't get the score. She has to wash that off. And disappointing for a surfer who's done so well at this wave. Won a heat, won a final, made the final last year, but she's out at the round of 16 stage. And Tia Zabrowski, the story probably of the event so far, is now into the quarterfinals, and she'll be backing herself to win. So there she is. So while those surfers just do the little rock jump, we'll go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action from the EDP Ericeira Pro with the men's division after this.
The EDP Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella Galicia is brought to you by EDP, official energy partner of the WSL in Portugal. By Millennium Bank, official bank of the WSL in Portugal. By Hertz, official rental car of the WSL in Portugal. By You and the Sea, your hotel in Ericeira by the sea. And by Mayo, official technology partner of the WSL in Portugal.
Welcome back to Ericeira. It's the EDP Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella Galicia. And the story of young Tia Zabrowski just continues here in Portugal, and an amazing summer she's had. She's taken down very quality surfer in Luana Silva. So that's wrapping up our round of 16 action for the women, Binzi. And we're all set with quarterfinals here.
We sure are. We are well and truly down to the business end. Round of 16 action in the water for the man, Jorgen Kuzenet and Alejo Muniz. Alejo, a lot on the line. He's not too far from qualifying himself.
Yeah, getting really close to diving into all of those situations. Who can get qualifying done? Let's have a look at our bracket for the women here. This is how it all sets up. So those are the quarterfinal matchups. And that blend of sort of experience and the youth, there's been a theme throughout this one. Looks like it's going to carry on through the QFs.
Yeah, so Sally Fitzgibbons, clearly the veteran of the field. And she would love to get back to the championship tour. She's 90% of the way there. Yolanda Hopkins and Noah Clapp. That's a tight tussle between two lesser heralded surfers.
Who's the scariest surfer in the draw there?
Oh, I think Tia Zabrowski is. She's surfed fearlessly this week, and she has nothing to lose. She's just coming in here and she's just adding scalps to her belt as she goes.
Yeah, also sort of less of a known entity, although everyone's got a fair idea of what she can do by now. But you think a lot of these surfers will kind of rub shoulders with each other in the past, but coming up against a 13-year-old on an absolute tear will be Bella Nichols, who's got loads of experience to draw on. She's got a great technique to match this wave. So those are the quarterfinal matchups right now. Round of 16 action for the men. Jorgen Kuzenet of France, Alejo Muniz from Brazil. And another story really where we've seen someone with plenty of CT experience and kind of go away for a little while, go lower prof, kind of come. Conviction, new goals. Jorgen also has dealt with some injury, a couple of setbacks like that, and he's back and he's surfing really well, looks free and liberated. We expect Alejo to deliver the power throughout.
Wow, I can't believe how low Alejo got on that opening turn. For a guy who's had knee issues, no sign of connective tissue difficulty whatsoever. Very limber from start to finish on this one, slicing and dicing. And he has really made something out of nothing on this. How low did he get? That's a crazy turn. He's just about a drop knee tail slide coming out of that one. Here's the replay of Jorgen. A little bit more bread and butter as he takes to the sky. That's going to be a decent number. The double hand hair flick, don't mind that either. And comboing it up with some solid rail work down the line. So first air that we've seen today from Jorgen, and he's comboed it up with plenty of turns down the line. That's going to be a decent number for the man in red. I think that was a 7.67. 5.17 for Alejo's opener, but he's back in action again.
Alejo here muscling up. There's a snap with loads of spray and just absolutely teeing off on this thing. Gives it everything. Just full power, full explosivity, ultra aggressive. And going again and again, and he'll give himself a little clap as well. The Brazilian crew like it. He opened up with a 5, so the opening exchange definitely went the way of Jorgen. Got 7.67 for that, where he got a chance to go above the lip, rotated nice and high, and then the variety as well. So Jorgen, he's a powerful guy, but looks relatively light on his feet compared to Alejo Muniz. He'll go again here. He's found himself a wave, which doesn't offer much, just pushing a little wider as a speculative look around, realizes with Muniz all the way down on the inside, a good chance to snaffle Pryo here, and he's already in a commanding position. But let's just hope we get consistent waves throughout this one, because these two are just going to go at it throughout. Great looking matchup. You sort of contrast the styles a bit. There's a lot of similarities, but maybe Jorgen would just try and stick to some of that more progressive stuff, though they both can do that. Speaking of progressive surfers, let's go and speak to Tia Zabrowski, who just tore into her last heat, went excellent again. She's through to quarters, and she's standing by with Chico Alves.
Yeah, boys, I've got a really happy Tia Zabrowski with me. Tia, you just keep getting through rounds. You're smashing everyone. What's happening?
I don't really know what's happening. I'm just trying to do my best surfing, catch some good waves, and having fun. It's such an honor to participate at the Challenger Series here in Portugal, and yeah.
And you got out of the water, and you just told me you're happy. You're not very, very happy yet, just because you didn't got the backup, but you made it. And what's the strategy for the next round?
Actually, I really wanted to have a backup, but I mean, I make my heat. I lead my heat, and I'm really happy to go through the quarterfinals. The strategy for the quarterfinals, we don't know yet because we don't know how will be the wave. But I think it's always the same, having fun, catch some waves, and try to show my best surfing. I hope I could make some airs on my heat on the next, and yeah, we'll see.
I like the goal, airs now. I like the goal. I know your family is here. You want to send a quick message back home to a couple of friends of school, something? Just close friends. You want to send a quick message back home?
Coucou tout le monde, c'est Tia. Je suis super contente d'aller sur VK. J'espère que je vais pouvoir aller jusqu'en finale. Je vous aime tous et puis voilà.
Mais puis voilà, amazing job, Tia, and good luck for the next round.
Thank you.
Back to you, boys.
Thanks, Chico. What a story that is. We'll enjoy watching it continue to unfold here. Numbers in. Alejo Muniz, who tore that wave up, 8-1-7. And this is a full-blooded battle here. Love it. Still plenty of time to go. 21 minutes. Muniz off the top, stings the tail. And then the raking bottom turn straight up vert, gives it everything. And just full flex from the entire body from him as he just juices this really nice turn for Jorgan there. And he would have loved another section. You see the release that he can get into that turn, making it dynamic. What a clash this is, Binzi.
These two might have come out and blown the fog away because visibility is better than it has been for about 24 hours, maybe 48. Jorgan just going through the gears, pacing his run beautifully. How was the bucket of spray that came out of that one? Rails were singing, and that'll be a decent number for Jorgan, so he's massively upgrading his 183. Here was the reply from Alejo Muniz. Love the way he did the deep bottom turn, a little bit of a foam climb to get back out onto the clean green wall, and signs off with another turn of his own. And buckets ensuing every time Alejo winds up and gets the swing weight going through these big, powerful turns. So Alejo Muniz with 5-1-7, and I think this was an 8-1-7, gives himself a little clap. He got a 4-3-3 for his last wave, doesn't go into his top two. He is in the lead. Number still to come for Jorgen Kuzene's last wave. We have a ding-dong battle on our hands. We're a third of the way through, 10 minutes off the clock, 20 still to come. Oh, making it rain down here at Ribeira de Lache. Alejo Muniz, maybe not thinking too much about the qualification scenarios, just going out there and surfing. These are the best looking waves we've seen in a while. This might be the perfect point of the tide. Still got slack winds. There's lots of opportunity. And we're not hearing any surfers coming in complaining that they haven't had their chances.
Yeah, tide's turned, isn't it? It's coming back in now. So we're going to push up. We're an hour and a half off low. So we're getting up towards that mid-tide, which is generally optimal here. And all of that water pushing back in will just help the swelling. We're seeing it pulse, and this one is exactly what we want to see as well. Opportunity for these two to go at it. And already this one, a great clash with good numbers in, excellent numbers. In the case of Alejo Muniz, who's leading this, 8-1-7 for just tearing in. Wasn't too worried about variety. It was just all about pushing really hard. Just rip that one wave apart. We've seen the rotation above the lip from Jorgen Kuzené, who is looking very polished himself as well. And I think a lot is really going to come down to who's picking the right waves out here, who's getting the quality. Both of these two have got plenty of talent to be worthy quarterfinalists and beyond in this event. How will they go about locking into the right waves out here? I think it's going to be crucial I just love the intensity of this one, and I think, you know, one thing you know about these two in particular, they like to compete. They're relishing the chance to really show what they can do. They've had a little bit of time off in terms of waiting for a heat. Plenty of time to think about it, and they've just come out absolutely flying and exploding in this one. It's real cool to see that go down, and you know, this level with what's at stake, you'd like to see surfers needing to go into that excellent range to advance.
Tell us a little bit about Jorgen, because La Réunion, little French island out in the Indian Ocean, has punched well and truly above its weight when producing championship tour surfers. Obviously, Jeremy Flores, Joanne Defay, but then you work your way down the line. Maxime Huskino and Jorgen is part of that gang as well. What's the secret?
Well, I guess the warm water be a big part of that as well. They got great waves over there, but the really warm water from a young age allows kids loads of time to be in the water. Of course, they also had a really big problem with sharks over there, so Jorgen moved over to France, to the mainland. He's been there for a number of years, based over there, doing the qualifiers around Europe, so that's been his home. I think that situation is improving quite significantly over there in Réunion, but Jorgen's still based in the southwest of France, and obviously some pretty good waves around there as well, but good access to training and all that sort of stuff. And we talked about it in his earlier heat. He got really close to qualifying a couple of years back, 2 years in a row. He came agonisingly close, and some injuries have kind of hit him a bit. He's been dealing with a few different things. He looks very much fit, focused, and back, and just ready to go, which is really cool to see. He's definitely a positive character around the scene.
Gee, the waves look fun out there right now.
Yeah, it's just pulsing on that reef, and the tide filling in some of those gaps, just smoothing everything out. Light wind as well, so real glassy at the moment. We're just over 16 minutes in this. It's Alejo Muniz with a ton of championship tour experience and an excellent number already locked in. Priority is the Jorgen though, and he doesn't need a huge number. He's got a 7.67 of his own, looking for 5.68. A little paddle wide from these two. We've seen a pulse of energy. It will be Jorgen's refusal if he doesn't want it, because he does have priority and he'll actually use it here. So he'll try and go from pretty deep. Let's see how he does that. Good speed initially, and then good spark. First of all, banking off the white water, and then carving, deals with the leash, and then snaps with great timing off the top. And again, and he really needed to make that last turn. That was a big mistake from him there, and that could prove costly. He's not going to get many opportunities for someone like Alejo to make mistakes. He's going to have to make everything count. What happened, Binzi?
Yeah, have a look at this, working his way down the line. Plenty of drift out of the tail. He had the leg rope wrapped up around his back leg for the opening stanza. And unfortunately leaving a few points on the board, not quite connecting the dots to the very end.
Whoa, what about that carve?
Yeah, well, he's looking to get rid of a 4.83. This is going to go close. The judges score what you've done, not what you could have. So, yeah, it would have been nice just to put the cherry on the top right at the end. But still, some beautiful surfing from Jorgen Kuzenet. Super tight drone work as well, bringing us some great vision throughout this event. There it is, a 5.07. So he needed a 5.68, and that fall has cost him. You'd imagine he'd be in the lead right now, but nonetheless, Jorgen won't want to be holding on to a 5 of any calibre when this heat is done in 14 minutes' time.
Look, now the back foot slipped off there. Looked like that's what the problem was. You do see he's got quite a unique sort of rotation that he does with the back foot as he comes out of the calves. He sort of changes the line, and you quite often see sometimes when he goes down, he just slightly overdoes that rotation. I think that was just back foot slipping off. He'll have a little bit of time to think about this. Muniz will have priority now, control the lineup, and still with that lead under the 14-minute mark, about 13:45 to go at the moment. Alejo Muniz is muscling his way into quarterfinals. Find out if Jorgen can come back at him when we return from break. Welcome back to Ericeira, Portugal, with a great heat out in the water. The Frenchman, Jorgen Cousinet, in live action, and he pops one. He's already got a successful completion on a decent speedy air with turns mixed in as well early in the heat. Got him a 7.67. And then maybe that just rattled Alejo Menezes' cage a little bit. Alejo replied with 8.17 for just belting it, pure power, just raw on the rail. And that's where we are, really. Cousinet's been chasing a mid-5, hasn't quite been able to get. They had that one opportunity, fell on the last turn. I don't know how many chances you're going to get. You need to be really finishing off all your waves. You take something and get a couple of turns done. You want to absolutely maximize, because Alejo Menezes is going to be pretty relentless throughout the closing 11 minutes in this. He's sitting on 5.17 of his own, so you think with priority, his next wave, you'd back him to improve on that 5. But what a cool spectacle this has been, Binzi.
Yeah, it's pumping right now, and these two men are swinging and swinging hard. Under priority, Jorgen would love to try and sell Alejo into something that's not quite stellar. Not going to happen there. Lines as far as you can see, but you can't see too far with the morning gloom. We are coming up towards midday. You know, traditionally, as the day warms up and the sun kind of burns through the haze, conditions get clearer, but that's not been the case the last couple of days. But so far, we've got away with it today. And fingers crossed, there's no more fog setting in heavier. And the conditions are just pulsing.
Yeah, Alejo Menezes came into this one ranked 4th in the world, and he's already adding points to his total just by virtue of where he is. He did have a really low result over in Belito, basically got last over there, so he's got rid of that, and a significant improvement. If he goes all the way to quarterfinals, he'll add quite a lot, actually. And right now, he's looking at adding around about 4,500 points to what he came in with. He'll go here on a wave. He's looking for points, basically to make the job harder for Jorgen, but he won't do it like that.
No, you're going to be happy with that, because I feel like he sort of sold that one. Jorgen had a decent paddle at it, and Alejo might have said, no, I got priority, buddy. And so the result of that little skirmish is that priority now flips over to Jorgen Cousinet, and well, has a look at the first wave that rolls through. I wonder if Alejo might have a look at this as well, decides against it. There's plenty of energy in the water right now. Well, the fog has not treated us well. We've been blessed for swell this week at Ribera. And here is Carlos Munoz preparing for his heat. He's up next against Edgar Grosjean. Carlos, another one of these guys who's tasted the championship tour before and would love nothing more than to get back there.
Yeah, he's been great so far in this, really good. Look at what he's been doing in his heats. It's general sort of vibe around the place as well. He's generally always a pretty upbeat character, but not putting too much emotion out. It's pretty cruising, kind of dialed back around on land. He's really just trying to peak in those 30 minutes out in the water, bring the energy then. But he definitely knows his way around the heat. He's a smart competitor as well. And he is in that sort of form, that sort of flow at the moment. He looks like he's really enjoying his surfing. He's very much dialed in with the board. He's got an old favourite. He gave us a bit of insight on that as well. It's been snapped and repaired a few times. He just keeps using it because that's how much he believes in that board. 8 on the clock here. Menezes still with the lead. The Brazilian squad watching on with a bit of concern after that last wave. We're quite surprised to see him go down and not add. And now Jorgen with a little bit to think about with that priority and this lack of sets for a while, a bit of a lull. We'll just start to play on his mind a touch. Do you think he's thinking about the score, 5, 6, 8? Does he surf towards that, Binzi? Does he try and go for an 8? What does he do next?
Yeah, he tries to go for an 8. You don't want to be, well, you're not going to make it through to a quarterfinal at this level holding on to a 5 of any description. So, yeah, a 7, 6, 7. Jorgen would like that to be his lower score. And he's got plenty of time. He has priority. There's plenty of waves. And he seems to be making a move for one of them right now. Turns his nose up at it. Alejo Menezes under priority.
Yeah, here goes Menezes. And that's why Jorgen didn't fancy it. So he sort of bolted over there, like sprint paddling. And as soon as he got close, he saw him just stop completely. So definitely didn't want to look like he's paddling for the wave itself. He's just positioning to be there, and it gave him a close look, and it was actually quite easy to identify on that one. It was going real soft, real quick. Alejo might as well go it. Nothing available in terms of point scoring sections there. Kuzine with all of that experience in heats will have to just use it a bit here and just keep a cool head basically, and just don't overthink anything. Stick with the task. He'll be well aware of the situation and the sort of number that he needs. Time will just tick away. He does need to surf a wave to get through the quarterfinals. It needs to be currently a 5, a pretty high 5. That assumes, of course, that by the end of things, there's no further improvement from Alejo, which I think we've got a pretty decent chance of seeing. And we're watching Justin Becret there with his good buddy Nanook. And they're watching on also Joaquim Chavez, who we had in the studio yesterday, surfed as a wild card up in the CT in Portugal earlier in the year, which is a great moment for him. Those just keeping a beady eye on things. You have to get a bit close to the water's edge really to see things because of the foggy situation that we've got. But right now, we've certainly got enough vision to essentially just admire the work of these two. It went really hard in the beginning, but it's gone a little quiet here, Binzi.
Yeah, the surfers aren't too far off the beach either. You know, some of the bigger days early on in the waiting period, they would have been another 100 or so metres out the back, which would have really rendered things impossible to see. But, you know, they're about 75 metres off the beach and then getting closer all the time, I'd say, stand up.
Just over 5 remaining. Who'd you rather be? Alejo with the lead in second priority, Jorgan with prio and a reasonably modest requirement.
Alejo, because he also only needs to replace 517 to make life a little bit tougher for Jorgan. And I think right now, you know, priority will force Alejo's hand a little bit, because if a set comes and Jorgan goes the first, well then he'll go the second, you know, so he doesn't have to think. We see here, he can just afford to roam around, look, you know, if he thinks he can upgrade that 5, he can go.
Hello.
Jorgen's going to be looking for a 7 or an 8 the whole time.
Here we go. He'll go here. Kuzine. Here he goes. He's up. He's found a good looking wave. Just gets his feet sorted out at the beginning. And then a quick snap to start. He needs to go into the lip here, which he'll do. And then that lip almost grabs his board. He does well to get out, get another turn done. And again, he'll just float over, float to snap, and another turn into the lip. So relentless, and he chucks in a reverse to finish on the rocks. So we speculated how hard he'd push. He pushed pretty hard, creative, exciting surfing.
Yeah, and that wave got better as it sort of rattled on down the line, which adds to the drama, gives you the big finish, gets the crowd on side. You know, the judges obviously don't score off crowd noise, but they can't help but feel it. It soaks in. And we see Jorgen, he had to work hard. There are a few sections right now, you know, had to nail all of these turns, not push them too hard and get caught behind. And then the wave rewarded him down the line with that section, and he didn't hold back at all. He's going to move into the lead, but by how much? What's the requirement going to be for Alejo Muniz? 3.5 minutes remaining. And I'm now going to change what I said earlier. I would prefer to be in Jorgen's situation right now.
A crucial one for the judges, this number on how much of a requirement we think. It's certainly going to put Jorgen in the lead. So how much will Alejo be chasing? I mean, we've said it several times, but to go all the way through to this inside section with big boulders, they're quite jagged as well. There's even a few urchins thrown in for good measure. It's quite sharp down there. Look at the control from him. Extra imperative to land that maneuver, not only for points, but also not to face plant on dry reef. 6.83 in for Jorgan, so he puts a requirement on Alejo. 6.33, the number for the Brazilian out the back with priority. We got lines approaching. It'll be nervous moments in both camps right now. As a neutral, as a spectator, a real treat this one. Really enjoying this close finish. Alejo will know exactly what sort of wave he's looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that score was never in doubt for Jorgan. You look, he got the 5.07 on his previous wave where he fell on that end section. That one was significantly better before he got to the closeout, and he managed to do the big flared out finner. And now he's surfing a little bit freer under priority. He's got nothing to lose on this wave, can afford just to have a bit of a speculative inquiry, and decides against it. Here goes Alejo Muniz with his qualification hopes here at Ericeira on the line. 2 big turns, really strong surfing from the Brazilian. gets the finish, gives it the clap. Obviously, the Brazilian contingent are feeling it on the surface deck. And 2 minutes to go. Where are the judges going to go with this one, Evo?
He looks like he's paddling in.
Yeah, he's done. Cue in the rack.
2 on the clock, and possibly, don't know if that's mind games there, but he's got time to paddle back out, so maybe he's just trying to show that he definitely thinks he got it. Let's have another look at it, Binzi.
Oh, strong opening turn. Big fan of spray. And the second turn was pretty good as well. Had to force the ender, got release, and that was nicely done. So 3 quick turns, 2 really big open face carves, laying serious rail, and got the completion, got that high moment of drama, gives himself a little clap and just comes on into the beach.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom turn is absolutely amazing how he sets up. It's a nice carving snap. This one again, just a really set-up turn. There's not loads in that in terms of points, but the finish was intense, and his control is so good at full bore, with loads of speed in it too, and just making that look really, really good. And then with a bit of a flex, just comes straight in as well with 2 on the clock. So wait for that number to come in, but Jorgen ain't done yet, and he skids the first turn, and he'll go up above the lip here, and he'll recover that in the white water. So trying to flare up and bring a little extra. Going with the progressive stuff. Alejo doesn't even want to look. He's just marching back up the sand towards the squad. Kuzene on his own in the lineup. He'll try and get back out. We reckon he's going to need a number here. Good chance of Alejo to get the score. What happened here with Jorgen?
Yeah, so flying down the line, he knows that he can't hold back. The first turn was searing. Pushed it on the second. Held on. Alejo, I think, will move into the lead. We'll leave Jorgen requiring a score that's probably going to be greater than his last wave, the 6.83. And you doubt that no matter what happens with Alejo's wave, if it puts him into the lead, I don't think that last wave of Jorgen's was better than his previous 6.83.
They're all wrapped up here, so we're waiting for the score of Alejo Muniz. Came in here, ranked 4th. And a big opportunity to move well up in terms of his points as well, because he is getting rid of a pretty meager throwaway result. Just picked up 700 points in South Africa, so he's going to improve by a few thousand points actually here already wherever he goes. But right now he's real close to a quarter-final position.
Is that a bit of a flex in front of the judges when you walk past them and there's still a minute going in your heat? Like, yeah, nothing to think about here, boys. Job's done.
Yeah, I think really when he got that wave, just particularly that last turn, he kind of straightened out and almost sort of on reflex, just kind of carried on going, and the whitewater came straight in. Numbers in, 7.07 for Alejo Muniz gets the score. And we are still due a number for Jorgen Kuzene, but 7.58. Not sure we saw that. So Alejo Muniz, that Brazilian contingent, they'll be absolutely delighted. Strong, strong showings from them throughout the week here. There's your defending champ, Dividi Silva, with the congratulations as well. And that squad energy remains high in Portugal for the Brazilians. And what a really, really entertaining heat that was to watch go down. Really fun one. And the experience of Alejo Muniz. And it gets him past Jorgen Kuzene, who served really well out there. Absolutely. He did rip it. He just came up against something of a force of nature in the form of Alejo Muniz. So the round of 16 is underway for the men. We've got our first quarter finalists locked in. Great looking heat coming up next. Grajia and Munoz. More live action from Portugal at EDP Ericeira Pro right after this.
Welcome back to Ericeira. Look, I'm not going to say there's not a little bit of fog around, because there is, but there's waves. And there's some incredible surfing going and some incredible narratives. Edgar Groggia, well, if he wins the event, he can qualify for the CT, and he's up against the Costa Rican Carlos Munoz, who is an absolute standout, a veteran of the sport. But right now, a man who is one heat away from CT qualification, and that's Alejo Muniz down on the beach with Joanna Garnell.
Yeah, guys, it's exciting. And that was a tense moment right there. Were you feeling the drama?
Yeah, I was. I was really focused during the heat. And with only 4 minutes left, I was talking to Jesus saying, if he goes flat, I'll be happy, you know. And then a wave came, and Jorgen is such an amazing surfer. I knew he was going to get the score on that wave. And I just believed that one more wave was about to come. And then I saw David with his bright jacket on the beach pointing that there was a set coming. So I'm glad I was relaxed and focused to wait for the right one, and really, really happy to get the score.
Is re-qualification on your mind?
Yeah, there has been for the last 8, 9, 10 years. You know, I've been working so hard for these moments, and I feel ready. So yeah, I'm stoked. I know I still have to make some more hits. I'm really happy that Ian and Samuel are already in. We have so many good guys from Brazil close to qualify as well. So yeah, one step closer now.
Have you been chatting to the other guys that are still in competition? What are the thoughts?
Yeah, we've been talking so much. We support each other so much. Hopefully they will make their hits soon. Edgar is in the water now, so hopefully he can make it, so we have a Brazilian quarterfinal. But yeah, we have a really close group of guys that we cheer for each other, and that's making, I think, us getting results, pushing each other.
Well, you just maybe sprinkled a little bit of inspiration for him.
Yeah, I hope so. I'll be here on the beach cheering for them too. I'm gonna get that jacket from David so he can see me from out there, and I can point the sets to him as well. But yeah, I just wanna say in Portuguese, obrigado a minha esposa, meu filho e minha família que estão sempre torcendo, amo vocês.
Go get that jacket.
Thanks.
Thanks, Leo. Well, that was a great interview. Yeah, he's yeah, are you thinking about the qualification? Yeah, for the last 10 years, that's all I've been thinking of. And that's how long it's been. You know, his last on tour in 2016, I think. So that's a remarkable amount of time to be chasing a single goal and to be so close. And incredible.
And as I'm going to hold that thought, and I said again.
Yeah, Edgar, so he's on the Brazilian. He's right in the top rank. He goes for big air and nails it. So haven't seen a lot of that. Just goes tail high, lands it. Pretty great surfing there from Edgar. I think one of the defining features of our sport and surfing and the Challenge Series and the CT is the friendships that formed on these tours. Chico, like you think about those guys, yeah, David Silva, Alejo Muniz, Miguel Pupo, they've been traveling together for what, 15, 20 years, just, you know, like it's so wild. Not many sort of other sports or even other facets of life where you travel with the same amount of guys all around the world, traveling together, living together, competing against each other. It forms such a unique bond, right?
Yeah, it's just impressive if they can all make it to the tour, just because they are that close. Imagine like having your best mates achieving a goal of a lifetime with you and actually sharing such a hard tour with you.
Yeah,
it means a lot for them. Like Samuel and his brother, and Miguel and Alejo are really, really close because they're from the same generation from Brazil. And then David is really close to them as well. So they're all in the mix to qualify, and for them might be huge to qualify and be with a couple of mates on tour.
Yeah, and there goes Edgar going again. Got that unlocked, just goes backwards. I mean, that's right. It's even strange that you were competing for so long and didn't make a single friend the whole time.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like, yeah.
This way it went, I suppose.
It's just like, there's stuff you cannot really explain, you know, like,
nah.
I think it's just because I didn't do for long.
Yeah,
for like 5 months.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Yeah.
Great.
Carlos, he's a bit more of a lone wolf Carlos. He tends to travel with pretty small packs. Doesn't have a coach this time around. Edgar Grosjean, well, he's going for it now, isn't he? You can tell he's got one thing on his mind. He went backwards for quite some time. Couldn't hang on. He got a 4.17 for his first aerial. And now just backing that up. Yeah, so Alejo Muniz, he just needs, as we said, one more heat win and he's on to the tour. Edgar here has to get to the final and win it. So, but you can see what it means. He's not there yet, but he's really, really close. I think the way he did it, when he was under the pump, needed a score. What did they say? Sorry, I interrupted. What's their chat?
They were chatting about how good is the jacket.
Ah, the jacket. Gotcha.
Of David, because it's really bright and with the fog and stuff. You saw him doing like the sign. There's a set behind, and because of that, he got the score. So teamwork
makes a dream work. And here he goes, Carlos trying to make his dream work.
Wow!
There's a big roundhouse cutback. Great surf. You don't see many of those. And there's a swooping cut, but he's just come unstuck, and that's a mistake from Carlos. You can't. Oh, something's going wrong with the board. I think that's what that was all about. So he's either changing his board or something's gone wrong, but you just felt that there was a issue there, and he's going to come in near those rocks, get away. I'm not sure what happened there. Oh, he's definitely coming in to change up. So yeah, we just saw him sort of uncharacteristically sort of bog that turn, didn't he? It looked a little bit odd, but yeah, so he's coming to change. He's coming through the rocks. Not easy approach through there either.
Well, I think he's just changing his board just because he felt maybe that one he was surfing with it when it was a bit bigger, and I think that's another technology, the blackboard, and maybe he's feeling like he needs a bit more spice into his maneuvers and a bit more a lively board. And I tell you what, he's no stranger to walk on rocks, but yeah, he was looking good on this one, but maybe felt the board a bit too long for today, and he wants to be something that allow him to get a bit more tight in the pocket and jam.
Something's wrong with that board, I reckon, Chico. I think because it just, that looks all right, but you watch this next turn's a little bit weird for him. I mean, this is that lovely roundhouse cutback. Looks all right there, doesn't it? And just here, it starts to go a little bit strange, I think. Yeah,
I think it was just the back foot that slipped off on that one. But yeah, we saw him compete with his blackboard in the first round, and he was surfing really good.
I mean,
and then on the second round, he got the other board when it was bigger. So I think this is a board that maybe suits better these conditions. And
well, he's so experienced. You know, that's the type of decision you make that some probably inexperienced surfers might. I'll just stick with it. I'll just work it out. But he's like, nah, it's not working. I've got a better board. And so, with 20 minutes on the clock and plenty of time, he's made the decision. And yeah, it could prove crucial. Knows his boards very well, obviously. And now he's paddling back out with a black beauty. So we'll see. Have a look at the current rankings with that. Edgar Grosjean, another one of those Brazilians stacked in that top 10. So many Brazilians getting ready for the CT. It'd be interesting to go through the CT qualifications for 2025 and to see how many Brazilians are actually on it. Because we're looking at there, we've got Ian Gouvea's in, Samuel Pupo is in, Alejo Muniz is looking good. Here, this man, if he wins the event, will be in as well. And there's a nice first swooping carve. This is the best wave we've seen of the heat so far in terms of wave quality. It just absolutely runs out as soon as I've said that.
He jumped a few spots already, right? Because if we see the live rankings, he was sitting on
so we've
the
got
12th position, and now he's in apparently in 9th as we see live action. Sorry.
Yeah, so he's back on this new board. Let's see how it goes. First turn is clean. Getting those roundhouse cutbacks in. You know, he mixes it up. He's got a great air game. He's got really smooth rail turns as well. I mean, yeah, looking at that, as you said, Grosjean has already moved up a few rankings into the top 10. Cleveland's out, McDonald's out, Jackson Bunch is out, and then Pupo, Rodriguez, Muniz, Pupo and Gouveia. We could have 7 or 8 Brazilians qualifying this year for the CT. I mean, that is entirely likely. We've already got 2. There's another 2 are just 2 heats away from doing it here, and there's another couple like Edgard, knocking on the door. So
and David Silva as well.
At least if Edgard gets a win, he's in, and they've still got Brazil to come. They've still got to compete at home. So at least half of the Challenger Series qualifiers are going to be Brazilian, I think, and potentially more. Which just goes to show the depth of that country surfing right now. I mean, they are the world's superpower. There's no way. They are the best surfing country in the world right now, and have been for a while.
And I had a quick chat with Lucas Silveira, and he just told me on the nationals back home, he's having a hard time to stay top 28 just to qualify for the next year's tour. And they all say it's so hectic and compete back home. There's like plenty of guys, plenty of talent, and they say it's like crazy the amount of level they have back home.
Thank you. Here's another one. Oh, there's a great carve from Grosjean, and then winds up. Nice clean snap. And there's another. So much spray, and the Brazilians like it. There's a reason he's currently storming up the rankings. It's with surfing like that. And there's that bright yellow jacket. Wow, that was great surfing from Edgard.
Surfing on Xanadu. Xanadu,
yeah.
Xanadu, which is
a bit of blast from the past.
Yeah, like was a big shaper back in the 80s, I think, 90s.
Yeah,
90s, I think. Yeah, my father had a lot of them.
Yeah, Brad Gerlach was probably one of the highest profile guys that rocked the Xanadus. And wow, it's working, isn't it?
Yeah,
absolutely incredible.
Great to see like brands that we often think of, but we don't see often, and he's using it. So
yeah, a lot of those shapers still just plying away. They never stop shaping, do they? You know, it's almost like not just a job, it's a passion.
Yeah, of course.
And it seems to be working. You see this wave. Look at it here, Chico. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, gets the wrap there, really tight in the pocket. This one a bit better on the open face. Gets a under the lip snap, and a bit late to that last turn, but he did a good job on making it. 5.83 for that one. Well, I really thought this wave could have gone just a touch higher, just because the wave was big and there was no in-between maneuvers throughout the whole wave, and the finish was great. So 5.83,
a little bit harsh maybe. Yeah, there's that carving rail. So that's one in. This turn,
it was great. This one.
Little Alea Maniz type snap, and then that was probably the money one. Bit of spray and then a finish. So yeah, 4-turn combo. And
the last one was really dynamic.
Comes under a 6. Maybe I think that's probably one. You said he was a bit late to that last section. Maybe that was it. Turning back. Meanwhile, Carlos tries to fight back. There's that nice rail work there. Just kicks his fins out the back. There's a carve. Bit of variety as well. Nice pace to this wave, and there's another carve. So the Costa Rican just finding his rhythm. A 4th one. Can he get a finish? And just finished it off. So really nice, calm, precise surfing there from Carlos. He just kept waiting for the right turn at the right time, Chico. Meanwhile, live action non-stop here. Grosjean again. Carve in the pocket. Second turn is another one. Lots of spray still. And then just a little rock and roll floater to get the bonus section. Another turn. He's so busy, this guy. And another one. He's not done yet. He is now. So really, really impressive from the Brazilian. Just rinsing every single section that came his way. And what did you like about this, Chico?
Yeah, he gets a bit more aggressive on this one. That first gouging snap was huge. And then he backed it up with a big carve on the pocket, releases the fins. And a thing that I really like about this wave is the intensity input on those 3 first turns. And was a short wave, and yeah, such a compact space to put those turns, and he was impeccable on that. He didn't have much time in between turns, and he was really fast and powerful throughout the whole wave. So I think this is going to be best in his 5.83, I would say.
Yeah, he liked it. Got it really quick after that last wave as well, so no mucking around. Brazilians pretty pumped about it. The beach starting to fill up. And they liked it. And we'll see if the judges liked it as well. So, Rogia chipping away, trying to make the most of so many surfers who just have fallen by the wayside quite early in terms of the the qualifying series rankings. Still with Brazil to come, Saquarema, great event, great waves, and all the Brazilians so comfortable there. They'll be even more dangerous on home soil with a crowd going crazy. So there's a chance that a lot of them will be surfing also without no pressure, just really going for it. So he's waiting for the scores, pretty intense. He thinks it's going to be better than that last one. So he's looking desperately, motoring back out the back. He's got the man. He's got the look of a man on mission. Oh, and there's a big surf star. So Kaneo Igarashi coming up the next heat. But right now, we're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action from the EDP Ericeira Pro after this. Welcome back, live action here in Ericeira. 10 minutes on the clock. Edgar Grosjean getting a 6.5 for that last wave, a 5.83. Chico Alves, you think that you might thinking possibly that both those waves you thought may have gone a little bit higher? You care to explain on that for me? Hold that turn, hold that thought. Carlos Muniz driving around. There's a smaller wave. He's looking for a bit of open face, not getting the quality of waves as his opponent, but here he goes and kicks out.
Yeah, I just feel like for the conditions we have on end, I felt maybe they keep he scores a bit shy of, I'm not saying by a lot, just a few.
Just a few point here or there, half a point here or there can make a difference, though, can't it? Anyway, he's got a pretty commanding lead still at this stage, 12.3 total. Carlos needing a high 6, hasn't found the waves to unleash all his repertoire yet. Meanwhile, sets pouring through, and Edgar has a look at it, says no, there's a bigger one behind it. Coming through, taking out all surfers. So still swell on tap. That's one thing we have had. We've had a bit of fog, obviously. All through the week, there's been swell. Imagine those reefs just to the other side of this competition venue been pumping throughout most days. All the surf schools in Ericeira enjoying their time on the other more learner waves. It's something for everybody in this town. And one thing we do have, we haven't have to worry about is waves. And there he goes, Carlos on another one. Might go to the area. He's waiting for something big to show up. Here he goes. You think he's going to launch?
Wow.
He does, pops it up high. That was always on his mind from the very start. So he didn't make it, but he has got that. He has got that in his lockup, as we see. That goes for it. Doesn't get the grab. Well, got the grab, but didn't get the landing.
Yeah, everything was perfect. Just the landing was a bit steep, the section, and he poked the nose. So 8 minutes to go. He needs a 6.66. So it's quite a healthy number still. regarding the conditions we have today. It's fun, but you kind of need to get a really good one to get a 7-point ride, right, Ben?
Yeah, you do. And you've got to go pretty special, pretty big. 8 minutes to go. He just needs something to get through this. But right now, he has to regroup. Edgard is out there. Trying to improve on that 5.83. And it's tight work. I mean, he hasn't been able to get into this heat, Carlos. He would have been, he's been surfing well all week. Just for whatever reason, 5 and a 4. It's not what he, he's better than that, isn't he, Chico? What does he need to do to change it up, mix it up?
Well, I think it's just a question of getting that opportunity. We saw that Edgar got the best 2 waves of the heat so far. But Carlos is an amazing surfer. We've seen some amazing surf being done by him over the course of this event. And yeah, he's one of those guys that is so talented that he can go excellent any time of the day.
Oh, and there's a first big turn, though, from the Brazilian. He's more in the groove. He's going to go to the air, you'd imagine, and he goes for it and goes down. So you see, not quite making it. People rubbing their hands together. A few incompletes in this. Bit of a scrappy heat. This is turning out. Grosjean getting the 2 best waves. There's been a few falls since, though. And Muniz hasn't been able to capitalise. He has priority now. He's got to wait for one of those good waves and let his surf and do the talking. He needs a 6.66. What went wrong with this last turn, Alves?
Everything was right. He landed on the perfect spot. And then, again, just like Carlos, they landed on a really steep part of the wave. And when you just turn the board around, you tend to poke the nose. So maybe, or you land a bit more on top of the wave and you come down with a lip, or you just land on a smoother section. And those errors are really hard to make. So that's why they are trying, because they know, like, if they can make a turn like that, they're going to go, they're going to post a big number for sure.
Yeah, and coming up, we saw just before that last break, Kanoa Igarashi up against Lucas Silveira, who you were just talking to. So massive heat there for Kanoa, the top rated surfer in the whole event. Not surfing for points, just surfing for pleasure. Had a couple of 8-point rides in the last time he surfed. That sharp eye blade always looking so sharp, don't they? They're just like refined, ultimate high performance boards. Lucas Silveira on the Dylan Longbottom. And he's recently made the swap onto those. So he's got that swallowtail Dylan board. It's going to be an interesting match, kind of contrasting styles. Silveira a bit more heavy-footed, Kanoa lightning fast. But that's coming up in 5 minutes. Right now we'll go look at the current heat and how we got to where we're at, the stage we're at. We currently have Grosjean in the lead, and it's because he's got 2 of these waves. 2 waves got back-to-back, Chico, and just so much power, so much flow. Probably thought should have got a few more points.
Yeah, surfing really fast, really on the pocket, and this was the answer back from Carlos Munoz. I really enjoy his style, just seamless. Really, it doesn't make anything look hard. He's that good, and he connects all the dots really well, and this last turn was great as well. So Carlos there making sure he makes that one count, and this was the 6.5 from Edgar. Really tight jam in the pocket, carving again, and he was able to finish it off really strong. So a 6.5 for Edgar, and he's in the lead now, and the Brazilian contingency might be happy.
Yeah, they're pretty happy. I know they just keep progressing through. They're getting the scores they need. Even if they've been boxed in, they've managed to come up with the results, or they've either been like leading the heat, like with Edgar here. Carlos now 3 minutes 40 seconds on the clock and needing a 6.66. So not a massive number, but it would be his best wave of his heat. He's got priority. He's got 3.5 minutes to go. So hopefully we'll get a bit of drama. It's been lacking a bit of excitement, if I'm going to be brutally honest, this heat. Just a few errors. Not quite as many waves pulling through as well. Grosjean has done his bit to add a bit of class to proceedings, but it's still been relatively scrappy. And now The Costa Rican needs a big number. I reckon he's going to get one more opportunity to do that. There's his mate on the beach, just praying for some type of energy from the ocean. And both pretty good hair farmers, as there are other occupation. And he is hoping something comes in. A few lumps out the back. I don't think Carlos will get 2 bites at this cherry. He's going to have to get 1 wave and make it count. So we'll see if he can do that. Does he need a set, Chico?
Yeah, he needs some good vibration. He needs a set to come. And you saw his mate there, he was quite really deep down on the vibration he was sending in. So let's see if that works out.
Yeah, well, he might be sending this one. So here goes Carlos. First turn is an aerial, makes it. So he gets a rotation. Now he tries to readjust his feet and go down the line again. Kicks the fins out on the second one and goes down. So always forcing the issue. And the good vibrations aren't there now. He got the wave. Well, he got a wave. It was never particularly incredible looking wave. Went for the aerial, made it. What about this, Chico? Plenty going on.
Yeah, he knew he had to go big. I really enjoyed his first turn. Really hard landing, though. That landing was a bit awkward. But then Carlos, he knows what he has to do to get a 666, and he knew he had to do like another air, probably. But the first one, really technical, under the lip, kind of like nose peak. And this section wasn't really there for him, so he couldn't just pop out of nothing. But this first one was under the lip. But the landing was really hard. You saw the turn was a bit shorter than expected, and
he liked it. Oh, he doesn't like the second one. All the emotions. I tell you what, he's no poker face, that man, is he? He's really feeling every ride, every emotion, every energy of his good friend Carlos. Right now, he's in a whole lot of strife. He needs... Kanoa's out there. Kanoa Igarashi should be nowhere near those surfers. There's 50 seconds left on the clock, and he's sitting in the area. Like, I don't understand that. That's potential fine territory where I come from. So he doesn't need to be getting involved in that scenario. Grosjean, though, pulls the trigger. 30 seconds left on the clock. Just takes his time. Little slash off the face. Winds up more that time. Releases the fin. So calm. He's so confident. Really on a roll in this event, and then finishes it off. And there's another wave, and he knows that's going to be enough to get him into the quarterfinals. So he's now 3 heats away from CT qualification as well. He needs to win the event to make that happen. But even if he doesn't win, he's making some ground. He's making some ground. So we'll see what Carlos, he rode a wave there at the end. We'll see how that went down. Grosjean may have improved his scores, but there's going to be some scores coming in as well. He's got the double sunnies approach. Can't have too many sunglasses, even in the fog. So 5, 6, 7, and 4, 4, 0. There's a bit of catch up with. Edgard coming in. Carlos Munoz, he changed up his board, changed up his approach, but was always under the pump. Never got a lead. There's a few scores to come in. We'll see if Carlos's wave was of any note. And we'll just catch up. We're waiting for the scores. And the scores are in, and it's official. So Edgard Grosjean is through. Carlos is out, and we are progressing straight through into the next round. A massive, big surfing star in Kanoa Igarashi. Lucas Silveira there as well. So the Brazilian up against the Japanese American. It's going to be a tight forward affair. We're going to see how those two get on. Kanoa was sharp in the last heat. Got a couple 8-point rides. But while we do that, before that all kicks off, we're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this.
Welcome back to the Challenger Series in Portugal. It's the EDP Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella Galicia. The fog has cleared, bit of sunshine, bit of warmth hitting the valley here at Ribeira. Still has plenty of waves out on the reef as well, and some big hitters from the surf world taking to the water. Another great looking matchup is about to go out in this round of 16. So we're sending surfers to quarterfinals, and we've got a quarterfinalist joining us in the studio in the form of Alejo Muniz. How you doing, mate?
Very good. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, bro, your heat, like we would call it, we were just the power is what impressed.
I knew it was going to be a really hard hit against Jorgen. You know, he's an amazing surfer, and especially in these kind of conditions. But I knew I had potential to get scores. My board was feeling amazing, so I just tried to play my game, and I was really lucky in the end to get that last wave that gave me the score too.
I mean, you call it luck though, but in terms of your season this year, you're going really well. Obviously, the goal is to get back on the championship tour, and it's not an easy thing to do. It's quite a long season, a lot of different events we go to around the world, but you're looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, a lot of the guys don't know, but I've been to so many different things. You know, I had surgery on each one of my knee after I fall from to the tour.
It doesn't look like it though, because you're getting so much. I mean, I can't think of anyone else in the event who's throwing more sprays, surfing with so much power.
Thanks, man. I've been working so much out of the water too, you know, and I've been trying since I dropped the tour. I've been trying to qualify again every single year, and I've been really close. So I just want to stay with my feet on the ground still, you know, and so yeah, and working.
Did you ever think about sort of stopping and just going, this is too hard? But you never gave up. Was there ever a time when you thought you couldn't do it?
No, never.
Let's go down and hear from another man who's put in a clutch performance. Edgar Grogia is standing by for an interview.
All right, thanks a lot, Paul. Edgar, it's pumping out there, mate.
Yeah, now it's so good waves. In my heat, it's a good series, but it's a complicated, you know, because we don't know if the series so good wave, you know. But oh God, I'm super stoked about everything that's happened in my life. Just grateful. Thank you, Lord, for everything, and thank you my family and watching my house. That energy here at the beach, the Brazilian storm it's amazing. It's incredible. I feels like at home, you know, like Brazilian home. So yeah, I'm super stoked, super happy, and yeah, let's go hit by hit, and yeah, I'm ready.
You need a big result here to guarantee your qualification to the championship tour. Are you even thinking about that? Is it a bit easier when there's waves? You can just go surfing.
Yeah, I just think with myself, with my mind, I think hit by hit, just surf, turn off turn, you know, and yeah, I'm just so happy. And well, yeah, that's it.
It's looking really good. There's a real momentum and a real team spirit amongst all of the Brazilians. Really quick word in Portuguese to your friends and family at home.
Yeah, sure. I think it's pretty better. Tá difícil até falar em português, porque é muita energia que a gente usa ali para as coisas acontecerem, e muitas delas não tá no nosso controle. Fico feliz de ter feito uma boa bateria, não só com o surf, eu acho que eu surfei bem. Poderia ter feito uma nota boa ali com o aéreo, mas não aconteceu, tinha que ser assim. No finalzinho ali eu consegui pegar a prioridade, consegui bloquear ele no final na onda ali. Não sei se eu cheguei a trocar a nota, mas estou feliz de ter avançado, bateria por bateria. Estou pensando só em obter um bom resultado, foi o meu pensamento vindo para cá, então é isso, vim fazer o que eu já estava pensando e me trabalhando todo esse tempo, todos esses anos, não é de hoje. Por mais que eu tenha só 4 anos no tour, desde criança que eu trabalho muito para isso, e Deus vê todos os dias, todas as situações, só Deus sabe, minha família, por tudo que a gente passou e por tudo que a gente passa, de ainda assim de alguma maneira, né, de alguma forma. E com muito trabalho Deus recompensa, então é isso. Estou feliz, quero fazer o meu melhor, bateria por bateria e vamos.
Beautifully said. I got heat by heat out of that. We'll let Alejo Muniz back in the booth give us the full translation. Congratulations. Back up to you guys in the box.
Yeah, thanks, Binzi. Georgia on the way to a big result here. Got semis in South Africa. Other than that, looking for a result. Well, he's on to one here. Quarterfinals at least for him. Let's get caught up with what's happening in the water during the break. This was Lucas Silveira, Monday.
Yeah, Lucas, such a powerful surfer. And then he's got his first wave ridden of the final. Doesn't make many mistakes, does he, either? Alejo, he's really calm, composed kind of character. And once he gets that rail game going, it's so good to watch.
Yeah, Lucas is an amazing surfer all around, you know, small waves, big wave, barrels, turns, airs, and as you can see, he has really clean lines. He's a big guy, so I think he's riding an epoxy board or something like that too. He was riding the other day and I told him, bro, that board looks amazing, and he was like, yeah, I hope it gets smaller so I can ride this board. So I think he's stoked on the conditions now.
Yeah, big searing cutbacks, and he's going to get a pretty solid score. You're going to need some big numbers, obviously up against Kanoa Igarashi. You know, it's luck of the draw, isn't it? You know, like Kanoa, obviously the top ranked surfer, one of the best ever, and Lucas is going to really have to up his game to beat him.
Yeah, and you know, Kanoa is really calm too in the water. He's not that guy that will hassle you, so as well Lucas. So I think they will surf wave by wave, and whoever gets the best waves probably will win. But
you mentioned it when just before we came on. It's actually pretty hard to pick the good ones out there, though. Tell us about that.
Yeah, it's actually really, really good. The waves are really, really good, and there is a lot of sets coming. And it's not just one wave set. There's like 3 waves on each set, so it's hard to choose and pick. Even in my heat, I had 2 big mistakes with priority that I blocked Jorgen because I thought it was going to be a wave. But yeah, it's hard to pick. They're all good.
Yeah. And is it a case like some breaks, you know, that the second wave's the best one, or the third one, like in Bells, for example, you kind of know which one. But out here, it's still, even when a set comes in, it's like almost a lottery of which one's going to be the best one.
Yeah, that's true. Like, even in my heat, the 8 that I got, I pedaled for a wave, I lost priority, and it was a really bad wave. I closed out, but I ended up being this perfect spot to get the one behind, and it had a really nice shape. So it's like you want to wait for the good ones, but you have to try it as well, you know. So yeah, it's a lot of strategy going on. Yeah.
Well, this fog story looks like it's gathering a little bit here. We got some concerned faces on the beach. This is Kanoa's coach, Jake Patterson, watching on. And at the moment, not a lot to really get too excited about from Kanoa. He's been pretty patient out there, and knows exactly what kind of waves he's looking for out here. Though we talked about the experience that he's got at this wave. And he's just over here, basically back in the jersey and enjoying surfing heats. Just trying to stay sharp and thinking about the CT next year. You mentioned, Alejo, ever since you fell off, been trying to get back. Are you watching the broadcast? Are you looking at what's happening on the CT and thinking, I should be in there, I should be in amongst these guys, beating these guys?
Yeah, of course. I work really hard. I actually work as commentator in Brazil for a TV in Brazil during the World Tour events, so I watch every single heat, and I was like, this is kind of good. I'm learning, you know, by commentating, you learn a lot too. So yeah, I just want to get back, and especially for myself after those injuries, I want to prove to myself that I can do it, you know. I don't know if I will do good or not, but I want to try.
Here goes Lucas, keeping that board alive. It looks really nice as he just carves through that effortlessly. And again, so that power, but with finesse as well at the same time. It's super smooth, it looks great. And not wasting any time getting a backup score. So, well, Kanoa Igarashi sits patiently. Lucas Silveira spanks the finish right on the rocks there. Here goes Kanoa. Bang, off the top, snaps out the tail, and then looks straight back with the speed. Another great turn, really dynamic surfing from him. Looks so loose. And the technique, as ever, is textbook. There's that characteristic turn that he does into the lip with the cactus arms, and a great wave there for Kanoa Igarashi.
Yeah, he surfed that really, really well, didn't he? We might get Laiado unpick that, but every turn had something different. There was a bit of flair, there was a bit of drive. It was just that level where there's just so much sparks sort of going off, wasn't there? So yeah, really, really impressive from Kanoa. Yeah, talk us through this one, Alea. What did you like about it, mate?
I like the variation of turns. You know, each turn was different with so much speed and no mistakes at all. You know, like the rails were so clean and he mixed really well every single turn. That's what he was saying. Like the level of Kanoa is so high that he can do whatever he wants on the wave, and the read that he has, especially here, it's amazing. Yesterday he picked up a wave that it didn't look great, and he got almost a 9. So that's how good he is and how he knows how to place every turn. Yeah, that was really, really good.
And now looking at the qualification scenarios, the information we've been given, you probably know more than us, Alea, but you just got to make one more heat to be guaranteed that CT qualification now. I mean, how is that feeling now? I mean, now you're so close. I mean, you couldn't be any closer. You're basically one heat away from it. How are you trying to manage your expectations now and try and stay calm? That must be difficult, given how you're talking about the amount of time and effort you spent trying to get there over eight or 9 years.
Yeah, I learned a lot the past few years. I've been close to qualify again a few times already, and I have years that I was in the top 10 during the last event in Hawaii, and I couldn't qualify. So I'm taking hit by hit. You know, I know I'm really close right now, but I will have to surf against amazing surfing. Edgar, he can qualify here too if he wins it. He told me before. He knows that too. So yeah, it's gonna be a great battle, and I will try everything I can to beat him.
How do you see the level of surfing on tour these days? You mentioned you've been commentating a lot of events. Where's the level at compared to like last time you were there? And like what's new, if anything, about the surfing that's going on tour? Back in the day, there's a lot of talk about the airs were kind of like the new thing, and now we've almost kind of like gone back to appreciation of some rail surfing as well. I guess it's more versatile in terms of what's going on. How do you see the surfing on tour at the moment?
Yeah, I think the level is really, really high. Each hit that you make, it's like winning a comp. I think the surfers are really prepared, even more than before, especially mentally, you know, and they're doing an amazing job. But I love to watch guys like Ewan, you know, that he's bringing back all that power and the clean rails and big turns, and he doesn't go for the airs much, you know, and when he does, he's really good as well too. But I love that the judges are taking notes on that and scoring big turns good again, and not just any air, you know, like used to be kind of.
Yeah, it's almost as if sort of one man is kind of changing the criteria almost single-handedly. It's been really interesting to watch. We've got good eyes on what's happening in the water, though, as well, as we watch Kanoa Igarashi get the 717 in. So the variety that Alejo pinpointed as a key strength, judges agree, and a good number for him. And then Lucas Silveira, who will just keep swinging here and try and attack and go up the scoreboard a bit. A couple of 5s for him so far. And at this stage, you get around a 16 on the challenges. You've already made a couple of heats, but you're quite close to it here. And I guess it's quite hard not to be thinking about finals day if you're in Lucas's position here, because he's close to a really good result.
Yeah, I think Lucas haven't had like amazing results this year, which is bad because he's the guy that puts so much time, you know, surfing, training, doing everything he can. But that's how surfing is, you know. So yeah, hopefully he can break through. If he makes this heat, it will be like a confidence boost for him, you know. Beating Kanoa in this kind of conditions will be amazing for him. So let's see what he can do.
Under 14 minutes to go in this. Lucas Silveira at the moment's got the lead, but that's partly because of the fact that Kanoa Igarashi's just ridden the one wave. It is the high score, the 717. More live action from the EDP Ericeira Pro, presented by Estrella Galicia. On the other side of the break. Welcome back to Ericeira, Portugal, picking up live action. Kanoa Igarashi of the Championship Tour spends a lot of time here in Portugal. Spends a lot of time doing stuff like this as he tears into another runner down the point at Ribeira de la Zir. Quick whippy out from him. Had a look at the section, realised not a lot on offer, and he gets out. That'll count for him though. He only needs a 3.5 to threaten Lucas Silveira, who's up against it here. He's coming against someone surfing really with nothing at stake in terms of pressure. All about the performance really from Kanoa. And Lucas has been rallying this, has been much busier, looking for a big result on the Challenger Series. This is his last wave, Ben.
Yeah, Lucas just doing that rail work that he's so in tune with. There's another wrap. Just trying to get as much power into those turns as he can. Nice bit of slide there, a bit of variety. So getting quite similar waves, the only issue, they're not big enough. He needs to just try and find a bit more range. But really smooth as ever and on point. And I suppose the other issue, Aleo, if we are talking about the CT, one of the benefits of being going on for so long and being there before is that when you get back to these events, you know pipe, don't you? You know Sunset, Bells. Just have that sort of experience at those waves from your CT career before. You know, you're not coming in like a fresh rookie, are you? You're going to be like fired up, but with experience. That must be a good feeling.
Yeah, that's what I've been pushing, you know, keep pushing all these years, because I won't be a rookie anymore. You know, I've been there for 6 years. I know the tour really well. They're still the same waves, you know, so I know every place. I just want to try myself again with those big names and the younger ones now, you know, like there were so many. The top guys when I was there, they all retired already, you know, so it will be completely different if I can make it.
Yeah, of course, Snapper Rock's back as well for the CT next year. Another prize for the Championship Tour with a really, really premium venue for that big Australian leg. Right now, under 10 minutes in this Challenger Series heat, featuring Kanoa Igarashi of the CT. He's got priority and the lead at the moment. It's not a big one, though. We went for that last number to come in for Lucas Silveira. 5.08 is the requirement for him. As you mentioned, Mundy's got some similar waves, have been a little bit smaller. He's been busier. He's not waiting for bombs as such. Coming up against Kanoa, who looks like he's surfing so sort of free and creative. Lucas is going to have to push pretty hard here.
Yeah, and they know it's having a chat out there. These two, obviously, Lucas spent so much time in Ericeira over the years, based here, living here, and obviously Kanoa doing the same. So these guys don't surf this wave probably too often, but they have had so many sessions together at Koshus and other ways around the thing. So good friends. And yeah, Kanoa pretty relaxed, not with any Challenger Series points on the board. But it's really, really tight still. Kanoa, obviously, with that 7.17 has in a great position. But Silveira got some scores on the board and has the lead, you know. And while you're ahead, you know,
back there, 5.27.
That's the main thing, right?
So not big margins at all, but just about gets it. He goes back into the lead in this one. The clock will tick down. There's a bit of fog out there, as you can well see. But for the time being, our head judge and our panel, they've got enough vision from where they are to be able to see and score these waves. That's the situation currently as we watch Lucas Silveira get himself a little bit further up the point here. We'll go a little bit deeper. And that's looking back at basically sort of the cliff right in front of where our surfers are sitting. And then looking back at our structure here. And as you can see, that mist, that fog that's been a bit of a feature here. There is a little bit of wind out there. It's blowing from the southwest. Hasn't really cleared things up for the moment. Preparations underway anyway. Your defending champ right there, David Silva, with Miguel Pupo, trying to keep as much of an eye on things as they possibly can. David Silva knows how to surf this wave. Alejo, you must have caught what he did last year. It was unbelievable out here. It looks like his surfing is like created for this wave.
Yeah, we were staying together last year, so I lost second round, and then I was working as his coach, you know, on his corner last year, and he rode like 4 different boards during the comp, and he was so in tune with the wave, and his backside is little, you know, anywhere in the world, but especially here he has a really good connection. He knows where to place the board, and yeah, he's ready. He's ready to go. He loves this place, which that helps a lot when you're in a place that you love to surf, you know. So yeah, it's gonna be a really good heat.
Yeah, and what does he, you know, your little crew there, you talk about you travelling with David and the boys. What does David bring to the party? Is he the cook, or is he the driver, or is he the organiser? What's his role in the squad?
He's the funny guy.
He's the funny guy.
Yeah,
yeah, I know that role. Yeah. And what about you, mate? What are you? You're the organised.
I'm the organised guy, yeah. Older guy, you know, taking care of everyone.
Nice.
Silveira here, live action. He's ripping this wave. Another great turn, hooking snap in the pocket, carving on the rail, and wants to add. He knows Igarashi is not going to be holding on to a 3 by the end of the heat. So even though he's in the lead right now, he's not really thinking actually about the situation in terms of points. It's just adding more of his own, getting some more quality. He will have a good idea and understanding he's going to need more to get past Kanoa Igarashi. So laying the pressure on there, and he was tearing into that thing. It's really cool to see surfers be able to really just go at it and push hard. It's been that sort of day today with quality waves around about head high. What do we like about this?
It was a bit bigger wave, wasn't it? So he got a little click off the top, his first turn, then starts that rail work. A lot of spray again. But just with that bigger wave, it just didn't quite hug the reef like his other ones. So he sort of sacrificed, you know, well, he got a bit of size, but he lost a bit of down the line speed. So I think it's going to be in and around that score that he's been getting, and he's not going to change the position. He's still in the lead, but yeah, as you said, that 3.7 small 3-point ride for Kanoa is not going to last, you'd imagine.
5.5 on the clock here. Silveira's number will just be a throwaway. It won't help his total. Kanoa will still be chasing that same number, 3.77. He's out there somewhere with just over 5 to go. So tense, nervy moments for all sorts of different reasons. So Kanoa's crew, that's the locals here, because he's basically spends about half his time over here. He's based over here. This is a great training spot for him, offering a variety of waves that he encounters on tour, and he's got a good local network of crew supporting him, as does, of course, Lucas Silveira with that strong Brazilian contingent. It's been another really good event for the Brazilians, men's and women's side as well, which has been really cool to see that unfold. Let's just remind ourselves how this one's gone down. 4 minutes 40 on the clock. And anytime you see CT talent in the water in the form of surfers like Kanoa, you know you're going to have to bring it, and Lucas did from the get-go.
Yeah, he's been really on point. He hasn't made any mistakes. He's been smooth. He's been committed. You know, just those waves not quite steep enough. But I'll tell you what, his performance has been really, really good. You know, he's eked out just a small lead over a great surfer. So he'll be happy. But Alea Moniz, just when Kanoa can do this type of stuff, you know, you're up against a surfer at elite level.
Yeah, Kanoa, probably that was the only mistake on this hit from Kanoa, getting that wave. And I feel like Lucas is surfing a second priority hit. He never really got the priority to choose a better wave. Like you said, he's surfing amazing these little waves. Maybe he just need a little bit of more size on those waves to get a higher score. But yeah, Kanoa only needs a 3.77. Only 3 minutes left, but I don't think you can put much pressure in Kanoa, especially needing that small score, you know. So we'll see how he uses his priority.
Yeah, not a lot of time to go, and a real contrast just in terms of the activity. 8 waves ridden by Lucas. Kanoa's just stood up twice. This will be number 9 for Silveira. It'll be a quick in and out. He has a look around and gets out. That fog is descending here at Ribeira de las. We're just over 3 minutes away from sending Lucas Silveira to quarterfinals here. It would be a huge result for him. He's not had a great season by his own pretty high standards. Let's see if he can go to quarters here. Well, meanwhile, Igarashi doesn't need a big number. He won't be surfing towards that requirement, I don't feel. He'll just be going out there. Don't know what happened there. He fell off.
Yeah, almost like the board sort of maybe got buckled. But yeah, we talk about, you know, very rarely making mistakes. Well, that is a big one. He's just handed back priority to Lucas. And yeah, he's not going to look this gift horse in the mouth. He'll go down and sit on Kanoa, you'd imagine. It said Kanoa's pretty cruisy, but I don't think Lucas is going to be cruisy right now. It's all on the line. Such a massive heat for him. Alejo into the quarterfinals. His best result it would be of the whole year, so it's huge. Couple of minutes coming up.
Yeah, and especially against Kanoa, no, it will be really hard to use priority now and to choose which wave to block Kanoa, you know, because Kanoa can get us 3.7 on any wave, kind of. So yeah, he will be really close to Kanoa. Kanoa probably will try to sell the next wave, you know. So yeah, we'll see how how Lucas can compose himself and try to do the right things.
You'd have to be nervous, wouldn't you, Paul?
Yeah.
You know, like you've got such a great serve next to you, needing a small score. You've got priority. It's all going to come down to a couple of sort of clutch, potentially decisions you've got to make. Not really about your surfing almost. It's about almost the strategy side of things.
He's got priority and the lead. Those are the good things in Lucas Silveira's favour. The bad news is that Kanoa Igarashi can get that 377 so easily, although we did just see him with a great opportunity to do exactly that, and almost inexplicably, we can't really figure out exactly what happened. He went down, so you'd expect him to easily be able to get that number, but you know what? He's been needing it for a long time. He's been looking for a 3. There's a lot of time gone in this one without Kanoa Igarashi being able to add real quality, a genuine score to that 717. That's his squad there. The Portuguese local crew watching on with intent, and what they're able to see from the water's edge, and what our judges are able to see, it's a bit clear from just what our camera's picking up. It is quite difficult to make out exactly what's going on out there, but we know the numbers tell us that Silveira is out in front in this, and the final minute here, Alejo, you got a narrow lead, you got a minute to go, you got priority. What's going through your mind?
You're just asking God to the ocean goes flat. No, I'm kidding. You know, it's in your hands. You know, you have the power to choose and block the next wave. So that's what Lucas is doing, getting really close to Kanoa and being under him. You know, so he can so he won't miss the wave. So yeah, he's gonna use priority now and.
Ooh. Well, he went that one. He tried to block Kanoa just by taking the wave. He kept Kanoa off it, but meanwhile, right behind, here goes Igarashi. 10 on the clock. He's up and driving down the line. The first section will just tumble around him, and now he'll get out and look to do a turn. He'll just open up with a carving snap. There's the horn. He'll stand on the tail here. Tell you what, it's not an easy wave to surf this one. Then he'll go up and just click it into the lip, and again the combo. Well, you'd be feeling like he's got that score now for sure, and he'll get a little finish as well. So, right at the death of that one, doesn't look like Lucas was able to get away behind him. And after making us think for a while he could be in trouble there, it looks like Kanoa will have got it done right at the end.
Well, we just talked about experience. He's sold that wave. I mean, Lucas kind of had to go. It was a 1 or 2 option, wasn't it? And the fact that Lucas didn't stand up was probably the mistake, but he sold it. He blocked him, and then, I mean, the feeling to turn around and see that wave coming, I mean, your heart just must sink, right, Alejo?
Yeah, it's you have to make a decision, you know, and he did it. I probably, if I was in his shoes, I'd probably pedal for that first wave too, you know.
Yeah.
There were only 20 seconds left, and you never know if something it's really coming behind, you know. So it was his decision, and Kanoa really smart to get to the end of the wave, you know.
Yeah, it was really, you know, yeah, you're right. He couldn't do much more than he did, and it was almost a 50-50 chance, like a toss of the coin, and the coin came down on Kanoa Igarashi's side, and then he did make the most of it. But Lucas, he must be absolutely so upset. Yeah, you can tell how much it means to him. What a big heat it was, and he surfed so well. And that is why the sport can be so tough sometimes.
Yeah, I guess you're always in danger when it is these low numbers as a requirement. Anytime that happens, the door really is very much open for the likes of Kanoa Igarashi. It would be disappointment for Lucas Silveira. He just couldn't get on that wave, really. And it turns out that, guess what? The cool hand of Kanoa Igarashi will go through the quarters here. So a toughly contested heat. But the talent of Igarashi getting it done right at the end there, just backing himself and getting a number. His squad enjoyed that, and it made it for entertaining. It's dramatic. Lucas Silveira's camp will be looking at basically what he could have done differently. They'll be disappointed, but ultimately surfed really well and entertained us. Alejo, thanks for coming in. It's been great having you here. It's been great seeing you back in really good form as well on this tour. You're going to be surfing in the quarterfinals. Good luck, mate.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me, and yeah, let's keep going.
Let's keep it going. We'll keep rolling with the action here. There's a little bit of fog coming in at the moment. We're still rolling with heats. We're sending surfers to the quarterfinals. More live action from the Challenger Series in Portugal right after this.
1 minute now. Hold your positions. Don't get any waste, please. So right now in the water is speed number 4 that we don't start at. We have Thank you so much for your second year, Lucas Silva, and good luck in Brazil on the last event of this Challenger Series. 20 seconds now. Pressure force counting down to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Throw him at the VIP.
It is on. The heat is on.
Welcome back to the Challenger Series. Commiserations, Lucas Silva. He surfed well throughout the event. Little debrief with his coach, Haley Batista there. Back on the sand at Ribeira de Las, and he'll be disappointed, really. It came so close. Just very narrow margins. Had to try and go a wave to block Kanoa. Couldn't quite get it. And then Kanoa got the wave right behind ball. Set up with 2 more very exciting, powerful surfers with a CT experience of their own. Having a look at Callum Robson from Australia, David Silva of Brazil, the defending event champ Silva. And a lot of power out in the water. Feels like every heat we've had through this round of 16 so far, it's been all about powerful surfers. And no surprises that David Silva is straight down to business, Binzi.
Yep, no surprises at all. Defending champion, deadly on his backhand. Still pumping out there. The mid-tide, as we've mentioned, is treating Ribeira beautifully. Bit of work for David to get through that one, and a little bit more water in that wave wins the battle, but that will be first points on board for the defending champion. Coming up against Callum Robson. Only a few Aussies left on the men's side of the draw.
Yeah, there was that one sort of bad morning for Australia for the men, wasn't it? Where a bunch of them all fell out. Kind of as a run of a few heats. Meanwhile, having another look here at live action. Silva again.
It's getting foggy down there. Yep, Joel Vaughan, the only other Australian left standing in the round of 16. So not a great event for the team from down under.
Yeah, well, we'll update those live rankings as well and bring situations, but opportunities to move well up. David Silva, he needs to get something going here in Portugal. He's done that already so far by getting to the round of 16. But obviously, we'll now want to go very deep into the event and just try and rekindle that winning formula he had last year. He's got a tough opponent to get past here. Callum Robson, who's also really, it's been pretty relentless so far in this one. He's been throwing all sorts of spray, but it's not just about that. He's a really technical surfer as well, pretty creative. He's got good variety. Been entertaining on this long wave where you really get to see how surfers can mix up turns in pretty similar sort of sections, and it's not a super easy wave as well. And to necessarily impose yourself, you've got to try and attack the lip, but keep speed up and go down the line. He's done that really well so far. We're going to get a first solid number in though, and it will be for the Brazilian Silva. He's waiting for one judge to lock in, but he's going to go with a decent score. You'd reckon something that you'd be thinking would be keeper sort of range for most heats. 6.67 for Silva for his very first wave, and then just a small throwaway number. So advantage to him in the opening exchange. Callum Robson will just remain calm and composed. He'll have priority. Still plenty of time to go in this. But David Silva, just a bit relentless out here, and you can't knock him over. I mean, in terms of his stature, he looks hard to knock over, but in terms of his overall resilience as a competitor, you just feel like David Silva's so solid, Minzy.
Yeah, he's short, stocky, low centre of gravity. And, yeah, goes about it 110%. Jeez, it's thick and muggy out there right now.
It's interesting having Alejo saying he was the funny guy. So,
yeah,
David Silva, the fun guy. Alejo, the straight guy, the sensible one.
There you go.
That squad energy from the Brazilians has been amazing throughout the week here. And always easy to be vociferous and have good energy when your surfers are doing really well. Blazing heats, that's been the story for sure. We've already qualified Samuel Pupo back to the CT where he belongs really. He's surfing very much worthy of that tour. He's back there. He got that done. And loads more other stories to unfold.
If you've just tuned in, your TV is not in black and white. It's just pretty much a whiteout right now here at Ribeira de Las. This fog that has been hanging around for the last 2 days has just thickened up a lot and rolled right in. David Silva is somewhere on your screen. Callum Robson with priority sitting a little bit inside him, hoping to get the slightly bigger Bolia wave that might just slide under David out the back. Maybe David's using the fog to his own advantage. He's just going to sneak attack into one. Oh, there he is. Talk us through it, Paul.
Yeah, Silva, crack him on off the top. And we talk about surfers having muscle memory. You can really sort of visualise what David Silva's doing on this wave anyway, as he just drives off the bottom super low and just make sure he maintains a position in the very steepest part of the wave. Just bringing that energy throughout the ride. Doesn't get a particularly long one. Callum Robson's been very patient out there. We've seen a few surfers sit and wait in Z. It's not really paid off. That was more in the 4 surfer heats. Those are obviously pretty different man on man. Let's see if we can get a replay here of David.
Yep, that's the man all in blue on his backhand. We've seen that turn repeated a million times out here at Ribeira de Las. All the way back from the World Juniors in 2015 through to here in 2024. Defending champion last year.
All right, just under 24 minutes to go in this. Let's go and check in with Kanoa Igarashi. He's with Joanna Garnell.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Kanoa, not a big requirement there. What took you so long to get the wave?
Oh, it's so hard, you know, when you have a good competitor like Lucas. On paper, it looks easy. It looks like you only need a 3, but you have to think about how good your competitor is, and maybe if you go for the 3, he'll get a 7 behind you. So, yeah, there was many ways to get the 3 on, but I just wanted to make sure I had the right kind of wave. And so, yeah, it was right down to the end. I think there's only like 3 or 4 seconds left, but that's how the heats go sometimes, and I'm happy that one ended up working out.
And your strategy worked. You didn't fall.
I didn't fall. I fell once, actually. I shouldn't have fell. That heat would have been a lot easier if I didn't fall on that one. But it's that's how competition is. Maybe in a free serve, I would have never fell on that wave. But you have a little bit of pressure and you get a little bit antsy, and that's what makes you do mistakes. So that's why I love competing.
So you are feeling a bit of pressure for someone that's not here competing for anything. You're already in the CT, and some of the guys that you've already competed for a long time are in the water right now. So you have Callum and David. So if you could pick to have fun in the next round, who would you pick?
Well, I mean, either. They're both ex-CT surfers. So, for me, I'm on vacation and I'm here, basically just having fun, enjoying it. But, as soon as the jersey comes on, we all want to win. So no matter what the circumstances are, no matter what's at stake, you want to come in and do these interviews and go home knowing that you had a good heat. So for me, I just, I don't know. I want to compete with everybody. I want to surf as many heats as possible. It feels nice to get a bit of a rhythm. This is a wave that I feel like I don't really do good at normally. I have a lot of I never surf here. It's a wave that I try and avoid because I don't know how to surf it. But yeah, I'm learning to surf the wave heat by heat, and hopefully each heat I get a little bit better.
Well, so far so good.
Yes, medium good so far.
Well, we love having you here at Ericeira. Congratulations. We'll see you in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Bye.
Callum Robson's not here on vacation. This is strictly a business trip for him, and he absolutely tore through a wave here. Binzi, talk us through it.
Yep, thankfully he's got the yellow rails on his board so we can see what he's doing. He's up into the 30-litre club. I was having a look at his craft yesterday. And yeah, he's a beefy lad these days. He's filled out. And, well, has cracked this one from start to finish. Finn's raking the shallow reef as he kicks out on the end section. He's got some happy memories from here in Portugal. Of course, the 10-point ride just up the road at Peniche. He needed a score against Maxime Husquinot with not long to go in his heat. He needed an excellent score. And he dropped a perfect 10. I think he might have even won Wave of the Year for that one on the championship tour. So he's not afraid of a wave of consequence. He's not afraid of tearing a running right point to pieces either. We saw him make the finals at Bells as a rookie as well. So, yeah, Callum Robson, score to come. David Silva in the driving seat at the moment with a 6.67 and a 2.5. Third of the way through this heat, 20 minutes to run.
I don't think it's going to be in the driving seat. The number comes in, though. Just in terms of the top score, I think it's going to be way better than the 6 because Callum just tore into that. And even when he kicked out, you can see him kicking the legs. He was all fire. There you go. The number drops 8.17 into the excellent range. And we talk about being patient and waiting. He waited nearly 10 minutes. Well, that can go a couple of ways. And when you wait that long and then you smash out an 8, must feel pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen guys wait with priority. Callum had that heat with Jacob Wilcox the other day where Jacob sat with priority for the best part of 20 minutes. Unfortunately, paddled for a wave. Flipped priority to Callum, who then took off on his high 7. If Chippo had been on that wave, that would have set his heat on the trajectory he had planned. Instead, it ended up a bit of a shocker for Jacob, and Callum just smashed his way through to the round of 16, and he's looking to keep that momentum going, and an 8.17 is about as good of an opener as you can hope for in conditions like this. And now under priority, we see him seizing on a inside opportunity. He only needs 1 point to move into the lead, but he's going to multiply that by a factor of 5 or 6 or maybe even more, depending on what he's got for us down the line. Takes to the air, releases the tail, rides out of that one nice and smooth. And this is going to be a very solid backup for the man from Evans Head in the red jersey, 18.5 minutes.
What an incredible couple of minutes from him. Let's have a look at the replay.
He's done it, Tia Zabrowski. Oh, strong up into the lip, open face carve. It can just be a bit of a pacing manoeuvre, a setup turn, but done very nicely with a minimum fuss and allowed him to unleash on that section and get through to the inside before deciding it was time to preserve his fins and get out of there. But Callum Robson will now move into the lead with 18 minutes to run in this heat.
Yeah, really well surfed, wasn't it, all the way through. It just kept providing him with opportunities, and we've seen some of the big power turns and gouges, that time going above the lip and just flaring right up here. And he gets that nose pick and make sure it's not an easy section to be landing. Those kind of moves. Let's see how the judges score. That number drops 5.83. So he's got good numbers now. 14 is his combined total from almost nowhere, really. In what, under 3.5 minutes, he's got both of those scores to get 14 points. And from a statuesque beginning to the heat, he is very much in motion now. Silva with priority, with a bit to do here. He's got the 6.67, that's decent. He's got the winning feeling and great vibes. Vibes will only get you so far. He needs to do some surfing here, Binzi.
Yeah, sure does. We've seen there's a big contingent of Brazilians in the cheer squad. That's because there's so many of them left in the event. There's plenty of Aussies still kicking around because a lot of them are flying direct from Lisbon to Rio for the next event. But there's plenty of waves, so the crew's been going up and down the coast chasing waves. I did see Morgan Siblick and a few of the Aussie cohort rolling in to support Callum, and you'd imagine Joel Vaughan in a couple of heats' time. So there is still plenty of that Aussie spirit and support being shown amongst the lads in what has been a pretty tough event for the Aussies.
Yeah, there's also plenty of time for David Silva to find himself scores here. And of course, as the defending champ, he's got a great relationship with this wave. He absolutely ripped it last year. Let's remind ourselves of what went down. But his approach is just so good at sticking it in the critical part of the wave and throwing mad spray all the way down the point here. It was One of those performances that looked inevitable to a certain extent from the beginning, as he just set up in the early rounds, dropping massive numbers, and he's sort of a quiet achiever really in lots of ways. David Silva doesn't necessarily have that main character energy, or at least he didn't through the rounds, but hey, getting chaired up the beach, blazing sunshine here in Portugal, that's an incredible performance for him. Something he'll treasure and savor forever, but right now, back in the present day, a little bit to do as we get towards the halfway point.
A bit of blazing sunshine wouldn't go astray though. It was nice to get a reminder of what the cliffs look like in all their glory. 15.5 minutes to go. Advantage Callum Robson at this point, but there's no way he is feeling confident or complacent at this point. I mean, they're always feeling confident, but he won't be at all letting down his guard. Callum would love to get rid of that 5.83 and really take this one by the scruff of the neck. Here goes David Silva using his priority. He's obviously seen a long wall stretching out in front, climbs up and over the foam. Not many points banked so far. Now Silva works his way through the gears. Just the one turn, he's out of there. So a bit of a moment there. Callum Robson picking up priority is the sort of main takeaway from that last minute of action.
Silva makes his way back out the back. And not perhaps exactly the kind of wave he was hoping to get for a reply. When your opponent goes into the excellent range, you really want to get amongst that sort of energy. What do you reckon he saw in this wave that made him take it? It looked a bit soft from the get-go.
Yeah, it looked like it stretched out a bit, so maybe he thought, you know, with a big long wall, there might be a few more sections on offer. Got the couple of turns in and then quickly pulled the pin and got out of there. Could have, I mean, that was half the wave that we saw. You know, it would have kept running, but obviously it was starting to fill up with water, and David said, you know what, cut my losses and get out of here.
14 minutes to go in this. Callum Robson at the moment with a pretty decent margin of a lead. It's a 7.34. It's not a huge number for David Silva, but expect Callum to back himself as well to improve on that 5.83 that he's got as his backup number. So just the 2 waves ridden by the Australian. Looking to go deep into this event, see where he can put himself heading over to Brazil. Might need a couple, well, he would need a couple of really big results actually. In terms of qualification, he'd have to go huge. Let's see where exactly he can go. He'll just be thinking about his next wave at the moment though. All of these situations, scenarios that we're kind of speculating on, not really in our surfers' immediate thoughts, as they're really just looking at their next ride. And Callum Robson with priority there, that's why he can be right underneath David Silva's board and in the prime position to do stuff like this. He'll go here, use the priority. Good looking opening section. Here goes Callum. He'll just get past that first white water and then he'll just open up and hold that rail line for ages. Another steep section, cracks it again. So a great looking wave. He's in rhythm here and he's still going down the line with intent. And he'll just snap out the tail over the white water. Don't think he'll threaten the 8. 5.83 is the backup number. We threaten that?
I think so, yep. Those first 2 turns, the wave really stood up and bowled back towards him. Speed to burn right now, puts the back foot down, plants it, throws a big bucket of water, and then a second arc. And then a little bit of foam work up and over, keeping the fluency down the line, and got the finish. Yeah, the big opening blast is where the points will come from for Callum on that one. Yeah, if he can put together a 6 or a 7, then there's going to be a little bit more pressure on David Silva's back.
No real wasted energy at all at any point in this heat so far for Callum Robson. Everything he's done has been meaningful in all sorts of ways, and another really good use, even just getting himself in position for that way. He just sort of drifted there. He barely had to paddle towards it. He lined up great, and he's improved his numbers. So just turning the screw here on the champ Silva. 6.73 for Callum Robson. That requirement now, it's excellent for Davide. He needs 8.23 up against it here. He needs to fire up in the second half of this heat. It's been all Callum Robson so far. Challenger Series action from Portugal. We're looking to send someone to the quarters. At the moment, it looks like it's Callum Robson. See if David Silva can fight back right after this. Ericeira, Portugal, round of 16, heat 4 in the water. The defending event champ up and swinging. Live action here, looking to get himself out of a bit of a hole. Needs to go excellent to get past Callum Robson's score in one wave, and he's driving over a section, banks over the soup, and then stings out a quick hit and keeping that speed up. And he'll rotate and go over and blow out the tail. So finishing with a flourish there. He knew he needed a little extra. A great response from him. He's such a good competitor. Benzi, did we see excellent surfing here?
I mean, Callum got an 8.17
I'm guessing
for his opener, so that's excellent. Just a little bit under for mine. I think he sort of had to work really hard to get the score. It was great surfing, don't get me wrong. I'm not sure whether it all just clicked perfectly.
It was a flatter wave, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, and you know, even here, had to force that a little bit. Maybe even the fist pump there was a little bit of trying to force it. And there it is, a 5.17, so not even close to excellent.
Yeah, comes in quite a bit under for him. He's pushing hard here, and he's good enough to make those kind of decisions as well, quite late. And he got that technical turn done, but it's not a massive point scoring turn. Meanwhile, look at this, speed and flow from Callum Robson straight into it. Really nice opening combination. I tell you what, he is on here at Ribeira. He's really locked into the juice, and he's just enjoying himself. Found one earlier, but Callum looks like he's really in tune with everything's going his way at the moment.
It was almost like he glitched halfway down that wave and went from attack mode into cruisy guy on a twin fin at the pass in Byron Bay or something. But yeah, all the points done up the top. Right about now, he's like, oh, what's going on down the line? La-di-da. No section, I'm out of here. So that's not going to go into Callum's top two, but still, he has yet to make a false move in this heat with 7.5 minutes to go. That's still going to be a 5.5. The throwaway, it would be in David Silva's top two. So Callum Robson has made every post a winner in this heat so far. 7 minutes and change to go. He burst out of the gates with an excellent score, quickly backed it up with that 5.83 under priority to, you know, definitely didn't put the heat beyond doubt, but does put doubt into the mind of his opponent. When you're chasing, you think about things a little bit differently. 7 minutes to go. David Silva still has priority. He's looking for an 8.23. Obviously, very, very achievable for the defending champion here at Ribeira. But Callum Robson with the upper hand at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. He really does look great in this, taking his opportunities, maximising them. Even that opening combo on a throwaway, what would prove to be a throwaway score, but just the opening turns are absolutely fire. Callum Robson is just cutting the water really well on that equipment at the moment. Everything is very much tuned in. David Silva will need to find something. He's still got time, plenty of time really. 6 minutes, he's got priority. He needs an excellent score. I mean, he went excellent in his very first heat in absolutely pumping conditions out here a couple of days ago now, that was. And just lit that thing up, got an 8 right there by just multiple assaults on the lip. And he knows exactly what sort of wave he's looking for. He thinks he might have found it here. He'll use priority, and he's got some speed. He's loading up. And he'll just go float to out the back and not what he was after. And he's been relatively, by his own standards, the rhythm, the connection with the ocean, all of those key things. His surfing's great, but he's just not really found the wave so far in this. And at some point, I do feel like that energy becomes a little bit of a sort of self-fulfilling prophecy for surfers, where you just expect every time he gets a wave, you think, this might not be the one. And by contrast, every time Callum gets a wave, it just draws nicely off the reef. Next heat getting ready is not something you want to see when you're chasing a number. That's Miguel Pupo to another quality goofy foot coming up against Ryan Huckabee, a big, tall, powerful Floridian. That's going to be a great matchup. 5 to go in this Binzi, and it's all Callum so far.
Sure is. He's in a very enviable position right now. He's got priority. He's not going to take off on anything that doesn't look excellent. And, it's a pretty luxurious position to be sitting in inside the last 5 minutes. David Silva, however, he really needs to get moving.
I feel like we you know, we've seen Callum Robson. He's been in the spotlight a couple of years, obviously, but do we know that much about him? Is he a little bit of a mystery man? We sort of throw these words out like he's powerful and he's blue collar, but what's he like?
Yeah, he's a pretty funny bloke. He's from Evans Head, which is a pretty sleepy town on the mid-north coast of New South Wales. I believe he had a pretty amazing rugby league background, was very highly rated, whether he played for New South Wales or sort of representative level as a junior. Came a little bit later to full-blown competitive surfing, which is what's impressive, because since he's applied himself full-time to surfing, his trajectory has really taken off. Used to be originally sponsored by the Mad Hooies, and I think left that rowdy mob of hooligans, you know, to show that he's more of a professional, serious athlete. He doesn't have a whole host of surf industry sponsorship, but I'm led to believe he does pretty well working around the edges with some non-endemic, non-surf brands. And yeah, he's going about it a different way, but he's doing it pretty impressively.
He's been impressive in this series. David Silva was busy from the beginning and he looked okay. He got this strong start. You're thinking this is what we expect him to do, but from here, he's never really connected.
Yeah, this was his opening 6.67, which still remains his best score, despite not really even finishing that wave. This is when things got really lively. Callum Robson came out of the gates with an 8.17. Surfers in the previous heat had barely left the water at this stage, and Caltex just came out all guns blazing. That's another thing about Callum Robson, incredibly fit. He's got a close relationship with a supplements company based on the Gold Coast that sponsors all kinds of triathletes and Ironmen and fitness types, and he's in with those guys working on his fitness and his general health. He takes every facet really seriously, leaves nothing to chance. Really professional in the way that he goes about it, and it's showing here with his performances. And he's looking the goods right now. 2 minutes to go. Another swing and a miss from David Silva is going to be a minus score. He's a minor score. He can't get a minus. That'd be a bit tough. Well, interference, I guess. An 8.23, still the requirement for the defending champ. We can see Team Brazil. The yellow jacket's been passed from that man, David Silva, to Emrod Rodriguez.
Nervous moments for the Brazilian crew here. They're watching their mate David Silva struggling really on the wrong end of an 8.23. He hasn't really looked, since that opening wave, he got a decent 6. He hasn't looked anywhere near an 8 at any point, really. He has struggled to find quality. There's not really a lot wrong with the surfing that he's done on the actual waves themselves, but just finding the right ones, finding the energy. We had Alejo Muniz in the booth, just saying just how hard it is to pick the good ones, basically. Real deceptive when you're at the top of the peaks, just to know exactly what the wave's going to do. Doesn't seem to be like it's been much of a struggle for Callum Robson, who's done really well, first of all, by being super patient. And then that patient paying off as he went straight into the excellent range. Look how close he is to David Silva right there as well. That competitiveness, well, the Australians don't mind a bit of that as well, so he'll just stay real close and just patrol and breathe down the neck of David Silva as we go towards the final 40 seconds in this. So it looks like at the moment it'll be Callum Robson heading to quarterfinals to face Kanoa Igarashi. And a big result here in Portugal is big set up for him. He'll also need, in terms of qualification, he'll need another really big result as well, actually, in Brazil, because he hasn't got loads on the board in terms of Challenger Series results this year. Just checking the watch, 20 seconds, counting down from that. Not sure we'll see any more waves, and these two will just shake hands here, and that'll be it. So real disappointment for David Silva. He's had a bit of a shocker in this in terms of rhythm and connection with the energy coming out of the Atlantic. He's not found any. He's just been trying, he's been rallying, he's been catching a bunch of waves, but nothing really offering him anything like that. Excellent number, well done, Callum Robson, who the quiet achiever, just 4 waves ridden and getting excellent on the get-go, putting good numbers on the board as well. So that'll further his confidence And he's another surfer that looks very much in tune with his surfing and this wave, the requirement of what you need to get good scores here. Well, we're finding out by watching him surf. Another great looking heat. We're going to see Ryan Huckabee and Miguel Pupo go at it. More live action from the Challenger Series in Portugal right after the break.
The EDP Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella Galicia is brought to you by EDP, official energy partner of the WSL in Portugal. By Millennium Bank, official bank of the WSL in Portugal. By Hertz, official rental car of the WSL in Portugal. By You and the Sea, your hotel in Ericeira by the sea. And by Mayo, official technology partner of the WSL in Portugal.
Welcome back to the western-facing shores of Portugal. We are in Ericeira, surf capital of Europe. We are here for the EDP Ericeira Pro, presented by Estrella Galicia. We've booted Evans out and brought Mundy in, along with Chris Benz. Bit of a boil over there. Saw the end of that last week. Benzie, Callum Robson,
what do you
massive win.
What do you mean by boil over?
Wow, the defending champion, high in the ratings, all that sort of business.
Yeah,
Callum Robson.
He's a pretty incredible surfer. He's been on the championship tour himself, made the final at Bells. It's a right point break. I think that's pretty evenly contested matchup, and it was Caltex who was on the better waves. Speaking of better waves, this guy, Ryan Huckabee, coming in hot from Florida, has been just a man on fire this week at Ribera de Las. And he's opened up there. This is Miguel Pupo. He's got a bit of energy about him this week. He's just seen his brother Samuel qualify for the championship tour. They both got knocked off at Margaret River. And 6 months later, one half of the brothers Pupo is back on the tour. There is Samuel alongside Michael Rodriguez and Alejo Muniz. And Ryan Huckabee. I was just going to say, Ryan Huckabee, he's not with as much of a squad. He's only 20 years old. He's from it's called Flag of the Beach in Florida. He's got an amazing new edit out on Stab called Huck. He hadn't won a heat on the Challenger Series all year, and is now one heat win away from making it to the quarters, surfing in the man-on-man heats on the Challenger Series for the first time.
He's had a big week, hasn't he? Old Huck. And yeah, the opening of that clip, it's just, you go, it's one of those ones, you know, you see a lot of great clips, don't you? You see all sorts of these incredible surfers putting out incredible material, but that start, you're like, whoa, what's going on here? And then it just gets better and better. So check that out. But speaking of a man who is on fire this week as well, it's Callum Robson. He's down on the beach with Joanna Garnell.
Yeah, Mandy, that's right. Callum, 8-point ride on your first wave. Do you feel you had to step it up to go against the previous Ericeira Pro winner?
Yeah, well, for me, I knew David was going to be a tough competitor, and especially because we started deep, and when we started the heat, there was so much fog that I couldn't even see my landmarks, so I kind of just had to trust my instincts a bit. Where I was in the reef, I was a little bit lost at the start. That's why David got that good one early, and then I just had to trust my position and wait for the right wave. I kind of knew what I was looking for, and stoked that it came early enough in the heat and was able to capitalise. I was pretty pumped after that one.
And how bumpy was that were the waves?
It's pretty clean, to be honest. I didn't think it was too bumpy. There's a bit of warp in the wave, which makes it a bit tricky to read at times, but it's good conditions out there for sure.
And now you're going up against Kanoa, who's surfing here with no pressure. What are you going to bring?
The same thing I bring every time, just my best, and have fun and enjoy the moment. And I can't wait to go up against Kanoa. I believe that if you want to be with the best, you got to beat the best. So up against Kanoa, it's going to be a tough challenge. I'm looking forward to it.
Great job. Congratulations. We'll see you in the quarterfinals.
Cheers. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Cal. And thanks, Joanna. Yeah, he's no nonsense, isn't he, that bloke? He just goes about his business calmly, with purpose, with a smile on his dial, and with some incredible surfing. And I love seeing it back on that CT. He brings. Now it's an old school approach, but there's a freshness to it that he's a unique surfer.
Yeah, I was saying to Evans in the last heat that he comes from a rugby league background. I think he played at a rep level to late in his teens, so he brings that kind of athlete perspective rather than growing up as a surfer. And then Evans Head, pretty sleepy coastal town, as we see Ryan Huckabee going to work. Who are some of the better known surfers from around that area?
From Evans Head?
There's a lot of heads around there.
Yeah, there is quite a few heads on that northern in beaches, just in between sort of Coffs and all the way up to Ballina.
Trent Munro's not
I think the Raffertys,
too far away.
They weren't too far away. Both Daz Rafferty and his brother Mick, they were right there from that part of the world. Mick Kane, he's Port Macquarie, so he's a bit south. But yeah, there's so many underground surfers just going about their business on those little sleepy back beaches and absolutely ripping. But Cal, he's just got that head and shoulders. Got a really, as you said, he's got a professional approach really. He said he's had that athletic background and he's brought that training and that focus. And he's going on in the quarterfinals, one of his best results of the year, and he's not done yet. As he says, he's looking forward to the challenge of Kanoa. He's not, it's not something that he's daunted by. It's something that he actually relishes, and he's not just saying that. He really means it. So big things to come. And here, look at some scores dropping in. Look at that one for Miguel Pupo, an 8.33 for that backhand series of backhand attacks. He's just 2 heats away from qualifying for the CT 2025. He's got to make the semi-finals, and with an 8.33, I'd like to think he's got 1 foot halfway there. Yeah, such a cool, calm competitor. He would have been setting out to try and just get an early score in, get some pressure on the inexperienced Huckabee, and he's done that straight off the bat.
Speaking of surfers who are looking good, Matthias Hurdy just walked past. Not a hair out of place.
He's got
rooster, isn't he?
Solid Barnet, that man. Absolute solid Barnet. Looking pretty relaxed as well, as ever. Brazilian contingent, Brazilians. David Silva, he's kind of the first relatively high-profile Brazilian we've lost. They've just all been on a tear, all been surfing so well.
David, the funny man, Silva.
Yeah,
the big revelation from Alejo Muniz spending a heat in here.
Yeah, he's the funny guy of the gang. It brings a lot of positive energy to that little vibe. Here we go. Here goes Huckabee, live action. Comes around. He's got that big, long reach. There's a big roundhouse cutback. Climbs off the foam. Now he's looking for a big finish. A lot of spray and a nice finish. So that's good surfing from Huck. Again, just getting himself back in the heat. Bit of variety. And as I was saying, he's got that layback sort of on lock. He said himself one earlier round, he says, I've been doing it since I was about 10. And, this is not absolutely guaranteed, but he didn't use it here. He's got other quivers in his bow. his quivers in his bow.
Arrows in his quiver.
Yeah. He's got all of it. He's got bow, he's got arrows, he's got quiver, he's got spray. He put himself back in the heat.
It's a great term, quiver. I love that we've borrowed that from the archery community.
Yeah, it's taken on, haven't we? And this quiver's looking pretty good, I'll tell you that. Huck from Florida. It's interesting to see these guys. Hasn't won a heat, I don't think, for all the other Challenger series, and then suddenly just turned up. Like, he's obviously surfing was at a level that was, you know, really good, but just not finding it for whatever reason. Bit of luck, bit of mismanagement, a few mistakes. Suddenly this week, just got the confidence, you know. And I think even if he were to get beaten by, you know, Miggy here, I just think this could be a real pivotal sort of stage in his career where he can go on to Brazil, be a lot more confident, and then attack next year with and be really dangerous. If he surfs like this, he's a really good chance of qualifying.
Oh, definitely. He's been surfing big. Like, he's just been attacking sections, throwing up big punts. As you mentioned, his edit. Crazy punts all over the place. He's been taking advantage of every opportunity this year. I know after he got knocked out of Bolito, didn't just fly straight back to the States. Went off and explored Skeleton Bay, tubed out of his brain on his backhand. So a well-rounded surfer, trying to take advantage of every opportunity that's coming his way as a part of the Challenger Series. And finally, it's paying off for him here in Portugal. A 5.33 for his last wave puts him into the lead, but Miguel Pupo has an 8.33, which is the important score at the moment. Ryan Huckabee's not going to want to hang on to either of these fives. He can't afford to hang on to either of these fives if he's to take the win. 18.5 minutes to go. Miguel Pupo, yeah, that 8.33 to kick off his heat in the excellent range. We've had a bunch of excellent scores this week. We might just have a look at a recap now of some of the best scores we've seen throughout the event. Taro Watanabe, that 9-point ride was insane. All done on the face, just searing rail work from start to finish.
And then, a couple of Igarashis clogging up the leaderboard, and Leo Fioravanti is in the next one. So, you know, look at Kanoa, CT Surfer, Leo, CT Surfer, Miguel Pupo, David Silva, CT Surfers. And Alea Muniz has spent some time on it there as well. So those big numbers. The 9-point ride, the top score. Can we get a 10 in the event, Binzi? That's what we really want to see, don't we? What would it take, you reckon? Hold that thought as we see Miguel Pupo. Nice little first phone climb. Just keeps himself still. That wave didn't deliver, so he kicks back out. That 8.83 means he can be a bit relaxed. But yeah, what do we need to get a 10? What are we looking at?
I think it's either going to have to be a monstrous air or some kind of insane combo that either starts or finishes with an air and then is tied together with some, vicious on-point rail work. It's a really tough score to get. I mean, we saw Taro get the 9 purely for his work on the face and, just dispatching the sections that got served up to him. It was kind of reflexive surfing. He wasn't really thinking. It was just like, well, there's this section, I can crack it. Came around. I think one of his favourite self-confessed turns on the wave was just a cutty, but it was just so on point. Got the rails singing, whipped it around nice and quick. Had that seamless style of his from start to finish. So yeah, 10's tough, especially without the tube, and it's not like a particularly steep air section, but there's plenty of room. It's such a long point that you can combo things up, and I reckon it's doable.
Okay, so the 10s is possible. Now, who would you think who would be favourite to get that number, to get that big 10? What surface would you back? I reckon it's in their locker at the moment.
Tia Zabrowski.
Oh, I was going to say that, Binti. I reckon you're right. I reckon she's been getting 8-point rides, 8.5s with minimum of fuss, and not even some of the best waves. So yeah, I reckon
this guy.
Right, okay, Joel Vaughan. Spoke to his dad yesterday. He's on that Juliet DHD. A lot of those pros were all on that Juliet model, DHD. Darren Hanley did a whole fresh batch for the team before they came over here. And he's got a massive aerial game. But I keep saying he's a bit underrated. Obviously, his younger brother gets a fair bit of press. So Huey's a really classic kid and incredible surfer. But this guy, Joel, just across the board, massive barrels, small waves, big airs, big slabs. Like, he is really, really good.
Yeah, huge X factor, and I think that's what's required in the 10 as well. I remember last year, Joel and Dakota Walters made the final of the Taiwan Open of Surfing. We'll get back to that. Here goes Ryan Huckabee. He wouldn't mind providing a highlight reel moment of his own, working his way through what appeared from the drone to be a pretty chubby wave, and from the beach that can be confirmed. So that's not going to be in Ryan's top 2. That man as well, Dylan Moffat, he could throw a 10 in the mix. Jarvis Earl, more than capable. Oscar Berry's an incredible aerialist. Never mind Reef Hazelwood in the background. Here goes Ryan's last wave.
Yeah, so Huckabee just coming down the line. Big carve, but you just see him doing a foam climb here, hoping for some bonus, and it doesn't come. So you get a bit of, see, sort of body language, going a little bit disappointed. I mean, he's got that reach. Covers so much territory with those calves. Engages the rail from the nose to the tail. Unfortunately for Huckabee, he's just got a pair of 5s. He hasn't quite been able to put some more pressure on. Still in the game, just needs some better waves. Yeah, really impressed with his surfing, really impressed with his style. But he's got to have to go up into the excellent range if he's going to beat Miguel Pupo.
Yep, 14 minutes to go. And, yeah, what I was saying before, that final last year at the Taiwan Open of Surfing, big, chunky onshore day at Jinzun Harbour and Dakota, and Joel Vaughan just turned it in an air show.
Right. We did a big air, didn't we, in the first heat of the day? We went absolutely massive. Here we go, Miggy. Right, nice big backhand style, and then a carving turn. This wave's got more steep face, so then he finishes it off. These guys are just looking like absolutely nervous. I mean, they're so experienced, but they're not making mistakes. They're doing powerful turns. They're picking the best waves, and the Brazilian crew are just looking solid. This qualification machine is rolling on through, trying to back up that 8.3, and I think he's done a pretty good job over there.
All right, this is Miguel Pupo on his backhand. This wave's cooperating with him nicely. 2 big sections. He's lacing his turns together beautifully, releases the tail and drives out of that one.
And the spray coming through. Yeah, I don't know, Benzi. Look, I don't know if my eyes may have mistaken me. I think, and I could be wrong here, I'm no scientist, I'm no climatologist, but is that the sun? Is that the sun coming through at the moment?
Yeah.
Got some green on the face. We've got that white water's pinging off. We've got the Brazilians.
It could just be that fluorescent yellow jacket.
That's yeah, Silver's yellow jacket. But yeah, Pupo. We'll see what that score comes in. But it was well surfed, as we said. He has to just get to the semi-finals to make sure his qualification is on for 2025. Join his brother, which would be an incredible feat once again. Leo Moniz is 1 heat off. He's up against his good mate Edward Groggio in the quarterfinals, so that's going to be an interesting matchup. But right now, with a 6.50, so he goes up into 14. Heat total 14.83, solid numbers, and suddenly the American needing some big numbers of 9 to get up in the lead. 12 minutes on the clock. I think if you were to sort of map out his heat strategy, his heat plan, I reckon he's ticked all the boxes at the moment, Bins, and he's not done yet. On the inside, he's got some rhythm, and just that one's not going to count it. But yeah, they do set up, a pretty basic heat strategy, and yeah, he's just absolutely acing it.
I don't think Ryan Huckabee will be surfing scared though. He's been pulling these fantastic scores out all week, and he's going to need to do that now. 11.5 minutes remaining in this heat. We're going to have a quick break. More action from the EDP Ericeira Pro coming our way right after this.
Welcome back to Ericeira. 9.5 minutes on the clock. We're in heat number 5 of the round of 16 of the EDP Ericeira Pro in the men's division. Miguel Pupo out in front with Ryan Huckabee in second place, netting some big numbers. We've all been talking about the qualification scenarios. Miggy is closing in on making it himself. Huckabee just starting out on his career journey. If he can achieve, you know, probably 50% of what Miggy's done in his career, he'll be pretty happy. But the veteran just keeps getting better. It's not in any way, shape or form slowing down. He's still got the fire in his belly. He's still got the surfing. And he's still going pretty strong.
Yeah, Ryan Huckabee's only 20. He's a big lad, and he's hit the game to back it up. He has priority. Have a look at how far up the point inside him Miguel Pupo has gone. So I wonder whether Miguel's thinking he could even find a ramp before he even gets to Ryan. Maybe that's what he's looking for. Maybe he's looking for something that sneaks inside Ryan that allows him to link together a few combos. But
maybe, yeah, he's identified maybe the change in the tide, the high tide. It might just moving on to that inside section where he can get a little runner that hugs the inside of the reef. But yeah, it's an interesting, unorthodox approach. He's got a heat lead. Doesn't seem to be worth sort of risking, but he's obviously identified something. Probably
hunting
before
a left.
the heat.
Could be hunting a
and
left.
then he's just got an instinct.
Well, let's see right now.
Or the other option is that, as Callum Robson said, maybe he's lost all his bearings. The fog means he can't see like your normal markers. But he surfed here 2 times today, you'd reckon. So yeah, interesting approach from Miggy.
David Silver's fluoro jacket no longer visible. It looked like the fog was setting in again, but it's looking out of our window here. It's brighter once more. 7.5 minutes to go. Ryan Huckabee, he's not in a combination, but he would want to get rid of both of his scores and start again. He's got a pair of 5s at the moment. Needs a pair of 7.5s to move into the lead. We know he's got the game to do it. We've seen him launch some big punts this week, and his rail work is crisp, precise, and he's not afraid of throwing a bucket. He's going to have to call on all of that with 7 minutes to go if he's to dislodge the elder Pupo brother.
Yeah, we're talking about Miggy and what he's achieved. Do you want to do it? You want to do a Pupo quiz?
Sure.
Are you pretty hot on what if his special subject? I'm going to ask you, Benzie, when was his first year on the CT? When did he make his rookie year?
Okay, I'm going to say, he's 8 years older than Sammy. Sammy's 24, so is Miguel 32. I'm going to say 10 years ago, 2014.
2011 was when he came on. That shows you. That was part of that initial push along, 2 years after Medina and Florence. So 2011, as we see that man, he's been doing this a long, long time. As we see him trying to get the inside here, so can't get through. Yeah, so this is his 15th year competing at this level. Meanwhile, here goes Huck, needing a big score. Does that swooping cut back. Tries to get a steeper section here. It's a nice turn, but it's not too dynamic. Crouches low and then blasts the carve again. There's a bit more juice, a bit more dynamic surfing. Now he's waiting for the inside. He's got a big air game, but you can see by his body language that's not going to happen. Okay, right now though, I think we've got Joanna Garnell's down on the beach. Who have you got? What's going on, Joe?
I've infiltrated the Brazilian squad. They're making signals right now, trying to signal Miguel to get on a wave. Sammy, what's happening?
Just telling him to go next to Ryan right now because he's really dangerous and you want him to get close to him, always pay attention to your opponent. And
Ryan needs a 9-point ride. That wasn't it, right?
No, I don't think that was it. So that's why I want him close to him. There's a big set coming, so a little bit nervous.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, well, just like us, they were questioning why Miggy paddled up the point, and they were confused as anybody. And so they've all sort of collectively made it clear that they think it's a good idea to head down to the main point and get close to his opponent. Never underestimate your opponent with Samuel. So good advice from the junior. And looks like Huckabee's on the inside here. Might have a swing at this one on the inside. Bigger wave, bit of froth. Nice first foam climb. Sets himself up for this turn. Oof. Just a little bit stuck on that turbulence. And again, never finding his feet. And on the Pupo quiz, what was his highest highest CT finish, end of year finish?
I'm going to say inside the top 10. 8th.
As you see replay, yeah. No, he actually finished 6th in 2022.
And I'm going to say that was the year that he won the Tahiti Pro.
He did.
Beat
So-
Corley Vast, the Olympic gold medalist.
He did. It's pretty impressive. Just 2 years ago, Miguel Pupo was finished number 6 in the world, just outside the WSL finals. That's the level he's at.
Well, it shows you the brutality of the cut. You know, Connor Coffin's a prime example. He went from top 5 to
relegation.
Not even a year later, getting clipped in Margaret River by the very first. Was it the first? Second outing of the Mid-Year Cup.
It shows his longevity too, because you know he's after on his 13th year on tour, he had his best ever result. So Pupo, yeah, just showing his class, showing his experience. Sammy is still a bit nervous. He's checking the scores out there. They really feel for it. He knows that after this one more heat, if he gets through this, he's on. What a party that's going to be if all those Brazilians have got Alejo Magee's 1 heat off. We've got Miggy 1 heat off. We've got Grosjean in the mix. So it's all going on. This is the heat recap. And this was the 8.33. I think Binzi just went to town early doors.
Yeah, he sure did. And just measured every turn perfectly up against what the wave was offering it. Just finding that balance. And yeah, good variety of turns, a little bit of drift out of the tail. And kicking out with an 8.33 to his name. This was Ryan Huckabee's reply, a 5.83. That turn was where the bulk of the points came from. Really pushed it hard. Wasn't the biggest of waves, just a couple of turns. And then Miguel Pupo, this was his 6.5. This was a little different of a looking wave to a lot of what we've seen today, but all the sections worked in his favour. Speaking of sections, Ryan Huckabee standing on the tail. You know that he's looking for a ramp. It's not going to happen here. So he lances one big turn, prescribes an arc, gets out of there. That's not going to help him. Still looking for a 9, and at this stage, you think he is going to have to try and find that ramp because it's going to take a big air to, you know, he's probably not enough time to do it on the strength of 2 waves.
Yeah, he's got one hope, and it's one big Hail Mary if he gets the opportunity. He's a long way out, though, as well. He has to paddle back out, get in the lineup, get a wave, and then do a massive air. That's his really difficult task ahead of him. Meanwhile, the boys aren't happy with Miggy's positioning. They're just a bit agitated with his approach.
They might have a stern word when he comes in.
Yeah, well, they don't have coaches, a lot of them. They sort of work together on these events. So they're all sort of combined and feed off each other. And, yeah, they'll be just asking
for a guy,
Miguel.
For a guy with a 14.83 2-wave total, his friends are not impressed.
Tough crowd. Here he goes, though. So he's going to make sure Ryan doesn't get that wave. And that's a bit of a blocking effect. Opening the door.
He's handed over priority, though. So the boys, again, they'll be having a word.
They will. That was another mistake. For a guy that makes so few mistakes, you know, he's still in a really good spot. He's, you know, Ryan Huckabee needs a 9-point ride. 45 seconds on the clock. It's going to be, you know, while there's life, there's hope. You see Sam, younger brother Samuel just quite nervous still. They really feel it when they're brothers or opponents.
We were talking about Mateus's wonderful wig earlier. Sammy Pupo, he's got an underground...
good barnet.
That is a rock solid do, isn't it?
Yeah, and he's running his hands through it. He's still got 20 seconds on the go. Looks like Miguel again's making a dash for that point up the reef. 10 seconds
himself.
Just can't help himself. For whatever the reason, he identified that section of the reef as potential scoring, but I don't think it's going to matter. There's 5 seconds on the clock. Huckabee's not going to get a chance. Miguel Pupo is marching on. Another Brazilian makes one step closer to that CT dream.
A special mention to Ryan Huckabee, though. Incredible performance. Easily his greatest on the Challenger Series, and he's really... I know personally, and I'm sure plenty of other people taking notice of Ryan, because he's been absolutely ripping. And from my few interactions, he also seems like a bloody lovely fella.
He's a good guy. Yeah, it's great to have, you know, that's what this Challenger Series does bring. Fresh talent, new way of looking at approaches, and he's just turned up. A lot of people outside America might not have seen what he's about, but he's won loads of heats. He's surfed with incredible style and no shortage amount of, like, fireworks as well. And you're right, posted interview's been great. Yeah, so he's had a good week.
Up the Huck.
See you, Huck, in Brazil. Right now, though, we're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action from the EDP Ericeira Pro right after this.
Thank you so much for things throughout the whole week. And wishing you all the best now for the last event of the Challenger Series at the Brazil in São Paulo. Miguel está nos quartos de final deste EDP Ericeira Pro, apresentado por Estrella Galicia. E não é a primeira vez que o Miguel chega aqui às fases finais na Ericeira, é a primeira vez. Longe disso. É uma sensação que já conhece. So, at this stage, we are on standby for the start of the next one, assessing conditions, and on hold at this stage. We will start as soon as the fog goes up. Neste momento temos a bateria a aguardar para o início, como estão a constatar, o nevoeiro abençoou-se bastante nos últimos momentos. Vamos deixar os computadores lá fora, aguardamos, e assim fizemos condições de iniciar a corrida.
Presented by Estrella Galicia is brought to you by EDP, official energy partner of the WSL in Portugal. By Millennium Bank, official bank of the WSL in Portugal. By Hertz, official rental car of the WSL in Portugal. By You and the Sea, your hotel in Ericeira by the sea. And by Mayo, official technology partner of the WSL in Portugal.
Welcome back. As we see, Miguel Pupo, a convincing heat winner, and now just one heat off qualifying for the Championship Tour in 2025. Job well done. Really, really great serving. 8.33 off the back. Gets the fans. Get a photo with the hero. He's a legend. It looks like Huckabee there. He had a good heat. Just going through the debrief of that heat. What went wrong, what went right. Never really got himself into the danger zone, really. A couple of fives, but a really impressive performances throughout the week. So it's been an incredible run of surfing from Ryan. So right now, though, I think we're going to go down shortly and have a chat with Miggy, because he's been, you know, he's been so cool and calm, posting big numbers. And the Brazilians have been the real story of this event. They're just dominating that top echelons of the Challenger Series rankings. Traveling together, Chico Alves is with me in the booth, and it's like a tide. The Brazilians just keeps coming in and coming in. You can't stop it. They're just too good.
Yeah, they are doing such a good job on getting that consistency going. They're really keeping like those good vibes in the pack, and that you can kind of feel that energy on the group. You know, they're all doing well, and you know, like the positive vibes are rolling for them. So I think they're on a good way to do really well here in Ribeira.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're just, you know, there's so many of them. They're a tight-knit group. They're a really good mix of experience, a bit of youth in there as well, feeding off each other, providing advice. And I tell you what, they're just unstoppable. It could be 5, 6, maybe 7 of them qualify on the Challenger Series to get on the CT. So these the Brazilian Storm, well, it's not even a storm anymore. It's just a high-pressure system parked over the whole of surfing. So we are just on a bit of a hold, bit of update. Well, there's a bit of a fog in the water. We're going on hold, just assessing the conditions. We're not going anywhere, guys. Leo Fioravanti and Joel Vaughan will just have to hang out a bit and see how or if the fog clears. You can see the sun around, so you're pretty hopefully we'll get a bit of clearance soon. We can press that hood up. Pretty wise decision to not start until we can make sure that there is going to be enough visibility for the judges. So it's a little bit of a wait and see at the moment. Been really lucky. Turned on at 8 o'clock this morning, Chico. It was pretty foggy back then, and we haven't had a break all day, which, considering the amount of fog that's been around, is pretty good going. But right now we're just taking a little bit of break, hopefully while it does clear. And we're going to have a look at the qualifying or the Challenger Series rankings, which is what it's all about. We've got we've got the rankings coming up, and we've got a lot of positive surf, a lot of incredible surfing going on, and a lot of scenarios unfolding just on it. So we're going to get that up. And here we go. So here's the Challenger Series rankings. We've got Ian Gavea. Well, he's qualified already. He's in. Samuel Pupo, he's also qualified as well. Alejo Muniz and Miguel Pupo, well, they are both now one heat away from also joining Sammy and Ian up there. George Batara, unfortunately, got knocked out early, so he has gone down a few places. Edgar Groggio, another surfer who is in the mix. If he wins the event, he can also get on the CT, and then also Jackson Punch got knocked out. Mikey McDonough, Alan Cleland all gone. So there's been some shuffling the deck, and it's like all those little green arrows are the ones that are progressing northwards up the list. And yeah, they're looking super dangerous. Been lucky to join in the booth actually by a surfer who just knocked out one of the Brazilians, Callum Robson. You back to trend, mate. You flying the Aussie flag, and yeah, how does that feel? We're on a bit of a fog break, just so you know, so we haven't got any live action at the moment. But yeah, how does it feel, mate? You've had probably half hour to decompress. How you going, mate?
Yeah, no, I'm going pretty good. Definitely stoked to get through that heat. Obviously, coming in and being able to get over David. He won the event last year and is pretty hard to beat out here, and like you're seeing that top 10 in the board there, it's pretty heavy with the Brazilian flag, so I'm pretty excited to see some of the Aussie boys have a strong finish in this event, and then as well in Saquarema, and try and fill that with some Aussie flags.
Okay, right now though, we've got Binsies down on the beach. Who have you got, Chris Binns?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Ben. Miguel Pupo, one step closer. Congrats on the heat win.
Yeah, thank you. Stoked to get, the first score. That set me in a good rhythm, open up with the 8. That's always a good sign. And I was looking just for a backup towards the end, and just happy with the performance for sure.
The visibility isn't fantastic, but the waves are great.
Yeah, the waves are amazing. Since the first time we surfed this morning, it felt really good and more power than yesterday and more lined up. So it was supposed to be a really fun day. If it wasn't for the fog, like playing around, but we're still working, everyone's surfing good and happy to make the heat.
Tell us about the Brazilian push, because it's been all season long, but especially here in Ribeira, you guys are on fire.
Yeah, it's funny because at the beginning of the event, I felt like it was going to be a weird one with the wind and the tides and everything, and we were surfing together every day, everyone, like all 10 of us, and I think that set up a good rhythm for everybody. And unfortunately, a few guys lost today, but a lot of guys are making it, so stoked.
We interviewed your brother earlier. He's obviously qualified here. He knocked you off the tour in Margaret River. How sweet would it be if the draw lined up and you could beat him here?
It would be nice, if he let me make the heat so I can confirm my spot, but still far away, one more heat to go, and I'm not thinking about that far, just making step by step, and stoked to be in the quarters.
Tell us a little bit about Ryan Huckabee, because he hasn't really been on anyone's radar, but ripping in this event.
Yeah, it's funny because I showed Alejo and my brother a video of him doing a huge full rotation. I think it's Indonesia this year. And they're like, oh, you have that guy in your heat. I was like, dude, he's ripping. He's throwing some airs, and he's just started on the Challenger. I remember when I first started, and it's really hard, you lose a lot of heats, and I'm just happy for him to see him making through a few heats, and hopefully he'll do well in Brazil too.
Let's talk about your equipment. Everyone started riding epoxies a few years ago when the waves weren't as great. Now we're seeing all these black carbon fiber surfboards. What is it about this JS model you love so much?
This is my Magic board, but it needs a specific size of wave, and I rode this one in Huntington. I felt it was a really good board. I felt like the event was coming my way, but I kind of fell in a few waves in the quarters, and I brought this one because it's the magic one, and I knew today was going to be smaller, so it was the right time to pick that one.
Well, it looks really good underfoot, and you're looking really good. Congrats on the heat win.
Thank you. See ya.
Thanks,
See you
Chris.
guys in the box.
Thanks, Miggy. The good news is we are back on. The fog call has been lifted and we are going. I'll tell you what, they're talking about they're surfing together. There's 10 of them. Imagine you just having a little surf down there at the beachy. You look up, David Silva. 2 Pupo brothers. Another 8 of them. 10 of the world's best surfers and Brazilians paddle out next year. I mean, it'd be good to watch, but yeah, so you'd be a little bit sort of worried about your wave count. I suppose that's your life, isn't it, Cal? Trying to get your free surfing around this. But it's interesting with Miguel. We talked about, he came on tour in 2011. Callum, it must feel quite good, these older veterans. You can stay on, you know, if you keep fit, you keep focused, you can just keep this career going for, you know, well into your 30s, right?
For sure, especially like people like Miggy as well. He's such a nice guy, and I feel like he's at his peak of his performances right now, especially 2 years ago he won Tahiti when he just missed out on that final 5. So it's just like there to show kind of level his performances are at, and I think waves like this and Brazil really suit him, and I'm stoked to see him and Semi back on tour. I think they both belong there, especially the performances that Semi's been putting on. So it's going to be exciting to see those guys back on tour next year, and we've got a pretty good heat here between Leo and Joel. So excited to see how this thing folds out.
Yeah, really electric, exciting surfers. Yeah, Joel Vaughan, you obviously do a lot of surfing with him and see him around the traps. So in some ways, a bit underrated, I've been saying. Not a lot of people know exactly what he's got, but what type of surfer is he? Cal, you've seen him pretty close quarters.
Yeah, he's definitely, I feel like his strengths are definitely his airs. He's pretty gnarly in the air, backside, front side. He's creative with the grabs he has as well. But in his heat, earlier in the round, he got a really good wave and put some really good rail turns on. So I think that's an underrated part of his surfing that no one really sees too much. So I'm excited for Joel to get some waves in this heat and be able to show some of that rail surfing as well as his progressive stuff as well.
Yeah, and Chico, of course, so he's up against Leo Fioravanti. I mean, he's one of the greatest ever Italian surfers and one of Europe's great surfers. But yeah, what will Joel need to do to beat Leo? Because Leo is so strong, isn't he?
Well, first of all, I think he should fight a bit more for the inside position. Leo likes to start off quick, and if you take it away, that first wave of him will shake up things a bit. And yeah, Leo is a vicious competitor. He's really smart. I think he's one of his strengths. And of course, having his home here and surfing this wave a lot helps a bit, just because we've said it a lot, but the wave, it's really hard to compete in. Looks perfect, but then inside is just like, there's a few spots where you can see it. And maybe just for Joel in this first exchange, I would put a bit more pressure on Leo and just see how he deals with it.
Yeah, well, there's paddling out there now, putting in the big ones. Looks like both a bit deep for that one. How do you approach that inside in the man-on-man heats, Callum? Like, do you make it a conscious decision to try and get the inside? Do you, or do you just see how it pans out? What's your approach to it?
It's different every time, obviously, depending on your competitor, depending on where the bank is and like where the best waves are coming through. In my heat, actually, at the start of the heat, it was really hard to see. So I kind of got caught out of position and pretty deep because I couldn't actually see the hill, which where my marker was on. So I kind of just had to trust my instincts a little bit, and David ended up getting a first wave. Here goes Joel.
Yeah, it's the first wave. So Joel Vaughan, bit of a frothy one, but a nice little float. Really nice, calm, composed. Now he winds up. There's that rail work Cal was talking about. And it's a nice looking wave, good pace to it. And he's being really composed. And there's a bit of flash. And now he's coming into the end section. And he's not done yet. A third one or fourth or fifth maybe, and he's almost finished. Or is he not? One more. Just a little click to finish off, and wow, that is a well-surfed wave. And talk about getting off to a strong start. I talked about Leo wanting that inside. Well, in this case, Chico, he's a bit wider and it's paid off. You were wrong, actually, I would say.
you love to put me on the spotlight, don't you?
What do you like about it, Chico?
Yeah, I loved it. It was a good double up. The wave was quite steep. He was able to open up a few times. This one was a better one. Not this one, sorry, the next one I feel like was the money turn, really. gouged this turn, and he was able to finish it off strong. So it was a long wave, and for the tide we have on end right now, it was actually like a really steep wave overall. So I think judges will appreciate the rail work he had done.
Yeah, we just talked about that, Callum, that his rail work may be a bit under unknown, but he showed it all here, didn't he?
Yeah, no, for sure. And as you see positioning, Leo caught a little bit outside, especially with that high tide. It seems to push in on the reef a little bit more. So Joel, smart there, being able to stay inside connected to the reef and was able to get that under Leo's kind of inside, which, like you said, he loves to keep that inside and he's pretty hungry with it. So it's sick to see Joel get a quick start by just playing the game a little bit there.
Yeah, and what's he like, Joel, in terms of what energy does he bring? Is he a bit of a frother? Is he, he loves to surf, you all love to surf, but is he first out? Is he seems to got a lot of energy, a lot of pent-up energy about him.
Yeah, to be honest, I haven't travelled with Joel too much. Here goes Leo.
Okay, live action, just kicked out. Yeah, I just seen him buzzing around the site. He seems like a pretty energetic kind of a guy, I suppose they're young, isn't he, and frothing and just stoked to be on the Challenger Series, I suppose.
Yeah, no, he's good energy, Joel. He goes hard, and every free surf he has, he's going for it, and he kind of sets that level for himself, which I think is why he's starting to have some success now, is where he's just continuing to push that level for himself, and it shows in his heats.
Yeah, this one not working out for Leo. Just thought he might have an inside connection, but it just kicked out, decided to go for priority. And Leo had a really strong start to the year last year, didn't he? He had a good result at Pi. I think he made the final, but then just sort of tailed off towards the end of the year. Made the cut, which was great, but just sort of finished off not as strong as he would have liked. And I think this type of event's quite good for reset, get your finger back, get yourself back in the game a bit, Chico. Do you reckon that's why he's going in it? Any insights?
Yeah, of course. I feel like any CT surfer that does a challenger and he's really focused, he wants to build some confidence, of course, make some meets, and because the CT can be a bit crucial sometimes, just because a bit cruel, sorry, just because it's really hard to maintain that consistency throughout a lot of months or a lot of comps, and sometimes you get in a bad role, and to build back that confidence feels good to make some meets, even though it's a challenger. I feel like the level is up there with the CT. And we've seen multiple surfers coming from the CT to the challenger and having a hard time making heat. So it's just the level is really, really high, and of course just the quality of the waves.
Tell you what, it must be rare to surf without a lot of pressure. How many heats would you surf these days where there's not a whole lot riding on it, Cal? I mean, it must be just a nice thing to do, albeit very rarely.
Yeah, to be honest, these boys probably want it still. Like I was just about to say, I think it's been funny watching the preparation of Leo versus Kanoa. Leo's been, for me, feels like he's taking this quite seriously. He's down in the free surf, working with Dog Marsh down here at the event. So I've seen quite a lot of Leo in the free surfs and around the event. Versus Kanoa, I haven't seen him out in the free surf yet. So it's just kind of funny to see the different approaches from the CT guys that are coming back to the Challenger. But like you said, it is very rare to have those kind of events that don't matter too much to you in terms of rankings and falling on or off tour or getting back on tour. So for those boys to come in, it's probably an opportunity for them to just refine their act and refine what they do for when they get back to the CT next year.
They're game ready. And what about you, mate? How's your year been? How would you sort of sum it up as a whole? You've still obviously got this event, you're still in it, going great in the quarters, you've got Brazil, but as a whole, how have you found it?
For me, I think this year has been pretty big growth year for me. Obviously, falling off tour. For me, I just felt like I probably didn't continue to push myself and just kind of keep my foot on the gas pedal throughout the CT. I kind of felt like I was probably just holding on a little bit in my approach. So for me, this year in the Challenger, after the first few events, I missed the last event because I fractured my tibia in a surf trip to Skeleton Bay. So I missed the US Open, but for me coming to this event, it's just about my approach and how I'm approaching the heats and making sure that I'm just continuing to try and surf my best in the jersey, and just really attacking and trusting my instincts, which sometimes hard to do when you really want to win. And sometimes you let the wind get in the way of how you go about it. So here we go, see Leo using priority.
Yeah, Leo just electing to push the trigger, waiting for a little double up, bounces through that little fat section, it doesn't work out. Yeah, and I suppose, it is all about those wins. You've obviously had some big wins in your career, though. It must be good to sort of go back and you know, relive those moments. I think we've got a bit of footage of some of your career highlights coming up, mate. So we could just go back and recap some of these experiences. You know, like, I think there was a win on the Gold Coast. Was that a pretty special moment?
Yeah, that was my biggest win of my career. I was able to get the win on the Gold Coast, and yeah, pretty special. But it was a rare mistake from Leo again, kind of going this wave, keeping Joel off it. But obviously, I don't know if the wave quality's changed too much, but it definitely seems to have filled up a little bit out there with the higher tide.
I reckon he's a bit more, I don't know, just because Joel got the 633 right off the back, he's just feeling it, a bit more pressure, and it's easier to make that mistake he just did.
Yeah, well, it's hard for me to say not being in Leo's position, but it definitely looks like that a little bit. Maybe Leo's rushing and not really wanting Joel to continue to kind of get in front, but Leo's a savvy competitor, and I'm sure he's going to bounce back from this. Just obviously hoping that the waves come to the party here and we get a good final 17 minutes.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to that Gold Coast win, mate. Do you remember? I held the phone. We do have some sets coming through, some big waves. Joel, they might just leave that one breaking a bit wide. Yeah, was there anything that you put your finger on and why that, that was your biggest career win? Was there something that changed during the event, or did you feel good before it? Was there anything you can put your finger on?
No, for me, I just felt like I probably just attacked that whole heat and just, it's a wave snapper that I surf a lot. I live on the Goldie, and that was quite tricky kind of conditions out there. There's me pretty pumped, but yeah, it was definitely tricky conditions with the south swell and south winds, and I felt like I could pick the right waves out there that kind of offered the right sections, and I probably put down just like my knowledge of the right-hand sand bottom point. Obviously, living south of the Goldie, being able to surf a lot of those waves, I feel quite comfortable out there, but.
Also to do it without no one out there for once, like having the actual read of it without 4 million people, and there it is. Look at the scenes.
Yeah.
So 2022, what a result that was, and looking forward to more of that down the line. Bit of a sleepy heat. How important is getting that early start now? 6.33 is not a massive number, but in the context of the heat, it's pretty important, right, Carl?
Especially with potential deteriorating conditions with that higher tide, getting that early start could prove crucial, but yeah, for me, it's just like being a competitor. You've got to be able to come from a quick start, and you've got to be able to come from behind. And Leo has done both of that. So I feel like it's just trusting your experience and trusting your ability to read the lineup, and just taking it step by step, especially in these heats where it's slow and you have made a couple of mistakes at the start. It's quite easy to dwell on those mistakes and kind of get caught by them, but I'm sure Leo's probably trying to reset right now and just let that kind of go, and he's got half a heat left, so he'll be just kind of starting from scratch again. Yeah, and Chico, one of his strengths is his mental ability, isn't it? Like Leo, he's just so, he's so mentally strong. I mean, he's physically strong, he works so hard, but mentally he always keeps the right attitude, right?
Yeah, he's since the juniors, he's always been really competitive, and he wants to win everything. I remember back then, I'm going to hold that thought while we watch live action, but yeah, just getting a better wave here and goes for the air and can stick it, but
yeah. So again, just not playing the percentages. Meanwhile, Vaughan tries to capitalise. They're coming down the line, goes around, nice little zap to the lip, bit of shampoo as well, and then a squirt off the top. He's coming around again, just getting these right waves with a better pace and a better wall than Leo. A nice little turn. Hasn't really connected properly yet, but now he starts to wind up. This top view flattens the wave out a little bit, but it's another good backup. The Aussies like it. Look at that. There's a squad.
There's all the boys.
And he's travelling. His old man's over with him as well. Vaughnie, as he introduces himself, and got all your mates there, Cal, as well. It's a big squad, and he's pretty pumped by that. We'll see what the score. Let's talk us through this wave, Cal. What did you like about it?
Yeah, he got caught a little bit at the start there, probably in between two mines, but here he kind of starts to try and get in front of it, find a bit of that open face. But yeah, he connected it well, especially just putting another score on the board. Like we said, Leo fell on that last wave, so this is a smart move, just to finish on his feet. I feel like sometimes if you're finishing on your feet and you're kind of surfing the wave for what it is, you're going to get somewhere in that 5+ ride, which is kind of will put Joel in a pretty good position right now. So yeah, I'm pretty stoked with that from Joel, and Leo would have been on his way to a really good score as well had he finished that air. But like we said, could be just something for Leo, just training out here and just trying to continue to push his performance no matter because that result kind of probably doesn't really matter to him as much as someone like Joel who's looking for qualification. But yeah, pretty sick to see Joel get another good score under his belt.
Yeah, it's a good point. Joel might just be playing the percentages a little bit more at this stage, if that's going to guarantee him a heat win. You also know, I suppose, Chico, that that's all well and good up to a point, but he's going to have to push it pretty hard if Leo does find his form. And odds on, after 10 minutes to go, Leo's going to open up at some stage. But this one went probably, why did he go for that air, Chico? Do you think he hadn't had enough points at the back, so he was just trying to, push it a little bit, or it was just a good section?
No, the section wasn't actually really good. It had a weird angle on it, and I felt he pushed it just because the first 2 turns were on a smaller wave, and he wanted to just try to get a number on that one. But yeah, just forced the issue a bit there on that section, and yeah, it wasn't a great wave overall. But yeah, I was saying just back then, when we were juniors, I'm going to hold that thought because we're going to go for a break, man.
Yeah, mate, just keep a hold of it, have a think about it, and we're going to come back. You'll get your time in the sun, mate. You don't worry about that. I've got your back. But right now, we're going to have a short commercial break and come back with more live action from the EDP Ericeira Pro right after this. Welcome back to live action. Those scores have dropped the second wave for Joel Vaughan, a 6.50, and here he goes again. So just trying to make some hay inside. Nice little check turn, waits for it to stand up. Yeah. Goes for that fins first rotor. Does it with so much ease, almost too easy, wasn't it, that one, Chico? Just pretty smooth, feeling confident. It's got a nice, fairly sort of good hold on this heat. He won't be feeling confident with Leo Fioravanti, one of the the CT surfer, one of the top-ranked guys around, but he's been impressive. Just been getting the job done. Doc Marsh, look at the head on it. He's not happy with that performance of Leo. He looks a bit confused by what's going on, if anything.
Yeah, I feel like we could start to see Joel really start pushing things here. He's got that, obviously, that 12.83 total. Got his pair of sixes. Like he kind of had the intention here. I feel like he's going to start going to this air a fair bit now. Really trying to push that total. What do you think, boys? Is that improving?
Chico, he's the judge. You were just talking up your judging skills, mate. What do you think?
Well, I think it's
high enough.
So, yeah. I just feel like he was a really beautiful nose peak. Don't get me wrong. Was a beautiful turn, really technical turn. But yeah, I think if he wants to go to those sevens with air, it's just like he needs just a bit of a steeper section, I would say. But,
yeah.
But yeah, I think now, as you said, with a pair of sixes, we'll probably see something massive out of him. You saw he was eyeing off like the insider already to see if there's a section at the end to throw a big turn. But yeah, if he gets a big section, for sure he will go for a big air, and that's something that we would like to see, of course. Yeah. But yeah, Leo in a tough position, which is something that isn't really familiar with 8 minutes to go.
Yeah, and I feel like as well, Joel would probably be pretty happy with second priority right now, being able to roll the dice and catch some waves and try some of those airs. So I think it's a pretty dangerous position for Leo to be in, having Joel with that second priority. Here he is coming over to close the gap a little bit. But yeah, Leo obviously probably waiting for a wave with a little bit more quality, whereas Joel's kind of roll the dice and go for it and push his surfing a little bit more.
Yeah, it's interesting with that. Just, you know, you've got to be so adaptable, don't you? The heats can go many different ways, and you can do different approaches. And as you say, like, he's got the scores on the board now. He can change his approach up. So yeah, you just got to constantly, you know, your situation is changing all the time, wave to wave. You've got to adjust pretty quickly, right?
Yeah, it's one of the hardest sports because I feel like exactly that reason. There's no set rules, there's no set way to do it. You can do it any way. You can come from behind, you can get the score on the buzzer, you can have the heat wrapped up in the first like 5 minutes. There's not one way to surf a heat, and the ocean throws different curveballs at you, so it's just about reading what's in front of you. Here we see some sets.
Yeah, some nice lines. They've just been really consistent. It hasn't been mac and swell, but there's always been swell around. But that wave just not quite hitting the reef in the correct way. Maybe the tide coming in. I mean, this is all great for Joel. These sets just, you know, don't keep breaking like that. It just, every second's a win at the moment for Vaughan, knowing how dangerous competitor is. But then we did see in the heat, I don't know if you watched the Kanoa heat, where he got a really good wave. And actually, just hold that thought, because we've got Leo's coach, Dog Marsh. He's down on the beach with Binzi.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Down here in the doghouse with the one and only Richard Marsh. And, mate, what's going on in Leo's heat right now?
Unfortunately, he's been out of rhythm. Joel got the first wave and surfed it really well. There was nothing behind it, and then Leo made a couple of poor decisions on small ones, and yeah, he hasn't been in sync with the ocean, unfortunately.
A heat like this means a lot more to a surfer like Joel. How do you try and motivate Leo to get out there and perform to his best?
I guess we're already looking at 2025, and so we're working on stuff. Leo's had a pretty hard back end of the year, and he just, you know, he loves this wave, he loves Portugal, he lives just up the road a lot of the time, and I guess he wanted just to reconnect with some heats.
The waves have been pumping, the fog hasn't been the greatest. Have you guys been trying to surf around the contest bank or getting away up and down the coast?
Always enjoying ourselves around the event. It's been, we always love coming here. I come down here obviously for the CT as well, and yeah, I love this place.
Didn't answer the question. Where have you been surfing?
It's better not to say, isn't it? No, I've just been going to Santa Cruz and Pedro Blanca and just the normal places, but you know, you don't want to drag too many people with you.
Does the natural footer that you're coaching have priority when it comes to picking the waves?
In what case? What do you mean?
If you're going for a surf.
I don't get any waves. I get no priority. That's what more matters. They don't leave anything for the coach.
Fair enough. Well, you're saying the other day that Leo also, he's at your door 6 o'clock every morning, and that you love his enthusiasm and his honesty with you.
Yeah, look, he's a great guy and a fantastic surfer, and I'm really looking forward to getting into next year and, yeah, ripping in.
Well, we look forward to doing plenty more of these interviews to come. Thank you very much, Dog Marsh. Back up to you guys in the box.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Richard. Yeah, very illuminating. That dynamic with that coach is interesting, isn't it? Calden, if you travel the coach, you do a lot of stuff on your own, or have you got a coach at the moment? Who are you working with?
I've got my cousin Pete, who I work with out of the HPC, back at Surfing Australia, and also Richo, who I do most of my heat stuff and kind of tactical work with. Yep. Richo lives on Palm Beach, so they're kind of my two coaches, but when I get to events, I like to kind of keep it pretty simple, just using myself and stuff like that. But I've had the pleasure of being able to work with Dog before and hang with Dog and Connor and Ryan and travel with those boys, and it's always a good time. Learn so much from that older generation to be able to pass down some important lessons. So yeah, it's good to see Dog smiling and frothing on the beach.
Yeah, he's taught me some lessons, all right. I can't pronounce them a lot on air, but yeah, Dog, he's a legend of the sport and has been involved in so many careers. Here goes Leo, his charge. He's just on the move now. He's realised with 4 minutes to go, I mean, Richard said it's just a rhythm thing, you know, and that's something that you can't train or coach. It happens in the heat. Made a couple of poor decisions, which is unlike him, but right now with 4 minutes on the clock, what's he got to do? What would you be doing in this situation? Carl has just got to aim for the best, right?
Yeah, well, exactly what he's doing. He's just trying to chase down anything, and obviously it's got to have some quality to it, but Leo is definitely on the hunt right now, just trying to get something probably around that five mark, just so he has some sort of shot because I don't think probably going for the 9 would be the call. Like he's just trying to get a score here on a smaller inside one.
Yeah, just trying to get something, get back in the heat somehow, and it's not going to do it on that one. It's unfortunate because we do want to see Leo surf to his best. Everyone wants to see his potential. He's such an incredible surfer. Unfortunately, there's his partner. She's, you know, just shaking her head. There's not much more he can do. But he was going to keep cracking, you know, he never stopped battling. He's a fierce competitor. He's going to go again here. So another bite at the cherry, and he can't get that one. So pretty indicative of this heat in general. Leo just never has had an opportunity to show his surfing, what the capabilities he's got. Vaughan surfed a really strong heat, got that strong start, and has never let go. So this is potentially another Australian through to the quarterfinals. So just up in the Aussie flag up there, battling against those predominantly Brazilians, a few Frenchmen. It's going to be interesting. Joel, you know, how big are these? You know, you get on these rolls, like for Joel, if he can get the semis or even a final, it's, you know, it's such an early start of his career that could make a massive difference, just confidence-wise, right?
For sure, and probably, I don't know Joel's position in the rankings, but I'm sure a semi or a final would do him the world of good trying to get up into that top 10. So, yeah, I think...
Yeah, it's a good point where he's there. So he's not, in the top 20 at the moment, but he's, you know, he's going to start making some ground. As he got this start early on, real smooth sort of rail work there. Cal Robson in the booth said that, you know, you want to look out for that. And this first wave showed it all. Just nice pace to it and really good, smooth, quality surfing. Probably didn't push it. He didn't need to. He just surfed to the wave.
Yeah, and especially with those deteriorating conditions in this heat, the kind of the high tide making it a bit fuller, probably realising that there's going to be less and less opportunities and just making sure that the ones he got really counted.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Leo, well, he tried to plug away Chico, but he's never got... That was the only way that might have been got him back in the heat. He fell, and he hasn't looked close to getting close to Vaughan.
Yeah, I feel like Ribeira is one of those places that you cannot hide. You know, if you're having a shocker, you're gonna have a shocker. That's it. You gotta embrace it and just try to embrace it on a positive way. Because if you don't get the good ones, you're not gonna make it. So it's one of those places that you cannot really move out of the bank and search anything else. You gotta sit there and embrace it. So it's one of those places where sometimes you can get a 19-point total or a 2-point total. Combined. So it's just like, you just gotta keep up with the conditions and try
suck it up.
As
Dog would say, you gotta suck it up, mate. Yeah, he just hasn't found the rhythm, as Richard said, and unfortunately for Leo, he just hasn't been able to show his surfing more, which is the issue. But it's a big win for Joel Vaughan, coming up against a CT surfer. You know, like you're up against Kanoa in the quarterfinal, right, Cal? And as you said in your posted interview, you've got to embrace that sort of stuff. If you want to be the best, you've got to beat them, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I definitely think being on tour, as we see Joel just closing out the heat 15 seconds to go, smart move, just making sure Leo doesn't have any sort of opportunity. But that wave probably wasn't offering the 9.8, but Joel just closing it out. And there you go. Almost landed that, but yeah, pretty classy heat by Joel Vaughan there, and there's all the Aussie boys and Dad, and look at Dad fist pumping in the back. He's stoked.
Vaughany, loving life, and all this. I'm pretty sure what's Saturday morning in North Shelley, they'll be pretty fired up as well for their mate, knowing the Shelley boys. So yeah, great win for there's his dad, and great win for Joel. Well, Cal, mate, really appreciate you coming into the booth and enjoying your time here in the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
So that will hopefully be on tomorrow. Mate, what's what happens tonight? You know, what's the game plan? You've been keeping the same routine?
Yeah, I'll probably just head back and have some lunch with the boys right now and just enjoy a feed and then cruise for the Arvo, probably put the feet up and relax, just watch some telly and chill and just talk with the boys and enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Hopefully the sun comes out and it's a good little Arvo. I think the women are going to be on later maybe, so probably come back down and support some of the Aussie girls.
Okay, mate. Sounds like a pretty good day to me, and I really appreciate your time. We'll see you tomorrow. Good luck. And we'll go straight to the interview there, and we've got Binzi down on the beach with Joel Vaughan.
We sure do. Joel Vaughan, great bit of support down here for you.
Yeah, it's stoked to have everyone down here. After every wave, I could hear everyone clapping, and Yeah, I was stoked.
Hasn't been the best event for the Aussies, but you and Callum have fought back today.
Yeah, good to see Cal make that heat and kind of gave me just a bit more drive to keep going and, yeah, into the quarters and hopefully keep on going.
What's it like coming up against a guy like Leo? He's a real spoiler in the pack. He's got nothing to gain other than claiming a few belts. Nice to finally boot him out of the comp.
Yeah, that was the first time I've got to verse him, and I've looked up to him like my whole life and watched him surf, and yeah, I was pretty stoked to get the jump on him.
What's the motivating force right now, apart from making these guys proud?
Oh, I want to qualify and, yeah, just try to do my best and try to do good surfing, and, yeah.
Are you trying to think about, like, not think about that? I mean, the way it's pumping, you can just focus on your surfing, right?
Yeah, try to focus on my surfing in the moment, but it's kind of good to just know that I'm kind of gaining closer and just kind of think of it more as a good experience.
All right, well, all the best in the quarters. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with more from the EDP Pro Ericeira right after this. Give it up, boys!
Challenger Series is back in Portugal at the EDP Ericeira Pro, approaching the business end of competition, setting up quarters right now, having a look at two surfers out of Brazil, different styles, both with the same goal to go deep, deep into this event. Looking at Rafael Teixeira with a lot of power, the goofy, and aggression, with the much more generally flamboyant air game type stuff of Matteo Serdi, who's an incredible performer. Joining myself, Paul Evans, to talk you through the action, Chico Alves. And Rafael has basically been tagging this wave relentlessly all week, and he'll try to continue doing that here, Chico.
Yeah, he has been one of those guys that has been around for so long, but hasn't yet at that major tour result, and he looks like he's on his way to, because he keeps playing away big numbers.
Oh,
and
my goodness.
He just destroyed
Wow.
this one, so I think that's going to be a good number to start, and Mateus Erdi behind it with a bit of a snap there. Nice. Gouging carve. Goes, does a foam claim. A cut back again, so long wave there for Mateus. And 583 for the first one of nice. This was during the break as well, so nice carve there by Mateus. Another one, and Mateus here on another wave, two quick waves, and he just gets out of there. But nice start of the heat for both of them. Rafael on a longer wave, 583 for that one we saw, where he belted a couple of times. 583 because the wave was quite small, and although he did a lot of work, we didn't saw that meaty and bigger section, and that's why they kept the score a bit lower.
Yeah, it's pretty relentless surfing from him. He just kept on knifing it, just sticking the dagger in every time. Over and over again, all the way to the inside. I wonder if he maybe was expecting that to go a little higher. The judges right now setting their scale with that high mid-range number for Teixeira, 583. And then a couple of threes in for Hurdy, who was a bit more lateral, had beautiful cutbacks, but they were a little bit side to side. A bomb here for Teixeira. First turn is vicious, and then he'll deal with a bit of traffic, basically, from kind of sections tumbling around him. So just the one hit. Well, this is all action. These two are going at this relentlessly. Mateus already got a couple of waves, and he was looking to go again there. And these two are absolutely fired up at the moment. How do you think conditions are getting towards that high tide? There's still plenty of opportunity out there. What sort of waves are we looking for, Chico?
Well, on the higher tide, you want the ones that aren't really the biggest wave of the set, but the one that rolls over the inside boil and kind of like gets a bit more steepened. So anything that it's a bit too wide is going to get a bit too flat overall. So it's quite a tricky lineup when it's high tide, and isn't that easy to identify the good one. But I think overall they are doing a great job on reading the conditions. They've surfed it a couple of times now, so I feel like anyone on this round is doing such a good job on this event. So they quite know which wave they're looking at. And yeah, Rafael getting the nod there with the 583, highest number of this heat so far, and quite a good number to start this one off with the conditions we have on end.
Yeah, definitely got the best of that opening exchange, didn't he? Let's see how telling that is. Trying to get on the front foot and apply a bit of pressure to Mateus Hurdy, who has been really good value in terms of his numbers that he's been dropping. He had that all excellent heat up in 16+ points, and he reckoned he was actually a little bit surprised himself. He said he hadn't done much. Here we'll go, live action. Here's Hurdy. He's up and driving off the bottom. And just nice that one down, whips it around figure eight into the lip now. Bang, very nice indeed. So first time he's really been able to take on the lip in this heat. And he does it real well. And he'll stay alive here by keeping that rail loose and just slicing water as he wraps the finish, and a little fist bump as well. So that one turn, he made it look very dynamic. He hung it up there. Let's have another look.
Yeah, nice first carve there. Winds up again, nice bottom turn, and bang. Gets the tail on the lip. He did a bit of a claim on this one at the end. He was stoked with this wave. He had the look at the judges, trying to sell a bit. But yeah, nice gouging carve. Winds up again, and I felt he got a bit stuck on that turn, on that second turn off the top. But the first carve was beautiful, and Mateus, when he clicks in and he gains confidence, he's one of the best in the world. So that carve, look at that, so much technique there. And on this turn, I felt he got a bit stuck there on the lip, and he did a good job on maintaining control. And yeah, so I think he will improve for sure.
Yeah, it was actually, in terms of the timing of the wave, it went soft after that. It was a good time to kind of drift over the lip there, get that tail out the back and just kind of glide down. Did very well, just to sort of gather it as well and get straight back. That real distinctive style, just really trying to add the flow with everything that he does with his body, hands, arms, everything looking really dialed in and neat and tidy. We had quick vision there of our last heat of this round. That was Maxime Husneau getting ready for a tough heat with Samuel Pupo. Max has been pushing very hard. Noticed that the carving power has really been something that's been kind of key to surfers doing well. And that one day with a bunch of airs going down, but other than that, it's been really about power, basically. Maxime has been pushing super hard. He's got a tough heat here, though. Let's see how he goes in it. Still plenty of time in this one, 20 minutes for Teixeira and Hardy. Rafael with the better of the numbers, but we're waiting for Mateus. I wonder if they're having a look at that one turn. You thought he got hung. Sometimes it adds to the degree of difficulty, though, doesn't it?
Yeah,
rather than just going up straight back down, it kind of made it look pretty technical, and it was nice control. It was a bigger section. He went all the way, kind of pivoted up there on the lip. Look at this bomb out the back for the goofy Teixeira. He won't get there, though. We'll paddle. Priority will go to Mateus, and he'll say, "Thank you very much, friend. I think I'll go this one." So Teixeira coughs up priority. Hurdy takes it, and look at the speed he's generating here. Straight into a carving from the lip line, really. Started that carve like on top of the wave. Slightly overdid it.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was saying. Like, if you saw the shape of this last one he got was a bit of a wider one, and normally these wide ones are really hard to serve. There's a lot of bumps and lumps on the face of the wave, and sometimes it has a bit of a backwash too. So it was really hard there to get those rails engaged and do some clean lines. But 6-7, so judges really appreciate that carve to hit off the lip combination. And as you said, they found it was really committed. So nice job there by Mateus, posting the best number of the heat so far.
Yeah. He gets that 6-2-7, which will be the healthiest number that we've seen. And then a little mistake from each of them then. The first error was Teixeira surrendering priority. And then Mateus unable. I think that carve just started a bit wrong. He sort of started on the lip crumble. Just pushed, and maybe there wasn't quite as much resistance as he thought he was going to get from the wave. His fins were kind of on that whitewater a touch. And just sort of wobbled off the tail, really. So priority back now with no harm done in terms of points scored in opponent's favour for Rafael Teixeira. And he'll be in second place with a modest number for now. So let's see how these two go about. You can see the intensity from Mateus. He's all over everything at the moment. He's all action. He's watching every wave. He's just showing so much sort of active physical energy in the lineup. And he's just trying to cover everything really out here. We've got some bombs coming through. As this high tide continues to fill up, water on the reef is bringing swell with it. This pulsing west-northwest swell has been with us all week here. Several of them. And as soon as one starts to fade or wane a bit, the next swell comes through. Teixeira with Prio, doesn't like it. Hurdy says, why not? He'll stand up, look out the back, and then realise it might be someone I can connect with here. Trying to keep that board with speed, does it pretty well. And he'll get into this runner section on the inside. Really nice carve and jam in the pocket. And again, he's just looking so sharp on a rail. And another great turn. He ain't done yet. And he'll use the flare. Nose pick out the blow tail. Right down in the shorey. Brilliant surfing from Hurdy.
Crazy stuff. That wave was really, really well surfed. If the one before was a 6-7, I put 2 or 3 points more on this one, at least, because this wave was really well surfed.
Teixeira didn't want it?
Yeah, because it was our decision to make to go on this one with priority, because yep, you couldn't really see if it was going to be a good one down the line or not, and it was perfect. He did really well there. Amazing carve, another gouging carve. He goes for a big snap there, really aggressive, and a bit of variation here with a bit of a reverse. So amazing wave by Mateus, and look at that. He comes out of that floater with so much speed. He gets the carve, and the way he surfed this wave was just relentless. He did a good job on just connecting all the dots without any mistakes, you know. He didn't do anything wrong the whole wave, so this was one of those waves that it's eye-catching and really easy to watch, and amazing work there by Mateus, really talented, and he's got it all. Like he's got the rail, he's got the air game, so it's just a matter of when is he going to make the CT, right?
He's well on his way to a result here at the EDP Ericeira Pro. Right now in this heat, we have a feeling that his scoreline is going to go up considerably when this number drops in. He tore it. Yeah, to your point, I think you're right. I don't think Rafael could see that one. He was looking back up towards Mateus. Mateus is looking down the line. I think he saw that section from where he was because he was deeper. He could see that thing all the way down the end of the wave. As soon as he stood up, he was trying to get there. Excellent number drops, 8 points.
Yeah, imagine being Rafael Teixeira right now. You let it go there all the way and you just hear the score. Might be, it's just brutal, you know, in terms of your focus and your mindset for the rest of the heat is really hard. So, but as you said, it was one of those waves that was really, really hard to see down the line.
Yeah, we talked about it before. Mateus just eyes on a swivel. He's been looking at everything. He's almost kind of twitching and tweaking out there. And he's covering so much water. He's ripping. He's leading this one at the moment with excellent surfing. Still 14 minutes for Teixeira to mount a comeback. More live action from Portugal right after this. Welcome back to Portugal. Challenger Series action from Ribeira Dilas in the EDP Ericeira Pro. We're looking at two Brazilians out on the water going at this. Mateus Herdy's gone excellent again. So 8 points from him. And he is so active out there in the lineup. You can just see the intensity with which he's competing, Chico.
Yeah, he's confident now. He posted a big number. Nice snap there. Nice flick of the tail. Really generating a lot of speed, and he goes for a bit of a nose peak reverse, and he fell. So going back out there to try to improve on that 6-7, yes, but he's in a really comfortable position. I think it's going to be really hard for Rafael Teixeira to turn this heat around, just because you can expect Mateus Herdy on the next 10 minutes to improve on that 6-7 with the confidence.
Yeah, I mean, like we talk about different surfers on this tour. There's a lot of talent. Obviously, Mateus is one of those. Like certainly, I mean, we've seen him as a wild card on the 6th, but like he's got that talent for sure. He's a world-class talent, and sometimes his performances, he's either on or he isn't. You know, he's that kind of guy. When he's feeling it, when he's on, when he's got that intensity, when he looks like it means a lot to him and he cares. I can't think of that many people that can beat him, because he's so good at actually surfing when he's competing with intensity as well.
And I think he had an amazing event in Mexico, right? Like the first wild card he got, and he went all the way to the semis, and he lost to
David Silva.
Or Jack. They both made the final. But yeah, you remember, he was on such a roll that it was... You almost felt like, oh, okay, there's someone that can beat him that event or not, like, because he was just like throwing a huge air on the first section. Like,
he looks dangerous out here right now. He looks absolutely on a roll. The way he's connected. When you're getting 8s from under your opponent's priority, even before that, just those carving waves that we saw. You know, the couple of 3s that he got at the beginning of the heat, the way he was carving up the face on slightly softer waves, he looked like he has got another couple of gears, didn't he, on Rafael, just from the opening exchange. Teixeira's still got plenty of time here. Let's not count him out, though. He's only got a small number on the board of the 183, which is counting for him, and he's still got 10 minutes, so he's got time. You look at the numbers and you think, yeah, okay, he needs an excellent score right now, 8.44, or he aims at that 14-point total and goes, a couple of 7s will get me there. He'll look to have a go here, so using priority the goofy up and going driving off the bottom. There's that aggression that he shows. His board stays in that critical pocket. It's pretty nice surfing. It's nothing to get overly excited about, though.
yeah, I don't think he will improve that much. I think it's coming in as a 4-point ride, something like that. So I don't know if he will improve much. He needs something a bit better. He needs an 8.44, so probably just wait for a better quality wave and approach it like he did on the previous rounds, because he has a vicious backhand, right, Paul?
Yeah, just absolutely lethal. He's in a bit of a position here, and he needs to just swing, basically, but I think that's when you find him at his best as well. Particularly at this level, to get the quarters, you're going to want to bring your best surf in. Look at Mateus Herdy. He is just absolutely carving this place apart. And he's in full flow here in every meaning of that word, really, across the wave, up and down, and everything's joined up very nicely indeed. And then a flurry of action, because Teixeira will go here again straight away, and he'll bag this one all the way for a finish. Steep vertical hit on the inside. They're going at this. Herdy will paddle and get priority. Here's another look at Rafael.
Yeah, nice bit of a snap out the back, gets up there again, really tight surfing, really quick in transition, gets around it, bit of a snap, and he had the finish. So he had a bit of a better wave here, but I felt like the 583 was right there with this one, but that last turn, really tight in the pocket, really good one. So he will improve his situation, that's for sure. This was Mateus' wave, nice carving snap out the back, gets really low on his surfboard to give that extra speed, and uses the backwash into his favor to just throw a big snap and a beautiful carve again. So, wow.
Hitting the backwash at Ribeira is one of the hardest things you can do in surfing.
Look at it. He did it. Look. Wow.
He is
in motion with the bank
yeah,
push.
he is just at the moment, he is feeling and looking really good with his surf, and he's so connected to the wave right now. There is no downtime between his turns at all. He is just on a rail throughout. And it really does put a marked difference in from someone kind of pushing off the bottom of their board as to someone just going from one rail to the other. And it's looking very good for Matheus Herdy thus far. Numbers are with him. So the improvement comes from Teixeira, but he just gets a back up. So his requirement will stay the same. Actually, 8.44, still where he's trying to get to. And with 7 minutes and with second priority under Matheus. Matheus at this point can just afford to just kind of breathe a little bit. I don't think he'll be relaxing at all, but this is starting to shape up now for pretty comprehensive performance from him. Teixeira knows it, gives him a little look. And Herdy will just look to keep trying to apply pressure here. Here's someone we've freshly qualified for the Championship Tour, Samuel Pupo. He's heading out for a great looking matchup actually with another surfer who's recently on the CT, Maxime. There he is with his dad, Jean-Luc. Just getting ready. Maxime fell off at the cut. Wasn't too pleased with the way we didn't see much of him on the CT. You know, didn't get the surf as many heats as he would have liked. He worked so hard towards that dream, and I know that he knows he's got unfinished business there. He wants to show what he can do and really perform at the highest level. And in order to do that, he needs to go very deep into this one and the next event. Really, almost kind of needs 2 wins. We'll update all of those situations. Here's Rafael Teixeira.
Nice snap off the top. Gets up there again. Looks like a better wave for him. A bit more steepness in the face of the wave. He got a 5.33 for the wave before. I just feel like he's getting those waves that don't really allow him to have a lot of amplitude in the maneuvers. And he needs kind of like to run after them the whole time. But yeah, Rafael really quick in transition. Gets a bit stuck there, but I was wondering where, I think where Joel Zvog was sitting and Matheus, because they're going to make a huge jump in terms of points.
Huge, yeah, big opportunity for them. We've been identifying that ever since surfers around them started falling out. Lines marching in onto the reef here at Ribeira Dilas. 5 minutes just over that remaining. It is Herdy who is ripping at the moment out there. He's surfing really well with speed. Plenty of flow. Just carving this place up at the moment, and good enough to go onto the inside, take on that section. Going above the lip with that reverse blow tail in there, really close to the rocks as well. So the control, everything is looking real good from him. He's got control of this heat too. Teixeira looking for that 8.44, and at this stage, he's getting close to that time where it's going to have to be one wave in the excellent range. He needs to go, and he needs a bomb first of all, and he needs to just explode, Chico.
Yeah, he needs a bomb. He needs to just show his best surfing so far until now, because in these later rounds, I feel like in the position he's in, is such a good result, probably the best result of the season for him. So if he gets the opportunity, he needs to unleash his full potential, just because he doesn't want to lose knowing he held back anything. So coming up against Matheus, he really needs to...
Let's see it. Here we go, under 4 minutes. Teixeira looking for 8.44. Little double pump bottom turn. A setup whip backhand. Didn't really get any lip at all. And that's why the wave was slopey. It was dying. It's part of the reason why Herdy wasn't into it. Let's check the recap of this one. The all-Brazilian affair. Looking for our first participant in the 4th quarter final. The early work was there from Rafael.
Yeah, Rafael started off well with a 5.83. Looked like a good number for him to start this one off. He banked it a couple of times off the top, really quick in transition, and this wave kept building and building, and Rafael was just going after it. Look at this. He did a couple of probably 8 or 9 turns in a row on his backside, so that wave looked good, and this was Matheus Herdy coming back with this one, 6-7, nice rep there, comes off the bottom, and massive turn there, gets around the section with a lot of style and technique, and Matheus 67, and this was his 8. Just a wave that didn't look good from the back, and look at this, bam, floater, massive carve off the top. Winds up again, gets on the rail, nice extension of the body, snaps under the lip, and finishes it off with a bit of a reverse, just for good measure. Hi, hello, my name is Matheus Ardi, and this is an 8-point ride.
Nice to meet you.
You liked it?
Yeah. Oh, all right, he goes down there. So, just over 2. Leandro Dora watching on. He would have saw his surfer go down and give a little opportunity to share it here. He's got prio. He's going to use it. Slopey section has a look round, not what you want to see at all. When you got priority, you stand up and you're turning and looking out the back. Never normally a good sign. He thinks the wave behind might be better. He realized, he quickly identified that wasn't the wave. So now he'll go again and he'll eventually catches the wave. We've already moved in on the reef, and this thing doesn't look overly exciting in terms of steepness, but that was a nice turn. And again, he'll get a good section here, actually. So nice combo of turns and then pushing hard. Meanwhile, wow, flaring up behind him, Hurdy. Haley Batista just encouraging Rafael, let's go. Let's go, brother.
He's saying, let's go, brother. Don't give up. Go, fight, and try your best. And Rafael was a bit, just a bit sad there. Can we say sad?
Yeah.
Just off rhythm, maybe. Wasn't really sad. He's surfing well, and he was on his way to a good number here, and just mistimed this section there. But yeah, behind it, Matheus going for the air reverse and fell. Look at this. Nice. Good looking wave. Amazing layback out the back. And look at the talent of this kid. He's just crazy, like the turns he can just pull with ease. I know he had the fall, but like if you see clips of Matheus, he pulls that layback like 8 or 9 out of 10. So he's that good. And 20 seconds to go. Matheus gets the win, and Paul, did you enjoy this hit?
I've really enjoyed it. I would say, Hurdy, the speed that he's surfing with in this is, I can't remember seeing anyone go faster than he's gone in this event so far. He's been just absolutely blazing. Even the takeoff, as soon as he's getting to his feet, he's not having any trouble. You see some surfers drop to the bottom of the wave and then a couple of pumps to try and get that speed going. He's just been surfing with blistering speed. And the reward from the panel came in the form of that excellent 8-point ride in the excellent range. And a good total for him, 14.27. And well done to Rafael, because he surfed well throughout this event, but ultimately he came up against someone in real fine form. And Rafael himself didn't have his greatest heat. Surfed pretty well. He'll take a left and bring this in. But never really unable to find those really juicy sections with the quality. So there's official results of our penultimate heat, the round of 16. So the last quarter will feature Matheus Hurdy. He'll either be going up against his mate Samuel Pupo or the Frenchman Maxime Houssaneau, because that's who's coming up in the next heat, which will round out this round of 16 for the men here at the EDP Ericeira Pro. More live action, a great looking heat coming up next. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Portugal. It's the EDP Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella Galicia. Having a look at Maxime Houssaneau of France taking on Samuel Poupeau, who's qualified for the Championship Tour in 2025. He got that done by making it into this heat. And Samuel is back among the ultra elite. Speaking of ultra elite, welcome back, Ben Mundy.
Hi Paul, how are you? Yeah, look at ultra elite commentary, ultra elite surfers. Look at those conditions, smooth as you like. It's all warming up in Portugal, Paul, on Friday afternoon.
What do you think of Hurdy in that last heat? Blistering, good. Scorching.
Very, very good surfer is Matthias. You said that we thought he had a few gears yesterday. To your credit, he said that he was getting some 7s and 8s. He wasn't, reaching his full potential. Well, that he soon fixed that pretty quick. So yeah, like him, like his spark, like his energy, and yeah, the Brazilians are looking super dangerous right across the board.
27 minutes to go in this. We've lost 3 off the clock. No waves as yet. Poupeau, little look around. How's he going to change his approach, if at all? He's qualified. What does that do to him?
Nothing whatsoever. I mean, he is internally a bit more relaxed, but he's in a well-oiled groove. He knows the way he surfs. He's going to surf to his strengths, and he wants to win. He's not up against one of his sort of compatriots or someone that probably might have some skin in the game. He's got Max, who's super dangerous. So yeah, I think Poupeau would stick to his guns, try and get those wally waves and go to the rail, which has been really pretty successful so far.
Here we'll go. He likes to look at this. Poupeau, freshly minted CT surfer for 2025, alongside his compatriot Ian Gouveia. They're going to Pipeline next January, and he's going down the line here and looking for an inside section, loading up with the speed, and he'll go and flare up and just release that board above the lip. Didn't quite get the landing. Miguel thinks he can do better.
Not happy. Big Bro's not happy. Little Bro wasn't happy with Big Bro when Miguel was in his seat. He was blowing up that he went up the point and wasn't sitting on his opponent. Now Big Bro's wasn't happy with that final flourish. He's been pretty his success rate's been amazing on his end section. He went for the extra flourish here, maybe not exactly needed, and just got that back leg got a bit buckled and came off.
Friday afternoon in Portugal. Pretty happy to see that a lot of that fog that we've been dealing with, that seems to just have kind of rolled away now. We've got a much better view of the valley here and crucially of the surf. Here's Maxime, just a bit patient. Knew that wave required him to wait a bit, and he'll wrap one all the way back. Nice section here for Max. What's he going to do? Deals with the wobble, almost buries that ball completely underwater, but good enough to recover it. Bogs that cutback a bit, and his board is catching there a little bit, and you just see it bleeding off the speed. That's not ideal.
Yeah, he had to work so hard for that one. You're right, there was a little couple of rails that were just going underwater, submerging, and that slows you down. And not only does it slow you down, it just means your next, you're lacking the speed to get into the next section, and it just keeps compounding the issue. Really, you could see him just trying to generate speed, try and look for something here. This was a turn, and even that was so flat. That's where he buried the rail, as you mentioned, and yeah, he kept trying, but it's not going to be a score, you think, going into his final tally. And he kicks out, trying to restart. Pretty similar styles in some respects, these two surfers, Paul. Both, known for the rail work. Both got an aerial game on them. Both would prefer to use the rail for the big points.
Whereabouts would you put the pin on Samuel's centre of gravity? He's quite tall.
Mid-top, yeah. I reckon he'd be in the 80th percentile. Max probably in the 85th percentile in terms of high centre of gravity. Yeah, he's a big, tall guy. And there we see the two Brazilians. And we've got Matthias Hurdy there and Rafael Teixeira. But yeah, Hurdy just way too good.
Let's go down and hear from him. Matthias Hurdy is with Giovanna Garnell.
Yeah, guys, that's right. You look tired. 9 waves. Was it a tough job surfing in this tide?
Yeah, it was really hard to read the wave. You never know. It's hard to choose the wave for sure. It looks good. Every wave looks really good, so it's hard to choose the right one. And and I was trying to find the good ones, and I kind of fell too because of there's too much bump, you know, so it's really hard. So and with the high tide, I don't know what's happening. It just gets I just get super tired.
And one of your competitors for the quarterfinals is in the water right now. Who is it going to be?
You know, Sammy's my neighbor, my rivals since I was a little kid. So it would be really cool if we have this heat together. But at the same time, he's so gnarly, and also Maxime. You know, they both used to be on tour, so they're both really gnarly. Yeah, it's hard to choose, but I'll go with Sammy in that one.
What did you learn from the previous heat that you surfed with Maxime just the round before? Because he did win.
Yeah, but that heat was gnarly. That heat, I had a 3 and I made it. It was really hard. It felt like I lost that heat for a second. You know, I was just so relieved that I made that one. Was a really tough heat, and he was able to find the good ones on, you know, in that day, and the waves were really hard to surf, and also to find the good ones.
Well, good luck in the quarterfinals. You're in it.
Thank you. Let's go.
Tess Hurdy there, through to quarterfinals. Is he going to face his mate, Samuel? Is he going to be up against Maxime? We'll find out soon. This one hasn't caught fire yet. Not a lot to get excited about. A 3 and a 2 is the best of it. And after a pulsating, scintillating previous heat, this one, not a touch quiet there, Ben.
Yeah, we get that here in Ribeira. Talked about the tide coming up, influencing things. But yeah, you get little 10-minute flurries, anywhere in the ocean, really. It's never always on tap. Hopefully we'll get a little pulse. See a few little lines. Just as we start talking about it, there's a few little lumps approaching. Max maybe in the best spot, but that one just goes a little bit wide. So
what do you think Samuel Pupa's going to bring to the CT next year?
Well, he brings a combination of things. He's got some competitive smarts. I know they all do, but I think he's a really measured, mature competitor. He's 24. So I think now he's probably hitting the sweet spot in terms of age versus experience. He learned some lessons being on the CT over the last couple of years. Went through missing the cut and how close it was. So I think he's going to work on, his rail game is on point. I think that air game too, I think he's going to just have to amplify both. I think the surfers that can, you know, generate an 8 or a 9 with a single air, you need to do that, and you can also do it with your calves. So I just think he has to push it. It's only another 5%, maybe 10%. But I think just being a little bit more dynamic and just adding a little bit more risk to his surfing is what he's going to bring. And if he does that, I can see him sort of pushing towards a sort of, you know, easily make the cut and maybe pushing up to that, you know, top 10 potentially. I think he's that good. I think he's got everything he needs to beat a lot of those guys on that tour.
Husano with, sorry, it's Samuel Pupo with priority here in the blue, and he's motoring down the line. A massive rotation above the lip. He'll put that down. Groans as Miguel, big bro, watches through his fingers. He can't take it, Ben.
He really finds this really stressful, this experience. He's he's a really calm guy, isn't he? He's always pretty just loose and about, but then the only time I've seen him
great
really...
big brother.
Hey?
Great big brother.
Ah, what a big brother that would be. 8 years older too, so you know you got that real hero worship. I mean, that was a massive... We talked about adding risk to his game. Well, wow. He's heard it. If he'd landed that, we're talking about the highest wave of the event's been a 9. Haven't had a 10 yet. That could have been a 10 if he'd landed that.
We'll just watch Maxime with a little redirect towards something. Maybe Samuel might spin and have a go on the inside. It looks like he will. No, he won't. Just the flip side to your argument. I wonder what if you might think, you know, I'm just going to do exactly what I did before, because sometimes, you know, without that many events before the cut, a lot of it just comes down to the ways it came to you in your heat. And maybe if he felt like he did everything right, maybe he doesn't need to change it. Maybe just the fact that he'll do another rep, get another go. Let's see how that all plays out. Just one of very many cool storylines and talking points for the 2025 CT. That's why we're looking to send surfers here. We're looking at Maxime Husano, who's dealing with some lumpy water, but dealing with it a bit better than the last wave. He'll set up a big turn here. Very nice. So great control from him. That backwash. He sort of timed the backwash, really, didn't he? And there's his dad, Jean-Luc, watching on. Looking pretty cool. He got the flat cut. He's got the Oakleys.
Not a classic combination, is it? Jean-Luc and those Oakleys is one of the best things I've ever seen.
He's got some pretty
Not just today, in my life.
got some pretty cool drip going there on the beach as he watches on. Okay, what's he watching?
Well, he's watching a lot of hard work for this final turn, which had a bit of a lump and a bump and a bit of backwash. He dealt with it pretty well, but it's a long setup for this. Couldn't go to the air because there was no ramp. Had to go a bit more traditional. Nice turn, don't get me wrong, but it's pretty only just to the one. And this section here will show you probably had a bit more risk. Got the arms up and landed it clean, but it was just a one-turn wave effectively. This one here waiting again. I don't know, this one just waiting for this end section as well. Is usually, there we go. I mean, that shows it's a bit more critical than I first thought, to be honest. Fairness to Max, but just lacked an outside section to hit, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think he's eked every bit of potential out of that wave. Gets a five-point ride, all for that one turn. Nicely timed dynamic as well. Covered a lot of ground while he was up there in the lip, just drifting. And then comes crashing back down to the sea surface and manages to ride out. So identifying that with not a lot happening, getting towards the halfway mark in the heat, just forcing the issue a bit there and surfing up the potential of a little bit of a wobbly wave. Good call from Max. Now he'll find himself in a different part of the lineup and he might think, you know what, high tide, we do get these runners through on the inside. He would have probably seen Matthias Hurdy and what he was able to do with that inside section, get an 8. And here he goes. So Max again, straight into it. And just releasing after carving, snapping out the fins of the boards. And then thought about trying to get another manoeuvre and getting greedy. He wanted more.
He always wants more. Max, I mean, these guys are all pretty keen surfers, aren't they? Just what the nature of where they're at. But I reckon
they're
Max,
quite keen surfers, yeah.
When you get down to those CT events or the Challenger Series, I reckon no one puts more time in the water than Max. He would be just out there, it's in a random peak somewhere, there's like Howland onshore, and then you'll just see Max just sort of parading the line up on his own. He's just such a frother. The enthusiasm for it has never waned.
Yeah, it's one of those topics you hear a lot, don't you, about, you know, the people that do the most water time. I wonder, you don't hear much about who does the least.
Kelly Slater.
Because if someone's doing the most, then someone's got to do the least.
Oh, I reckon Kelly Slater does the least. He's famous for just not surfing that much. Turns up to events, haven't done any free surfs, doesn't get involved in any of the free surfs much. He just doesn't surf, Kelly.
Press conference, and then heat.
Final, world title, home. And Max, though, no one in this heat been able to get any type of purchase in it.
We talk about the early risers as well, don't we? First people down in the morning. Who
Kelly Slater.
Who are some of the later risers?
Yeah, I reckon Freddie Moraes is a bit of a late starter, isn't he? He's not known for the early starts. Does prefer the Portuguese. I think continental surfers tend to take a bit more sort of cruisy affair, because it's always often a bit of morning stuff in Europe, isn't there? That often it doesn't pay to do the dawny sessions all the time. So maybe that's a bit of a cultural thing, Paul. Not laziness, just cultural.
Over here in Ericeira on the Challenger Series, we're looking to qualify surfers for the Championship Tour, but that's not the only thing we're doing in town here as well. We're raising awareness for good causes. We're saving the planet. Joanna Garnell has more.
Yes, I do. Look who I found on the beach. Professional big wave rider, João Macedo. Tell us about the environmental projects you're involved with.
Well, thanks so much for being here. It's always so stoked to be enjoying all this energy here. And well, this is a World Surfing Reserve. So Ericeira, I think everyone's kind of noticed, is this iconic location for Portuguese big wave surfing and surfing in general. So here actually was the beginning of big wave surfing in Portugal. So this place, by being recognized by the Save the Waves Coalition, is actually part of a program called the World Surfing Reserves. And this is a program that it became a global program where iconic locations, iconic surfing locations are recognized by the local surfing community as very important to protect. So this place, many people from the Portuguese, culture, from Lisbon, they would change their whole lives just to come here and be part of this and enjoy these waves. And then I guess the next step when you're so passionate about waves is thinking about conservation. And so the World Surf League has, you know, its program, the One Ocean program, and, you know, we really, I think it's something amazing, you know, to be very focused on the competitive side of things, you know, but then also this really special reality that surfing has, which is that it depends on nature. And so I think this mix is what the World Surfing Reserves are all about. It's what Save the Waves believes in, and it's what we're celebrating today at 6 p.m., right?
In La Barraque?
La Barraque, yes. There'll be some films, so it's this Save the Waves Film Fest, and it's this movement that is film as activism. So these really inspiring movies just about surfing interacting with nature. And this is, you know, it's really interesting to see a lot of the boys, you know, everyone has to be very focused on their results, but it's really cool to also zoom out and enjoy the big picture and enjoy that we're in a natural arena, you know, that, you know, there's birds and there's things going on. And so every surfer, all the pros, everyone is always very available for these actions, and I think it's something really special about our sport. And so hopefully you can go get inspired, charge up the inspiration batteries, the conservation batteries, and put on your activist hat, and yeah, go with it.
Oh, wow, that sounds absolutely amazing. We're going to be there, right?
All right.
Thanks very much, Joanna Garnell, Jardin Masset. What a legend. You know, at school when you pick teams,
yep.
If you were picking your sort of Save the Planet 11, first pick, Sheldon Masset.
Oh,
get over here, mate. You with me?
He'd be the captain, mate. He'd be the captain. He'd be, yeah, absolutely, 100% committed to making the world a better place, and does it very effectively. He's a great communicator, great surfer, and yeah, he really commits to it. And yeah, so if you're in the Ericeira region today, go up to the Save the Waves Festival at 6 o'clock.
Yeah, it's at La Barraque. It's just across from You and the Sea, which is also the best place to stay and eat in town. So just on the lawn there in front.
Yeah, beautiful venue, great spot, and also you can get inspired into a bit of activism here in Ericeira.
Looking to do some maxtivism here. It is Husano, and he goes on a slopey section on a rail. Not really going anywhere with that. He's got the lead though. Not a massive one, but this has been really sleepy and slow. Pupo's done nothing really. Well, do you know what? He had that massive corked out rotation that if he landed would have been a 10, but he didn't land it. But that was absolutely huge. The most dynamic air I'd say we've seen for sure all week here, possibly ever. But yeah, he didn't stick it.
Yeah, and you said to me, do you think he'll change his approach? I went, no. Well, clearly I think it's pretty it has shown that he's actually surfing with a little bit less percentages, I would say. He's going for it. Might have an interview down there on the beach, I think. Are we watching this? Here we go. So Maxime trying to just improve on that 3.33. There's a nice fish, sort of flash to the fins. And Maxime just trying to build this house. Yeah, just trying to get a few scores.
It's like I think he's identified the fact this is low score and he's moving the goalposts here, and his preheat strat, you know, a couple of 7.5s, whatever that was. He's like, you know what, let's be pragmatic, roll up the sleeves. This could be 4s and 5s. He's got 1.5 locked in, and I think he's saying it's time to just go this. I think he's possibly also identified that Pupo's just sitting there for the moment, waiting for bombs, so why not go?
Yeah, absolutely. 10 minutes on the clock. The ocean is, you know, for whatever reason, the switch spin's flicked, the high tides come in, and Max has adjusted probably the quickest. And, you know, probably saying, look, I don't need 13, 14 point heat total potential. I just need to get even up to 11s and 12s might do it. And just staying really busy. Now he just goes out to get involved with his competitor. A little bit more aim for a set. And it looks like Pupo is eyeing off a wave down the line, but you can see it fills up on that reef. And
in terms of Max's qualification, I mean, it was over 10 years. He was out a long time, and we called a lot of his events, you know, down the years. It took him a while to get there. What did you make of his season that he had? He didn't really show the world the kind of Maxime that we've been watching for several years.
No, he didn't at all. And I mean, he points out a minute. He said he made like every single mistake that he made, he got absolutely punished for. That just happens sometimes as a rookie, or just the way that you know it breaks. So you know, and early he got a bad start, never got off the ground, and it was under the pump. And he said every time he managed to make a small mistake, it was punished. So yeah, I think I'd really like to see him back. He's got so much to offer this CT, and I'm looking forward to it.
Under 9 minutes remaining here at the moment. Maxime is leading a low-scoring heat. More live action from Ericeira right after this. Welcome back to Ericeira, Portugal, the Challenger Series right now out in the water. We're wrapping up the round of 16. It's Maxime Husseau against Samuel Pupo, who's already qualified for the CT 2025. He did that by making this round. He came in here ranked number 2 in the world. And he continued his strong push in this event, but he's not found much in this one. Here he goes. Let's see if he can get going here. It's a searing, incisive turn out the back on a rail. And he'll keep this alive now by pushing hard again. So much better from him. He's found a wave and he's found rhythm. And he's getting points every time he turns that surfboard. Here he goes with an inside connection too. So a well-surfed wave, a layback jam, and one more to finish. He'll go in for a re-entry and he's game on.
Yeah, game on. Miguel likes that a bit more. That was really first surf. From that first turn he did, we'll watch the replay, but there was an intent there. Going back to his strengths, it's got him through all these heat wins to get him here and get him on the CT. And you'll see this first turn, Paul, I think is where it all showed. This one here just really planted that back foot and decided to really crank it up. All these S turns, he's really powering it. He's pushing it. You know, in a less capable surfer, they'd be kind of flattish, lateral, almost non-scoring weights. And he managed to manufacture some scores through the aggression and then the inside. A little bit of a variety and then a finish. So yeah, the best wave of the heat by far, and Samuel Pupo is right back in this.
Yeah, it just goes to show, doesn't it? You can't count him out. And his rhythm with the ocean also includes just having a bit of confidence really in the fact that a wave will eventually come to him. So down in the final, maybe 6 minutes to go when he took off on that wave. By the time he gets in the lineup, there'll be a couple more minutes. We'll have wiped off the clock, but it'll have added significantly to his total. He needs a 7 for first. And 5 minutes to go in this. Maxime will need to find a wave here. He hasn't got loads, but he's just had a bit more thus far up until this number that comes in, but it will be the best number of the heat. By far, it will be another excellent score from the panel. 8 points for Samuel, so who'd go to first? There's a spread from the panel. The judges went as high as 8.5 and a flat 8 average. Pretty fair reward for that kind of surfing.
Yeah, exactly. It's the best wave by far of the heat, and he just absolutely tore the bag. He really put the foot down, didn't surf it safe, even though there wasn't sort of traditional risky manoeuvres in terms of fins out or aerial manoeuvres. It was just really high quality scalping, really digging in, really technically proficient, really smooth, really clean, and yeah, a well-earned 8 for sure. And in the blink of an eyelid, he's gone up into first with a really low scoring backup.
Yeah, but setting us up for an interesting finish here. Look at Max, you know, he's got priority. He's on the peak, he's got 4 minutes. He needs a 5, 6, 8. So just needs a little bit of quality from the wave. Just needs some energy, a bit of cooperation. Find himself something. It doesn't have a huge requirement at all. Let's see if we will get a set. It has been a slow heat. We've had 9 waves ridden so far in 26.5 minutes, so that's not loads. About a wave every 3 minutes.
Yeah, give or take, but a lot of them haven't been of any sort of quality, except for that last 8 and perhaps that massive aerial of Sammy that didn't make. But he's got himself in the box seat and potentially into the quarterfinals. I mean, a lot more for Max at this stage than Samuel. He's chasing some scores. Didn't really, you know, perform on the CT when he was there. But he also hasn't performed on the Challenger Series either. You know, not to his ability, that's for sure. So it's a bit of a rough year, all in all. But he's still got time. He's got a wave here. This could be important, Paul Evans.
Here goes Husseau. He's up here looking for 5, 6, 8 off the bottom. Snaps it hard out the top. And then carves and jams that rail. Look at the bottom turn, so sharp and incisive. And then just leaning in and pushing. And then an inside little runner as well. What's he got? As he eyes up an inside section, and he'll tag that as that bounce goes back out to sea from the rocks, and he gets the timing done very well. 2.5 minutes on the clock, 5, 6, 8 the number. Ben Mundy.
You reckon John Luke's been given the old decathlon voucher off old Maxime Husseau, his sponsor? He's been given free range and he's not held back and got the highest, best gear he could find. And he's looking pretty solid, but he likes what his son did. Is it a 5.68? I think it is, but Pupo's not done yet.
He's got a wave that he did well just to get over the white water. An angry snap off some white water. I tell you, he's throwing so much spray for a wobbly wave with the whip, and look how light he is on his feet. The speed's mad from him. So very well done as well. So Hillenberg, he's got a 2.67 in his score.
Tell you what, this has come to life, isn't it?
Yeah.
10 minutes, 20 minutes of absolutely nothing, and suddenly it is all go. If you didn't think Pupo was here for business, well, he still is. He's still on. He's still got his game face on. And Max, potentially, that last wave could have got the score, but then Pupo, having got no waves of note in the first 26 minutes, has come to life. And this type of surfing, just trying to improve a 2.67, and he just starts going to town. This is the section here, again pushing it, but the inside just kept giving. He likes those click outs. Another one, and somehow on the inside got a bonus section onto the sand, and that is really, really good surfing. So Max did get a 6 for that wave, Paul. Thought, oh, there you go, I've done enough. And then guess what? You know, Sam only needing a 3.
Yeah, well, he's going to get that. And it will probably therefore mean that Max seemed to be chasing a number. Let's see where exactly this goes.
Yeah, could have done much more on this. He was a little bit more sluggish, but he kept pushing it, hitting the lip when there wasn't even a lip there to hit. And then had a nice finish. Just had that little wobble, unlike Sam's waves, which just ran down towards that shorey. This stayed like this, and even this end section had a bit of a backwash that he dealt with really well. He knew he got the score, and he couldn't have done any more in that wave. He surfed it, you know, exactly as he needed to do, but unfortunately there was one behind it. And it looks like Pupo with the 5.33 has further extended his lead, and that might be the end of Max. Or is it? 5 seconds on the clock, last throw of the dice.
He needs a 7.34 here, Max. He'll stand on the tail. What's he got for us here? First turn's really nice and aggressive. Will he get a runner through the inside? He throws in the layback. Will he get more sections to work with here? Another turn of sort of similar geometry. And then this inside section is a bit pockety. There's not a lot down the line, so good opening to that. Don't think we saw a 7 there.
No, I didn't get that unfortunate wave. Just didn't give the sections that Pupo's waves did. And yet again, Sammy Pupo, despite qualifying, despite ostensibly having nothing to play for, fought back really hard in that last 5 minutes and showed his class.
Samuel Pupo down on the inside. We'll get a number to come in for Max. We don't think it's going to be the requirement he's after. 7.34. He needed real quality just to be able to get a wave and just at least ask the question. And he knows he's been in a sort of a strange heat, really, where not a lot happened for most of it, and then all of a sudden it was fire at the end.
Yeah, it was that one big bomb of Samuel's that made all the difference, wasn't it? Just that was the wave. That was the difference. One, it popped up on its own. It was a bigger wave, and it just walled up all the way short. I mean, he surfed it incredibly well, but if Max had got that wave, it would have been, you know, the results would have flipped.
Yeah, 4.9 in for Max. So ultimately, at the end of that one, he rallied pretty hard, coming up against someone with an excellent number in his top 2, Samuel Pupo, who was really sleepy throughout that. Really, most of the heat just sort of sat there. Nothing really came through, so didn't really have to second guess himself. There wasn't many decisions to make. Max says, well done, but you can tell disappointment for Max. He's such an intense competitor. So while Samuel Pupo is doing selfies on the beach, let's check the recap, Mundy.
Yeah, this is the wave that made all the difference, and that first turn was really, really searing, I think is the official adjective to use for that. And he just kept wrapping it around. Really, really good surfing on the best wave of the heat. You know, and it was probably maybe a 7-point ride. I reckon he's elevated it up to an 8 just because of his extra flair and his power. And then he still needed a bit of work to do after this. This got him right back in it and ahead. Max fought back, really. You know, he couldn't have done much more. He's going to look back on this heat. He didn't make a mistake. He didn't surf, you know, like he didn't fall off. It's one of those cases where that one wave was the heat, you know, with this increased tide, less opportunity, and just happened to be that biggest set of the day fell into Samuel's hands. Good surfing for Max. You know, he surfed well all week. He's had a good event, but unfortunately just fell short at the very, very end when this wave popped up with, what, 2.5 minutes to go. Bit of clutch surfing still to do, though. You know, it wasn't there for him, and he just went to town. And unlike Max's waves, this inside just kept delivering, and that's what got him a place in the quarterfinals.
Pupo just tearing all the way through to the inside and really showing no mercy whatsoever. And a well-deserved shower from him. So, another really fun day of competition. Loads of big talking points. They'll be coming up in the Estrella Galicia post show. We'll be breaking down the top 5 moments, wave of the day, all of that good stuff right after the break. Welcome to the Estrella Galicia post show from the EDP Ericeira Pro 2024, live from Ribeira de Las, and a day which had a little bit of fog impeding vision in the morning. Not enough to stop us from getting underway though, and not enough to dampen the action, which has seen big performances, clutch performances throughout the day. The waves have been providing plenty of fun for our surfers, and we've got quarterfinalists decided.
Yeah, we're back on track. I thought today was important for all of us to reset. The fog was around, but we could still run. The waves were good. There were some heavy hitters in the water, and there was some amazing CT qualification dreams realised. So I think had it all today, and we're setting it up beautifully for the next couple of days.
Speaking of CT qualified surfers, let's go and hear from one Samuel Pupo is with Joanna Garnell.
That's right. That looked a bit hard because it took 25 minutes for you to get a proper score. What happened?
I know, I feel like these are the worst heats. Even after here in the sand, my heart's still pumping really, really fast. And it's just one of those conditions that I hate going in the water. It's really low, like long time for the sets. And waves are really fat too, so hard to surf. But I'm happy the wave came after 25 minutes.
Are you also more relaxed now that you're requalified for the CT?
For sure, yeah. I feel like my preparation for this heat was just having a laugh with my brother and enjoying my time with him. He also made his heat, so I'm more happy about that than about this heat, actually. It's really relaxed. I feel like out there I was just waiting for the wave to come, really. I wasn't really trying to rush anything. And that took me 25 minutes, but it was worth it.
And now one more, you're in the quarterfinals, but there's still one more Pupo to go to get into the CT, right?
Yeah, that's our main focus right now. Just want to watch his heats and make sure I have the best feedback for him from the ocean and from what I'm seeing, so he can make his heat and we can both, clinch our spot together and go home to have a good few nights of sleep.
We'll go relax, get some sleep, and we'll see you in the quarterfinals.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joanna. Strong performance, really. Last orders in that heat from Samuel Pupo, and he's pretty relaxed and he's stoked. And how good's having your brother around?
He's stoked to be, a brother of that caliber. They're so close, so tight, and just giving so much energy off each other. And the way he celebrates is going home for a few sleeps. Just keep it relaxed. And yeah, it's great to see that dynamic. And yeah, those two are such great surfers, and it looks like they're going to be both on tour for next year, which is great news.
Let's dive into some of our storylines for the day. Going back to this morning, on the women's side of the draw, it was Isabella Nichols versus Tessa Thiessen of France. Two surfers going well in the rankings, and big scores going down. This one didn't disappoint.
Yeah, this was a great start. Tessa Thiessen especially really came out strong in his heat there. She's there, a really different approach. She was going the vertical backhand style. Isabella Nichols was more about sort of fanging down the line, and look at these couple of turns, throwing so much spray and so much power. She was looking great. She was logging some, I think she got a couple of 7-point rides, really put the CT surfer under the pump, but the class of Nichols just came through in the end. She just getting these really long waves and going to town on them.
Yep, she's been at the highest level before, desperate to get back there. And she is not too far away. A couple more heats the requirement for Isabella Nichols, and she is on a mission this week in Portugal. Her CT caliber just shining through. She found all the good waves, and you can see the shape there. There's just speed to burn as she grinds her way through the gears down the line, throwing buckets of sprays from start to finish, and a very polished performance from the Sunshine Coaster.
So no real surprise to see Bella Nichols going really well. We talked about CT experience. It was a similar theme in our second storyline, a surfer with a ton of experience on the CT. It was a little while ago, though, for Alejo Moniz, wasn't it? He talked about it. We had him in here in the studio. He was saying, it's a while since he was there, but he surfed the heat with Jorgen Cousinet, and it was always going to be about the power, this one.
Yeah, they're both big lads with lots of engaged in the rail. Cousinet there. He hasn't had a good year. This is his best performance on the Challenger Series. It's great to see him back fit and firing, but this man here, he's been waiting 8 years to get back on the tour, and he said he's never ever once thought about quitting. And he was under the pump in this wave. He needed this wave to get through, I think. So Alejo, it's a great story of perseverance, really. And his surfing is ready. He's come close so many times before. And I, for one, I think he's a guy that really deserves it.
This was Jorgen Cousinet's high-scoring wave, and he had the upper hand for the majority of this heat, courtesy of this wave that put him in the box seat. But unfortunately, Alejo came home flying and turned the tables in the last few minutes. Left Jorgen Cousinet chasing a wave that never came.
Yeah, I think this might have been the way, but Alejo just needed a 6 to get into the all-important quarterfinal, and it was clutch. He waited for it, and he just went to town on it and delivered. And now he's one heat away from making the CT. So he's up against Edward Grosjean. He has to win the event to make the CT. So, yeah, Kuznet kept firing. Great to see him back in form. Just a little bit unlucky.
Yes, a long, long wave this one. He gave it everything from start to finish. A little bit of flair down the line. I think he got the big finish on this one. And unfortunately, yeah, there it is. Spins the lightning quick reverse. Wasn't to be for Jorgen. And Alejo Muniz just slammed the door shut. Big hammer turn to finish. For a guy who's had a couple of knee injuries, it's amazing to see how low he gets to his board and just how much water he throws around the place, transferring his weight.
Yeah, that one was a ding-dong battle, wasn't it? Just back and forth, relentless, like they kept going wave for wave. That was really cool to see. So obviously, we're watching the action in the water and we're just enjoying the sort of surfing that's going down. But ultimately, it's all about going deep, deep into this event. We're set up with quarter-finalists. So we've got the picture there. And we're looking at surfers that will really start to consider that a result from here, from quarters. However, once you get to the quarters, you don't want to stop there, of course.
No, of course not. You know, you're even closer to a life-changing, or at least season-changing result. Here we go. And there's those 8 surfers. And, you know, unsurprisingly, the best form surfers of the whole event. You know, all these 8 surfers in their own way have been dominant.
Who's standing out here? Who do you like?
Well, I like
surfers.
I like Hurdy. I think Pupo's he just said he's relaxed. He's just trying to help his brother through. I thought his performance was really, really good. And I got a little soft spot on the dark horse, Callum Robson. If he can get over Igarashi, I think he can go all the way.
For mine, the standout is the weight of numbers. 5 out of 8 quarterfinalist Brazilians. They have been a force at this event. Great waves, and they're just feeding off each other's energy and smashing it through the rounds.
What about Joel Vaughan's chances? But sort of dark horse energy, a little bit quiet. We've seen flashes of brilliance from him, and then he was just kind of bubbling away there. And I feel like he's just sort of lurking. He's got so much, got that X factor.
Yeah, he beat Leo Fioravanti, CT surfer. We had Callum Robson in the booth, and he was talking about his rail game is really good. But yeah, he can go to the air and he can go massive. So yeah, I think he's underrated, and I think he's dangerous.
Yeah, we saw Joel Vaughan last year get that 10 in Saquarema to really sort of put his name on the map. So if he can take some momentum from this event into the final event in Saquarema, who knows what he could produce.
Should we have a look at the women's bracket?
Absolutely.
Yes,
Let's
please.
check it out. So our quarterfinalists are all set for the women as well. Of course, just 5 spots available. So you're looking really to go semis or final for a major result. What are we liking from these matchups, Binzi?
Well, there's 3 ladies here who could seal their places at next year's championship tour. Bella Kenworthy's already done it, but Sally Fitzgibbons and Isabella Nichols could be joining her if they get through a couple more heats.
Yeah, it's really mixed there. I'm going to back just the favourites here with one exception. I think Fitzgibbons, Hopkins and Pinkerton, and Kenworthy been on fire all year. I can't see those women losing. I think that Zabrowski, she's the one to watch down there against Isabella Nichols. Nichols is amazing, but Zabrowski has been locking 8s and 9s, and with doing it with relative ease. I think she can go all the way in this final.
Did anyone call that at the start of this event?
Oh, yeah, it was me. I definitely called. Yeah,
was it you, Ben?
Yeah, I told you about her. You didn't even know she was.
Is that right?
Pretty sure. Yeah, pretty sure that was me. And yeah, she's incredible, and I think she's confident as well.
Yeah, and of course the story as well from today, Bella Kenworthy getting that CT qualification secured. That story from the women, it's been there for a couple of years, and sometimes you get a generation come at the same time. It feels like that generation has got loads more in reserve. They're like shark's teeth, aren't they? There's just more and more coming, and she's going to be a weapon.
I'd like to fly the flag for a dark horse of my own. I think Kira Pinkerton's just in a really good space at this event. She's surfing because she loves surfing. She says she's fallen back in love with it. And she's flying under the radar. She's a highly touted junior, and she's got talent to burn. I reckon she could be one to watch for.
Let's get into our top 5 moments of the day now. It's quite a bit to pick from, and some of them are to do with repercussions, as in where the surfers are in the ratings. Some of them are down to performance as well, and grunt and grit and just resolve. And that's what we saw from Grosjean. He's close.
Yeah, he's been one of the form surfers all week. He's so powerful. He's been choosing the right waves. He's got to win the event to qualify. He's up against his mate, Alejo Muniz, who has to win to get through. So, yeah, he's been great, just on form.
Miguel as well, a bit more experience, wants to get back on the CT with his bro.
Yeah, well, we did the Miggy Pupo quick quiz, and, you know, his best ever result in his career was in just 2022. He got number 6 in the world 2 years ago. That's the level he's at.
180.
Won in Tahiti, got a CT win, finished just one spot outside the finals. That's the level he's at, and he's back. And he's always got that smile on his style, I'll tell you that for nothing.
Well, the storyline number 4 is Matthias Hurdy, who is on a tear. He's lost his sponsors recently. He hasn't had the greatest start to his Challenger Series campaign. And it almost seems like a bit of a weight has been lifted off his shoulders. He's come in here without a care in the world. He's pretty outspoken. And Matthias Hurdy has been showing the form that took him to a World Junior Championship a couple of years ago.
Yeah, we're just talking about Tia Zabrowski, and there she is walking down with her mum. And there's a bit of a fog around, but tell you what, she made hay when the sun was shining. This last turn was a really solid finish. Bit of a layback. She's got a flare. And then she caught, again, she caught these 2 waves within the space of probably 3 minutes. So what she's been doing throughout the whole event is just turning heats, flipping heats in really short spaces of time. And if you can do that, you're always going to be dangerous.
All right, this is Joel Vaughan flying the flag for the Aussies. He and Callum Robson, the last 2 standing from the land down under. And Leo couldn't really string together a heat, and Joel's not going to show him any sympathy whatsoever, and really grabbed this one by the scruff of the neck and put it well and truly beyond doubt. And as we've said a few times, Joel Vaughan definitely a surfer to be reckoned with into the finals of this event. Really explosive and has that X factor. Here's Leo. Just really had the one good wave, couldn't find a backup. Did the interview with Dog Marsh, his coach, on the beach, and yeah, Dog was pulling out what hair he has left.
Yeah, it's out of rhythm, wasn't he? That's what he said. And here we go, the number 1 moment of the day, and that is Bella Kenworthy qualifying for the CT. She's been on a tear all year, won one event, made the final in another, and only young and relatively inexperienced. But she said even at the start of the year, she didn't really have an ultimate goal to qualify for the CT. She was just trying to get some experience, see how good she go. And as she's built more momentum, she's delivered in Portugal. There's her dad, Jason, and she's got the whole family here. And yeah, she's going to be a really, really interesting addition to the CT in 2025. Yeah, I think she's got what it takes to, yeah, really, cause some upsets.
Let's see how she goes about doing that. Of course, loads more stories towards qualification this year. And one of them, well, it's a surfer that performed with our wave of the day. We talk about experience and how key that is. And it was that man, Miguel Pupo, who absolutely blazed. It was about midway through the round, wasn't it? He needed a performance. His little bro's going all right. And he says, hey, little bro, watch this.
Yeah, it just drew out the whole way along this reef. I think this is his first really scoring wave of the heat and set himself up. And just the experience, the class, the talent, it all came together on this wave for an 8.33. It just kept delivering as well. His wave choice is absolutely amazing. His backhand is one of his strengths, always has been since he came on tour way back in 2011. It was his first year on the CT. And 15 years later, he's still absolutely hammering it.
Happy with your day, boys?
Absolutely.
Yeah, best day yet. Yeah, I've had a great time, Paul.
Got a name for me for tomorrow? Or when we wrap up finals, who's going to win this event, boys and girls?
I'm going to go for Zabrowski for the women's. I know, that's what I've said. And I think I'm going to go for Callum Robson in the men.
Obviously, we're biased because I'm going to name an Aussie as well. Joel Vaughan, I'm loving the way he's going about it here this week. And I just said it before. Kira Pinkerton, my dark horse pick for the ladies.
Well, quarter-finalists are set. It could be finals day tomorrow. I've actually got 2 more days in our waiting pit, so that could be Sunday. So what we'll do is we'll come back here tomorrow, 7:30 call for a potential 8 o'clock start, worldsurfleague.com. Thanks for tuning in. One thing left to do, really, today.
It's that time, Paul.
It's been a good day. Thanks for efforts, lads.
Salute.
Cheers.
Salute.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.